There must have been an angel by my side. Something heavenly led me to you. Look at the sky, it's the color of love. There must have been an angel by my side. Something heavenly came down from above. He led me to you. He led me to you. He built a bridge to your heart all the way. How many tons of love inside I can say. When I was led to you, I knew you were the one for me. I swear the whole world could feel my heartbeat. When I lay eyes on you, you wrap me up in the color of love. You gave me the kiss of life, kiss of life. You gave me the kiss that's life, kiss of life. Wasn't it clear from the start? Look, the sky is full of love. Yeah, the sky is full of love. He built a bridge to your heart all the way. How many times love inside I can say. You gave me the kiss of life, kiss of life. You gave me the kiss that's life, kiss of life. You gave me the kiss of life, kiss of life. You gave me the kiss that's life, kiss of life. You gave me the kiss of life, kiss of life. Oh yeah, you gave me the kiss that's life, kiss of life. must have been an angel. Came down from above. Give me love, yeah. Give me love, yeah. You gave me the kiss of life. Kiss of life. Whip that beat.
Yeah, dark art, sin into art, sin into poetry, sin into art, sin into poetry. Yeah, let's go. Turn sin into art, black tins and hollows in the car. I'm in the sharp cave, stalking artillery. In the dark, one-man army, don't need nobody. They can't rhyme like the dark, can't rhyme from a black heart. Streets is cold and they probably wishing I was gone. But I'm right here. Nah, I just started. What you talking about, kid? Raven's claws, clasp my hands, praying with the heat right between my other bats. These new kids is just snacks. They rhymes as an act for the tent. I rhyme for the end. Can't live without a purpose. Hose is the epitome of worthless. These days bones were used to flay, strapped with a blade. Never say never, cause stabs in the back are getting redder, getting bigger. 2023, it's cold and this is the harsh reality of winter. They wanna stay in summer. Backhanded compliments won't ever help you with the struggle. So fuck summer, that bit just gets dumber. Harsh reality, I'm in cold winter, won't fold for a penny. Pincher won't sell my soul for a hoe. Not trying to win her. Dreams getting dimmer, nightmares more vivider. The beast out the tunnel, 666 on the pencil. 666 on the pencil. The way I rhyme is an art form, not even vivider. Whole tips hit the canvas, painted pictures of a killer. 666 on the pencil. The way I rhyme is an art form, not even vivider. Whole tips hit the canvas, painted pictures of a killer.
Whip that beat.
Texas chain murder, you go eat breakfast. Masturbation to sex chicks, When someone vexes me, I'll leave their neck slit. Throw you in the trunk of my Lexus. Texas chain murder, you go eat breakfast. Masturbation to sex chicks, manifestation of a high testosterone depth of sexual gratification. Sticking hookers with pentagram tats, enter the vagina with hand gats, squirt milk on an intimate snack. Perform evisceration like an impatient physician on a pain prescription medication, or an Egyptian mortician in a cryptic vault, or a meth lab kitchen with kitchen knives itching with visions, delivering division incision. Snuffing the health data, you strangle you with a fucking belt. The power over life, it's like nothing else. Nothing explored previously, it's seriously superior. Something only some humans experience, ethereal. Burial with a verse, repulsive creator. Futuristic, extreme lyrical violence of an occult nature. No conscience, just cadaverous notions. I am not capable of having emotions. It's so easy to make a man bleed. Society just can't understand me. conscience, just cadaverous notions. I am not capable of having emotions. It's so easy to make a man bleed. Society just can't understand me. When I sold bud, if you owed me a nickel, I'd leave you buried in old mud, kill you in cold blood. I'm a bulldog, cut you up in a fungus-covered mold tub with a humongous hacksaw, cut through your lungs to your back in your bunghole. Gung-ho with murder, insert you into a carpet rolled up. Your carcass stinks like an armpit. Pull out the biscuit, it's a hold up. Wait a minute, give me the papes of the 38, I'll make sure your fate's finished. Dump your dad at the boatyard for the Coast Guard, rocking the chain with a goat's heart, pumping Mozart. A blast of chrome anthem, disown you to the land beyond. Cancel you, shoot a hole in your dome like the Rome Pantheon. Commit death with effervescence, my methods have no ethics. Aggressive perfection with a pessimistic essence. No scruples, committing quadruple murders or RuPaul rappers, then transport them all in a U-Haul. No conscience, just cadaverous notions. I am not capable of having emotions. It's so easy to make a man bleed. Society just can't understand me. No conscience, just cadaverous notions. I am not capable of having emotions. It's so easy to make a man bleed. Society just can't understand me. Die, die, die.
Fuck a Nazi, what the Nazi, I come with Selassie. Bloody up in my sheets until very salty. For your posse, your blood clot mugshot looking fussy. I thought I told y'all cats keep your fucking eyes off me. Your cats acting like you got too much with the softy. What y'all took cross, cause they come across me. I matched before they lost me. My presence is priceless, just costly. Your whole fucking squad needs some coffee. Y'all feeling better, making it up once to hog me and dog me. Y'all cats acting like you describe me, yeah, hardly. Judge your children, they not to starve me, I'm sorry. Judge your love, I like I love morning. As is John the Baptist and Garvey. It's time to work, this work is play, I play in party. I'm a woman, always has access to those balls. I grab the gold medal, so rub it down foot and on. I'm bloody up in white sheets, stained in white sheets. Put your ass up, boy. Sit in my seat. I say, why recycle white trash when they get reason that we sidetrack? Let some melt in your ice cap, taking our life back. And was it the sun who gonna strike black? Lying at Judah, making your mic scat. Give me that mic back. I know y'all listening closely because my mic's tagged. Right in the building like I was I-had. Murdered the sound who wanna sabotage my bed. Fuck where you from, this is where I'm at. 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 And I feel to be.
What's going on, family? What the fuck y'all doing out here today, man? Jihad unit. You know what I'm saying? We out here for you guys, you know, getting up into some issues here. You know, I'm pretty sure I already dropped a link. I had a problem doing that last time. I apologize to everyone who wanted to have a conversation but could not find the link. It's because I forgot to drop the link. But Adaptable was helping out during the show. Special thank you to him, for holding down the chat and also dropping that link many times to some of the people who wanted to join, especially Enslaved by Truth. Thank you for joining and giving us your opinion on our work here, although it was a short-lived interaction. But I think that's due to the parties that were involved there and not ourselves. Islamatopia. Bless Court Fiction. Court Fiction's here. We got to get into real issues, guys. We got to stop playing around. Court Fiction, he don't like to play around with the emotional drama, and I respect him for that. You know what I'm saying? Peace to Adaptable, peace to our poll, peace to my little brother Saleh, peace to my wife who showed support here. Thank you so much. The show always starts at a better frequency when I have my wife, all these people here with me. I took it for granted, when my wife was here supporting me, now that she's away, just seeing her in the chat makes, the whole time go a lot smoother and better, so, the people around us, don't take them for granted, make sure that you show them how much you love them every day. You know what I'm saying? You never know how long everybody will be here for you. But as long as we are here for each other, we have to spend this time together, man. Bless you guys, man. Yeah, you're still here. Yeah, I don't know how long, kiddo. That's the thing. We don't know how long we have here. And that's kind of the thing that we're on. That's the trip we're all on, isn't it? We're on a wild ride. But yeah, man, bless you guys for staying in this journey with me. Life in this realm, we are travelers in this realm, be in this world as if a stranger. These are the words of the prophet. Why? Is because one maintains the countenance of a stranger, as not knowing the customs of the place and knowing that one is not going to stay long. When they say, doing Rome as the Romans, and we're passing through here. We're on a journey. It's about the journey, not the destination. A tree of 1,000 stories high springs out from one shoot. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with one step, friends. Every move we make is incredibly impactful, is incredibly powerful. Accidents don't happen. There's no such thing as an accidents. Nothing is coincidence. Everything is connected, friends. Nothing is random. Everything happens for a reason. But not everything does happen for a reason ultimately. But we know that nothing is random. There are many things that don't have reason attached to them. There are many things that are pure absurdity. Reality is stranger than fiction, my friends. Bless you guys. Bless you, Priscilla. Bless you, Butthole Winkler. We will get into some of the drama later for Butthole Winkler, but not at this hour. We're going to start with some information and maybe a panel if anybody wants to join. Thank you to you, Crystal Shaman. Bless you. Mr. Meow G. Yeah, of course. Everything's always on the up and up. It's been getting better since I started. If I'm going to be honest, things have been getting better since I started live streaming, in terms of the support I get, the various people. One of the main people is this brother right here. I'm blessed to have this brother out here for me. Thank you for being here, Chris, man. What's going on? Yeah.
Not much, man. Just stopping and see how everything's going.
Yeah. Peace to you, Freedom Grower, man. Bless you, man. You hop on the panel too if you want. I know you're a fervent panelist, Freedom Grower. Don't be hiding out there in the chat. I won't treat you bad out here. I got love for my brothers. And you too, Mitch. Man, Mitch and the Freedom Grower. I know they don't see eye to eye. But we're not here to get into any of that. Of course, we support everyone. Um, in a very limited way, we support everyone. We support their growth. And we got the little jumpy, the jumping, jumping jelly bean over here. Bless, man. See, we got new life here. You guys can't stop us. We popping out seeds. We planting seeds in this world. Hey, little buddy. That's the happy one. Yeah. Yeah, that's right. We're on stage. It's a party going on out here. The baby already knows what's up. Of course. And that's really what's going on. We're gonna get into some esoteric Hitlerism.
Esoteric Hitlerism, huh? Okay.
Esoteric Hitlerism. Yeah. Or actually, I put a very useful description to today's episode. If you guys want, I could just totally just run through this thing. I was gonna go into link between Christianity, Gnosticism, mythicism, astrotheology, the occult. Okay, wait. We'll explore the development of thinking machines, mass psychology, the link between transhumanism and the occult. Okay, let's start with that. We'll go with the Bina. Bina 42. We're talking about giving birth to new life here. And definitely, this was the project of Martine Rothblatt and his recreation, although they don't accept that this person was a man who became a female. But I hope that we are not perceived as hateful for pointing out that fact. But it is what it is. Obviously transhumanism does have a metaphor with evolution. And we were talking about some of the metaphor there. There's two sides to the transhumanist coin. One is evolution, and the other is technological growth and innovation. So for one, they assume progress, technological progress. They're starting out with technological progress as pretty much a presupposition, and linking to that, they're talking about the idea of evolution, or human beings merging with machines, or a new phase of evolution coming from human beings being linked with machines. Now, why am I explaining this in such a retarded way? The reason is because I'm just because it's an original concept that I've invented. For one, is because I'm just trying to parse this term, the terminology, of transhumanism, trans on the one end and humanism on the other end. Now, humanism has to do with the progress of humanity. This is a pseudo eschatology. Humanism presents a pseudo eschatology of progress. This is coming from different thinkers in history. One thinker would be Nicholas of Cusa, who invented the idea of coincidentia oppositorum. This idea of coincidentia oppositorum is what Hegel used to derive his Hegelian dialectic. This is to proceed through negation, ordo ab chaos, chaos and emergence, the two sides of the pole that we've been dwelling on. And this brings us to two sides of the pole, one chaos and one emergence, one Discordian and one accelerationist. These are two sides of the same coin, as we're pointing out. They're setting up a false dialectic. Well, when you have the coincidentia oppositorum on the one side, then you have the work of Joachim of Fiore on the other side. What did Joachim of Fiore posit. He posited 3 ages of history. The age of the Father, the age of the Son, and the age of the Holy Spirit, or something like that. So this is a progressive cycle, and it has to do with 2 forms of Protestant Christianity that were partly responsible for the Enlightenment thought, because they were partly responsible for the breakdown of the church. This would be the dispensationalists on the one end and the millenarianists on the other end. Now dispensationalism, and it also has to do in the occult with 2 other movements, which is perennialism on the one end and traditionalism on the other end. So while you need traditionalism as an outgrowth of perennialism, perennialism is somehow also opposed to traditionalism. In a sense, although it uses the perennial quote unquote tradition as its starting point, what its overall project is actually quite complex. Now, why am I trying to link all these things together? Is because 2 things are linked in this world. That's science and religion. Science or culture and technology, whichever way you want to have it. These 2 things that people consider to be separate are forming a new right, a new left. But this change is not new. It's a change that's been going on since the beginning of history. And what do I mean by that? Well, I mean these guys here. If I could get to this, these 2 guys, and if I can get to this, this is essentially, this here is this whole side is Aristotle, and this whole side is Plato. And essentially what's growing out here is this side is responsible for logic and empiricism, and this side is responsible for the theoretical abstract realm, art, philosophy, and math. Okay, so this side is logic and science. This side is the abstract knowledge. Okay. So what's growing out of that? The entire Western tradition. The entire Western tradition is growing out of Plato and Aristotle, folks. Okay, including including logical positivism on the top end of the Aristotelian framework, with the birth of the Mathematica Principia, with Bertrand Russell and Alfred North Whitehead. This is the symbolic language, symbolic logic that's used to program our computers. And here, Plato was an ardent member of the perennial tradition. Okay, he was an Orphic Pythagorean. He complains in he puts in the mouth of Socrates in the dialogue Meno that the person should have if the person knew what they were talking about, his interlocutor Socrates says he would know what Socrates was talking about if only he had participated in the Eleusinian mysteries and received the kaikion. The vision that Socrates is explaining is too mystical for this man to understand. And Socrates recommends that he actually participate in the Eleusinian mysteries to get a better idea of what he's talking about. And for this to happen in the middle, smack dab in the middle of a Platonic dialogue, is quite odd. Socrates is basically telling his interlocutor, you'd understand what I'm saying more if you just took a little mushrooms or something like that. Which is kind of strange.
Yeah. Now we still that's one of the ones we still don't know what the Eleusinian mysteries were, dude. We actually know what they consisted of. Like we do some mystery religions, but not the Orphic mysteries and not the Eleusinians ones, right? Am I wrong about that? Might be wrong about that.
Yes.
I think the Orphic
Yes.
ones I know we don't know, but I can't remember with the Eleusinian.
Yeah, I mean they have the spot roughly where they did the Eleusinian
Yeah.
mysteries, or they theorize it. Because I know when I went to Athens with Dr. Scribina, I pleaded to him to take me to the Eleusinian mysteries
Oh,
because
I
I
would
was
love
like,
to see that.
yeah, because I was like, because I was obsessed with like Dionysus and like, all
Yeah.
that stuff.
That's
You know,
real.
I was like, let's look at the occult nature of these things. You know, obviously Plato was a member of the occult. You know, and I wanted to find out more information about how he traveled to Egypt and learned all of these arcane doctrines, because the knowledge of Plato is not like the knowledge of the ancient Greeks. You know, you compare it to some of the other thinkers, you know, and you think, no, this is a synthesizing of knowledge, you know, that is a lot more radical, you know, in terms of it, in one sense, begins a whole Western philosophical tradition, you know, because of its sort of depth, you know, but then on the other end it seems strangely mystical. It seems like he's talking about ideas that seem religious in nature. He's talking about concepts of God, concepts of how you should run the state, things that you really can't talk about unless you're part of the elite. You know, if you're somebody like Socrates going around and talking about these things, well, they're going to put you to death. You know, but if you're somebody like Plato, whose mother was whose mother was married to a friend of the statesman Pericles, then you're part of the higher upper echelon of Athenian society. You know, you enter the liberal arts college of the Athenian society,
Right. Yeah.
you know, so to speak. You know, and that's kind of the people that we're dealing with, is people that bring the civilization to a halt because of their false ideals, because the educated class runs away with some of these abstract notions, you know, and that leads us to where we are today, you know, is that education is a dual-edged sword. People aren't willing to accept this. They think that more opinions, more rights, more freedom, more understanding, more knowledge has to go on the good side of every equation. It doesn't necessarily have to. The freedom of speech is the freedom to lie. Okay. Okay. This is exactly what it is. Okay. You know, and as Plato said, an excess of freedom is nothing more than an excess of slavery, tends towards nothing more than an excess of slavery. You know, he says this in Book 8 of the Republic when he critiques democratic rule. Plato was not a fan of democracy.
No,
He
he
support
wasn't.
yeah, yeah,
Even
yeah,
that's part of the reason that the founding fathers of America, they didn't create direct democracy. That's part of the reasons they created a republic in the first place.
yes, yes, and within that design, you know, he believed that philosophers, scientists should rule society. You know, somebody asked me, you know, my friend Neurojack asked me recently. He said, what do you think is the goal of all of these players in the game? You know, that are working on a mass stage. They're moving these, you know, ideological blocks, like parts of a pyramid that they're building. You know, and it's like this. You know, what is the goal here? You know, is it purely you know, to spread evil, or, you know, obviously nobody would, you know, partake in something like that, you know. So you know, you look around, you don't see people with evil in their heart. You know, I don't know who this person is. I hope that I don't have to shut down my stream because of this individual here, you know,
Oh no,
but
this is John from Discord. You talked to him. You said you wanted to talk to him. I told him to come by tonight.
oh my god, this is the Canuck serum
Yeah,
from
that's
the
him.
show the other night. Okay, my
Yeah,
friend. Yeah, what's
took Chris's
hey.
suggestion to because there's so many Johns. He said no J, so no
I
J.
said no, Jay.
Well, I'm willing. I was talking about transhumanism and the concept
You continue.
and
Let me
thinking
just.
machine. No, 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 no. It's fine. No, it's fine. Because this show has no particular direction, and but but yeah, but yeah, there has been recent events as well. So that do relate to the topic. See, that's what I'm saying. I can't find a topic that doesn't relate to my main subject area of study because it's so broad. I mean, you find things that are relevant, like something like the mysterious return of the Jews to Israel after 2,000 years, and you find that that window of historical analysis is ever, widening, and then, the widening gyre, in the words of William Butler Yeats, you know what I mean? But yeah, definitely there is a concerted shift in history that's making the last 2,000 years into a weekend type of, of analysis, because of the conflicts that are going on. And what
May
conflicts am I
I
referring to?
may
Of
I
course.
interject?
Of course. That's why you're here.
Um,
You're here to interject.
I would be very cautious about reading too much into that because
Of course.
our myths and our symbols and our foundational stories and our cultural reflection in a mirror that others often will hold up to us are critical vulnerable points for manipulation. So 2000, it doesn't matter. All we really need to know is that
Yeah,
I'm
and
not a communist, by the way.
of
Power
course.
and capital plus human nature means suffering for everyone who isn't dangerous enough to keep predators at bay. And here in the West, we've been disarmed. I'm not advocating for radical revolutionary violence or anything like that. All I'm merely saying is if someone doesn't fear you, they will not respect you unless they love you unconditionally.
Oh
You get that
yeah,
from your
that's one of the
parents, and that's about it.
Machiavelli's. That's one of the Machiavelli's.
If
That's
you're
base.
lucky, you
That
get
Yeah,
that
that's
from your parents, I
Machiavelli.
should say. If you're
Yeah,
lucky.
yeah, that's Machiavelli 101. Would you rather be feared or loved? Well, he said, well, men, fear by necessity and love by convenience. So there's no question about it. Fear is better than love. But
I
yeah,
don't know if I'd say better. I may say more effective at maintaining your boundaries.
of course, of course. Well, power is concerned with thumos, or as Plato put it, the concept of thumos is roughly translated as love of one's own. So you have to have borders, you have to have limitations, you have to have traditions, and you have to have rights for the young men in the society. Those rights have to consist of preparations for war, conduct for war, and also protection of the widows and the orphans and the poor people in the society.
Of course.
um, you know uh,
To a farmer with a herd of cattle, how many bulls does he need?
Is this a riddle?
No, no, no. How many
I
bulls
don't want to
do
get
you
the
need?
wrong
You
answer.
need mostly milk.
I feel like I'm reading
mo-
like Jethro, and
You don't need that
I'm
many
like
bulls
being
because
tested by Moses' dad here.
bulls are a pain in the ass to deal with. They're full of testosterone. You get them to stud and
Are
do their
you are
work,
you a
and then
farmer?
you put them down. No, 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 no. But men are the same way in almost every society. And right now, all around the world, and this is not an idea that I came up with. I learned it recently from someone. Now, please
Huh?
understand, I want to caveat this. The space we're in, and I hate that word now because of queer theory and this is a safe space, all that shit. The
Well,
era
this
we
is
are
a this is
in,
the
sadly,
this is the unsafe space. So
there are
you can say what
so
you want.
many
Yeah.
4chan
Yeah.
like hate filled hard R using trolls in this space. Some of them have keen perceptions, but they're so blinded by their own prejudices and lack of self critique that they sometimes the stink of that overpowers the smell of what they want to present to you, the beautiful aroma of the truths they may dig up. So All
Yeah.
across the world, there is a surplus male problem. How do you mitigate that problem? You get those motherfuckers to off each other, and then you profit from that destruction.
You think that's what's happening? You think that's a
That's an
done deal
element
about
of
it?
what's happening. There's
Oh
nothing new
yeah.
happening. There's absolutely nothing new
Oh
happening.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, and if you could, engage me for a minute here about
Sure.
Plato's the
Yes,
kind of
do
three
most.
levels of society, because I feel it's highly relevant what he says, and I think that the American government, it's a lot to do with how the American system was also organized, where he says that, on the bottom you'll have people who make money. They're basically the worker bees of society, and they may attain to a high level of financial success, but that's pretty much all they'll get from life until you get to a higher level, which is basically the police or the military wing of the society. And this has to be run through rights, through a system of close filters and checks. They have to come from the elite of the society, to prevent the tyranny of the majority. And this military class, they have to be specially chosen. And they're specially chosen by a group that is barely seen or heard, which is the philosopher kings. In our age, they would be philosopher scientists. Now, this is the ideological arm of the society. They simply filter down ideas and education, systems of education and control for the military class, so that they can rule over the people who are money makers, so to speak. And I do see this design of society here today, as well. You know,
Sorry, she's derailing things.
no, it's
You
no,
indulge
it's
that
perfect.
baby, please. Give her joy and laughs and cuddles.
She does. She's a very joyful kid. She just smiles all the
I'm
time.
glad.
She's
Yes,
very happy. She likes it when we're on stream. She likes just to see the people on the screen, and she like waves at them stuff. So
Machine lies. If I had my way, philosopher kings that were arrogant enough to say, I have the solution, would be the first motherfuckers, if I were writing a novel, to hang from gibbets.
powerful, my brother.
In a
Yeah, I think
novel,
Plato. I
in
think
a
Plato
fantasy book.
was, yes. I think Plato was deeply confused person. But I think that nonetheless, I think he made a fair point in terms of that ideas do seem to
Sure.
rule over military efforts, or I heard you say on the show the other day, and I guess if you want to start arguing,
No, I don't.
we could start with this concatenation called Judeo-Christian, because you had asserted that this is where sort of Western values emanate from, Judeo-Christian values. And I do want to talk about this concatenation, this term that is a concatenation. And of course, we're cycling around. We're talking about, because I was going to get into transhumanism, mass psychology, thinking machines, and all of that stuff. But I also want to touch on the modern issues that are here. That's why I open up this panel. So now, so let's just bring it out. There's been a recent conflict in the Middle East, you know, and this term Judeo-Christian, I guess I would like you to expound on this term, what it means to you, because I know it means many different things to many different people. I know Ben Shapiro, for example, uses this term. Um, you know, um,
May I ask something so we can and please forgive me. I'm a little tired and please don't mistake
oh, no worries, no
anything in
worries.
my
Yeah.
voice or
Oh
my
yeah. Yeah, I
for
tried to take like a 3-hour nap before this, and if you yell at me, it's perfectly fine.
oh
You can
no.
come back anytime,
I
even if you curse at
I'm
me.
so sorry, but
That's just how it works here.
I'm not going down the rabbit hole of getting lost in defining terms. If you genuinely and sincerely don't understand in a general
I knew you
sense
would say this.
what
I
I
knew you
mean
would
by
say.
Judeo-Christian values, we cannot have a meaningful conversation with each other at
I
present.
agree.
At
I
present,
agree. I agree. I agree. I agree.
all
And
right? It's a
we don't
fuzzy
have to.
axiom. Judeo the colors of the
Right.
rainbow. Well, Zergle isn't a color. Oh, it's a color I can see, so you don't know them. You know, look, if you don't understand Judeo-Christian values in the most fuzzy general sense, right? He who lives by the sword dies by the sword. That's pretty clear cut. Well, what if they don't have a sword? What if they have a hammer? You're not doing that genuinely, but some people do. So
Of course.
honestly, if anyone listening doesn't understand what a reasonable, well-intentioned, sincere, and authentic speaker says in the 21st century by Judeo-Christian values, let's talk about the weather. Can we move on from
No
that? Because
thanks.
it should be clear.
No thanks. Okay, okay. If it's too much for you to define the togetherness of these terms, how about just
It's not
one of
my
the terms?
place.
Just one of the terms. How about Judaism or Christianity? Either one
I,
or the
I,
other.
I don't play that kind of tennis. What they are very fuzzily, they of course they mean different things to different people. But if I tell you that people who have the medical disorder pica, right, they eat inanimate objects. To them, a pencil is food. Look, when I
Okay,
say food,
I,
I'm not talking
I
about people who
but
fucking eat
John,
rocks
I
and
think what
pencils,
he's
right?
asking is what that
So,
means to you. I don't think
oh,
he's
to
asking
me,
what. I think
I
he's asking
Yeah,
what it
apologize.
means to
I
you.
started
that'll
getting
be
hot.
fine. That'll be fine if
Um,
you just tell me what it means to you. That'll be fine. Because of course, like an ultimate definition. Yes, of course, that's way beyond our purview. You know,
by
but
and large,
yeah.
Judeo-Christian values. I think for me, in the Jewish tradition, the Old Testament, their older books, which I do not know well, I have not read them. I've not read all of the Bible. I have not read all of the Quran. But the Jewish
I have.
texts, of course, were based on much older oral traditions of lore keeping and such. So whoever had the authority to say, these are the official writings of our religion, like the Council of Nicaea for Christianity, I think at 325 AD, or I forget exactly, or maybe
That's right. That's
six.
exactly that's the exact correct year.
So
Excellent.
for me, Judeo-Christian values come down to the sanctity of the individual in this sense. This is also loosely Western values based out of the Greek tradition, because for those that may not know, and I don't mean this to insult anyone's religious faith, but Christ is a reinterpretation of Dionysus, and some of the Eleusinian mystery cult lore was folded into Christianity. Just like
Whoa.
Sol
See
Invictus
now
and
see now
Mithraism, there
I'll
are
have to
much,
stop you
much
there.
deeper levels there. So Judeo-Christian values to me mean essentially Western tradition of moral thought, uh, Western values of individualism, sacrifice, but most importantly, and something I don't do well enough for myself, the setting aside of a Bronze Age mentality of blood for blood and blood feud with the New Testament and the idea of forgiveness and moving forward. Now, of course, everyone is going to have parameters. I can't forgive X, Y, Z. But the idea that let's not return atrocity for atrocity so that we can build a future free of that destructive cycle. That is Moloch. And no one wants the egregore that is Moloch infesting their civilization. So Judeo Christian values are anti Moloch in my mind. Does that mean anything to you?
Um well, I guess I think your summation is correct. Oh, Hank's here. What's up, Hank? What's going on?
Did
What's
someone
going on,
summon Moloch?
Oh no.
Hank? So
Speak of the Moloch. There we go.
Yo, what's going on, Hank? Good to see you, brother. We don't got Cecil here yet. I hope Cecil comes through. I know he was in the chat yesterday. I'm pretty sure his name is American Patriot in the chat. But yeah. Also, Truth or Cop is on. You guys want to go watch Truth or Cop? You guys are welcome to do that. He's a good brother. I like his show as well. He's got a poll going here. Was Owen Benjamin planted in the truther community by Hollywood? I'm gonna have to go with a big time yes for that one.
I don't even know who that is. Who's Owen Benjamin?
He's like F-list, so he probably planted himself because Hollywood didn't want him there.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, that might be true. But
He
yeah,
was that stand up that kind of went alt right or something at some point. Is he the guy?
Correct.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, Cecil out here. He's just listening out here. Yeah, you're welcome to listen, brother, man. Thanks for checking in there, man. It's good to see that you're healthy and aware. But yeah, especially with everyone here. Peace to the chat. Bless you guys. Yeah, obvious plan, of course, Reddington. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it's unmistakable. Yeah, but yeah, going back to what you had said about Jesus being Dionysus, and and I do have to agree with you, and I appreciate that. You telling me that this is really getting into some weeds that you would not like to approach, or you would approach in a delicate fashion, which I think is appropriate. But in terms of Jesus being Dionysus, I just would have to say that I think that 90% of either Jewish or Christian historians would not see it that way. And I don't know if that has any relevance to you in particular. To many people, it has absolutely no relevance at all. And I understand where they're coming from, because history has a way of changing its historians have a way of changing their story, about what history seems to say, so their conclusions are, probabilistic at best. But to go into mythicism, well, I don't think that anybody would accept the concatenation of Judeo-Christian, especially, and then tie that with the Dionysian sort of cult.
Yeah.
Because especially not 90% of the historians, from what I've noticed, is this position called mythicism. It's actually it's blown out of the water. They actually say mythicism is completely irrelevant in talking about biblical
What happened to
history.
Galileo?
Oh, he was
Uh,
locked away for his
what
heliocentrism.
what happened
What
to
happened to
Galileo?
Galileo? What happened to
Uh,
Galileo, the historical figure? What was
he
the
got put on.
paradigm?
He got put on house arrest, and they cried about it.
What was the
they said, "Oh,
paradigm of
he was persecuted by the state."
what was the paradigm of the view of the world
He got
at
put
the
on house arrest,
flat
and
Earth?
and he lived a pretty comfortable rest of his life.
The Julian Assange of his time, huh?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, they brought him many Pamela Andersons. He just kept
There,
going.
there are incentives within the world of academia to not be the nail that sticks up lest you get hammered down and the grant money stops flowing. So I'm going to throw any invocation of experts out the window, only in the sense
Attaboy.
that
Oh, I agree with
only in
you.
the sense that without acknowledging the perverse incentive structures around published research and the age of censorship in which we live. Now, if you accept the fact that there's nothing new under the sun, the attempts at narrative control, narrative insertion, creation, and censorship that we experience here in the world today, it's not new. It's just the technology that's new. So we can't really,
I agree 100% with that
we
statement.
can't not
That's part of the
acknowledge that.
reason why I have this name and this moniker in this show. It's called The Machine Lies. It's exactly the point you just made. That
Oh yeah,
there's
well, I
nothing
gave
new.
him 120% then.
Yeah, there's nothing new under the sun. The only change is the technological world, especially. This is what we're experiencing. I 100% agree with that statement. I just had to say, yes, excellent. Yes.
Well, we can make new stuff up that we didn't have before. We actually have mathematical proof from the incomplete
course.
system that we make new stuff up.
But I mean,
But
is it
academia, you're right. In academia, if there's perverse incentives to maintain the status quo, we don't want to upset the apple cart too much. Well, I do, but they don't.
Well, I mean, but isn't to a degree math, philosophy, ideology, aren't these all kind of forms of technology?
Of course.
That is another good question, and it's one that's I often pose to the listeners of this show, to have an appropriate definition of technology. And this is why we move so slow in this show, defining things, or attempting to define things like transhumanism, Judeo-Christian values, and even what is technology. You know, I mean, this is a question that people seldom ask themselves. Looking in the mirror, yet the world they experience is mediated through the use of machines. They don't even dwell on the question. They know they have a better understanding what life is, what religion is, what love is. Even though the way they experience these things is through the medium of technology, they don't engage with technology. They take this for granted. It's important to ask, what the fuck is technology?
May I add a caveat to that?
Of course.
Before we had language, and especially before we had written language with which to communicate reliably into the future, right, to our descendants with. So before we had language, um, there were hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of thousands of years of proto-humans evolving, in many cases, into eventually what ended up being Homo sapiens. And as we are configured now in terms of our neurology and our biology, we've been pretty much in what we would consider a Homo sapiens form for a few 100,000 years, right? And most of that was not literate, right? Just last 5,000 years or so. Now, I don't know at what point in that past humans began using language. So, my point being, before we had words to name simple things with, that then allowed us to perceive and think about the world in new ways, that allowed us to create new words, to even imagine new things, we had instinct. So, yes, although we should work to try and reliably define technology with the tools we have available, we also shouldn't ignore the millions of years, and then specifically as humans, hundreds of thousands of years of instinct that have served us well. Your instincts are an evolutionary adaptation. So you know technology almost certainly in your gut before you can explain what it is intellectually. Explaining it intellectually is just kind of buffing the rough edges and skid marks and scratches out of your instincts. So that's my point.
Yes,
Sorry.
and
Instincts aren't that reliable. So I define technology, the process for detecting invariance of a universe, and that's via my doom bunker. So that's how I define technology.
process for detecting invariance of the universe. That's interesting definition, especially the definition that C.S. Peirce used for information, which he said that information is defined as a difference that makes a difference. You know, that will be,
Meta
and
difference.
yeah, meta difference, exactly. And that goes to the invention of semantics, of general semantics, which is one half of the coinage for the computing language.
Right.
You need general semantics, and he was one of the creators of semantics. And of course his theories are studied at Esalen Institute, where some of the new age concepts originated from. you know but you know so where am I going with that? Well, I think I was moving towards the definition of technology. And of course I have readily prepared definitions of technology, and this is when the conversation is getting extremely abstract at this at this stage. Yeah, but that's exactly where I like to have it. I lose viewers and listeners and stuff, but to me it doesn't matter as long as I'm getting more to the meat and bones of what I want to talk about. you know but you know and also the drama is fine. Anybody who wants to criticize or walk up here and tell me how I have all these emotional problems, you're welcome and free to do that as well.
Is that what they do, bro? They come over to tell you
Please don't
about your
invite the trolls.
shortcomings and
Please
emotional
don't invite the trolls.
problems.
They're energy vampires. We don't need none of that.
Oh, is
I
it
like it.
Just feed them to
yeah,
me. I'll eat
Joe's
them.
cool, man. Joe's cool.
I banned I banned well, I didn't ban, I timed out Toilable Earth. So Toilable Earth, if you're watching, waiting, hating, feel free to come up here or chat. I was only doing that because my wife was in the chat, and then he starts trying to talk to my wife, which I think is off limits. You can troll me, but don't troll my wife who has a mental illness, please. Thank you.
Oh, that sucks. That's lousy.
Yeah, it's lousy.
Right?
He's a lousy cat. But I can only imagine that it's coming from a equal deficiency in his own life, and I hope that God heals him of whatever that is. Because honestly, I wouldn't want the type of hatred that's really coming from some of the trolls that I've experienced to actually infect anyone on Earth.
Right.
Because people, and I'm gonna go over this, guys. I mean, I am tallying up the attacks. I've been attacked by 1, 2, 3, 4 different channels, and all in tandem with each other. So yeah, we're definitely gonna go over some of that. But
Yes, they're doing attacks, but you're not getting any damage. So please train up.
isn't that funny?
You're not damaging the machine. I think you have a type disadvantage or something.
Yeah, isn't that funny?
Teflon Don.
Yeah,
That's funny. That's funny. They made a 2-hour show and I lost 1 subscriber, and then I gained 2.
yeah. So just to run down this, if we go by Pokemon rules, poison doesn't do any damage to steel types. So just remember this, attackers.
Yeah.
Who rules? Pokemon
real.
rules. Who rules?
Pokemon. Yeah.
I play a lot of video games and shit. That was interesting to me. Steel attack doesn't affect whatever he said.
Yeah, poison doesn't do any damage to steel types. So I don't know if it's
Poison
same with Pokemon
attack.
rules, but for you are to remember that.
I got you. Poison doesn't damage steel.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's dope, bro.
And I got a little bit of, actually not a little bit. I'm not gonna lie. I got a lot of weed. That's just how I work. That's just how I do in life.
I wish
especially.
I could. It just makes me sick. I can't even smoke it.
No way.
I have a lot of coffee and green tea and mugwort and black tea.
Yeah, that's gonna have to go out of the window soon. Is all the weed and the coffee, because it's preventing me from having good sleep.
Yeah.
Just
you
sleep
some
whenever you
indica,
need to.
some low
It
indica.
doesn't matter.
Yeah, I need the indica
They
for
have
real.
some indicas that'll knock your ass out. Yeah. So with some of that
Right.
30+%, you'll be sleeping 20 minutes.
By sleep.
Yeah, that's
Just be
that's the
insomniac.
thing, is that ever since my wife left, I started dabbing that shit, because I was like, I need to just knock myself the fuck out. I can't sleep at all.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
then
yeah.
so then it just killed my fucking tolerance. So now I smoke.
Yeah.
Now I smoke weed like nothing happens. Like I just sit there, I fucking lay there in
Mhm.
bed. It's fucking terrible. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
I wish it would knock me out. It doesn't really knock me out. It just makes me anxious, because if it's the stuff they have these days is so strong, it like obliterates my ability to even remember how to use language. I don't even know how to like think
Yeah,
anymore.
tell me about
I
it.
have like panic attacks.
That's the shit I need, because I'm like,
No,
when
you can't
I'm,
sleep. You're laying there awake, just like having a panic attack. It's not fun.
my
You don't want
fucking
that.
mind is doing fucking glossolalia at like 3 a.m. Like I need
Yeah.
that fucking like I need opium. Like this is fucked up.
Yeah. Right.
I know
Yeah.
how to put you to
That's it.
sleep. Try getting Python. Try to program something. That'll put you to sleep pretty quickly.
Do some programming.
Yeah, try to do some programming. That'll put you to
Oh,
sleep.
Python program, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or JavaScript. It's probably more your style. JavaScript. That'll put you to sleep.
Read the Bible. Those fucking words are so small that'll put you to sleep.
Nah, it won't
Oh,
put you
that's
to
the
sleep.
shit
So much
that's the
knowledge
shit
there.
that keep me awake. That's
Yeah.
that's how I got into this mess of
Yeah,
no
that keep me
sleeping.
awake too.
That's how I
Reading
got
the
into
Bible.
this mess of no sleeping. Is I started reading the fucking Bible, got scared the shit out of myself.
Oh yeah, me too.
Yeah. Michael
Yeah,
Drosnin got a
terrified.
book called the Bible code, where he's an atheist and he's flying somewhere to prove the Bible wrong, and he comes out believing in God, the Bible code. That's a really good book. Changed your life, man. It changed his.
Yeah, I believe in God. I just refuse to worship him because I think he's an asshole.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which God you talking about, bro?
Yahweh, the Abrahamic God. I think he's an asshole.
One of the best
Like
things
that.
I ever heard in my life about the topic of God or anything, any creature like that is no God worthy of being worshipped would want to be worshipped.
I
That's
agree with that. I
logical,
agree
man.
with that. That's how the Allah of the Quran really rolls. He's like, yeah, I don't need your worship.
I've
I'm
always
like, that's
felt
Yeah.
badass. I'm
Are
like,
you
that's
I've
trying
dope.
to
always
be
That's
ironic? Are
actually
you
true.
trying to be ironic?
No,
Huh?
no.
Are you trying
The
to be
Quran
ironic?
says he doesn't want to be worshipped.
You're fucking with us,
Ironic in
right?
one sense. That's a point blank statement.
Pray 5 times a day, kill unbelievers, apostates face
Yeah,
the death
yeah,
penalty.
and yeah, that's
That
for
that
you. That's for
that
you.
that, that's someone who doesn't want to be worshipped. Come on, you can't.
Well,
You must be
got some
yanking the
points. He doesn't want to
chains.
be
That's for
worshipped.
you. Yeah, believe it or not, that's for you. I don't think God actually cares if you do those things. I really don't. I really don't. And I think that God in the Quran, at least, says it like thousands of times. He's like, I actually don't give a fuck if you follow me. He actually says like, the Muslims will be cursed if they don't follow Islam. Just like the Jews were cursed. Like it's just like, yeah, Allah really doesn't. I really don't think that God really cares. I don't think that God. First of all, I don't think that God could be a jealous God. You know, um,
Yeah. Yeah.
I think somebody who's in charge of everything, like what the fuck they got to be jealous about. You know what I mean? I really don't understand that aspect of things.
Yeah. I'm
And
with
I
him.
think that's
Then he wouldn't
yeah.
get pissed off. I'd make some drawings. So I should be able to draw whatever I want. He shouldn't get triggered from that.
I think apparently God said that we should stone somebody who chooses to do that. And if we don't want to fucking do that, then God is not gonna like rush to like punish people in this life, for that shit. He actually doesn't give a fuck like whether we do it or not. You know what I mean? I think it's just, you know, people who disobey God are led astray by their own disobedience. That's what Allah says in the Quran. It,
It's
it,
something
it doesn't make
similar in the
sense to me.
Bible too. Yeah.
Yeah, of course, of course. I
Actually,
don't
I'm
think.
sorry.
Yeah,
It's not in the Bible. It's one of the books that didn't make the Bible. I think it's the Book of Mary. There is no sin except the sin you make when you believe you fornicated, when you so and so. Mary went into that.
I personally don't believe in the concept of sin. But,
Sin's just like debt. So we just
Right.
make it up to get stuff.
I think
magically works.
my concept of worship, at least the way what I interpret from the Christian New Testament Bible, anyway, at least the books that I think count. I think the concept of worship for that, in my interpretation, which isn't not the literal one, is that worship is the act of doing what you were born to do. Since we were all made in God's image, we were meant to create. God's the creator, and therefore we were meant to create. If we create any kind of art, which in art is a very broad category. Conversation is art, anything. I think any of those things technically are
Right.
acts of worship. That's how I see it. I
Right.
don't really see
Chris?
worship
Yeah.
as a sacrificial type thing like we see it in.
Chris, does that include psychopaths?
Yeah.
I actually
Especially
don't know an answer to that.
psychopaths.
Yeah. So,
You
I
know
mean, I
what?
guess you're saying-
That's one of
I
the
guess
best answers I've ever heard because even I don't know the fucking answer to it. But my instincts tell me probably not. So
Probably not. Yeah.
I think a lot of I
worship
think
God by
like
doing what your
David
nature
Wood,
I think
commands you to
sin-
do,
he's a
not for a
psychopath.
psychopath.
like
What's the
like what do you guys
psychopath
think?
in the
What do you guys think is more real, sin or psychopaths?
The answer is
Psychopaths.
yes.
I would say sin.
Really?
He said answers.
I don't know. I don't know. No, it's
Here's
hard
an
to.
example of a sin to be absolutely cruel.
Yeah, well, that's
Chris is
way
holding
easier to
an
identify than a
absolute
psychopath.
bundle of joy, a nascent human being, a mind still being formed, Now imagine what we already know some human beings do to life like that. Imagine the stories you've heard. Now imagine that. That's your definition right there of sin.
That's the definition of a psychopath as well.
Not really.
But essentially, loss of innocence is what you're describing.
No, I'm talking about horrific child abuse.
Oh,
That, if anything, under
Well,
this
that would
the
be
sun,
that might
rises to
epitomize
that
sin.
level of sin.
That
Yeah.
might epitomize
a-
sin. But would you say that that's the like wouldn't that be like the ultimate sin, or I'm just talking about like
No,
what do you guys think is like the entry level sin, like the lowest
no, no.
shit that you could fucking like? What's
I
the
was
lowest shit you could
addressing
do that's evil?
I was
drinking
addressing an
water,
earlier
since
point
it's the
about whether or
ultimate
not sin
gateway
existed.
chemical.
I
Right,
don't think
no.
that's
Water's
in
the ultimate
question.
gateway.
I was talking about a higher concept of sin, though. To be fair, John, I wasn't talking about
I'm sorry.
the more immediate sense. But no, that's fine. I didn't define it, so you're very right to make that point. I wasn't talking about sin in terms of like a murder or something like that. I meant more like the philosophical concept of sin that you see in the Bible, in the sense that all men are created fallen and must be. I don't think I think the form of sin in that sense is as Joe said. I think you said that the sin was debt, or was it Hank that said that? One of the two you said that, but
Yeah,
yeah, I do think of sin as debt, and I do think that is one thing that the New Testament Christian concept it does actually address. It's one of the few things it does. So
Yeah,
Maybe
remember, debt is money.
sin may be a word we use today that other cultures may use a word concept like atrocity for. Right?
I
We all
was
know
hoping that
atrocity exists.
I was hoping that this would happen and that Talcott would come join the panel so that he could tell us because here's somebody who is going to give a clear answer to this question about
Oh yeah,
about what sin is. I have absolute confidence in Brother Talcott to deliver us a clear answer of what sin is. What is sin to you, Brother Talcott? And I don't mean to put you on the spot, but I have confidence in your answer here. For sure.
Hey, respect and thank you. I resonate with the definition of sin as to miss the mark. And then it begs the question, what is the mark? Well, the mark is God. What is God? God is perfection expressed through truth and love. So to sin is to step away from that which is true or that which is love.
All right, give me some everyday examples. Stepping away from God, truth, and love. Everyday examples, just so I can grasp it. I think I know what you're saying, but
well, it is in line with the 10 Commandments, the do no harm,
do no harm,
and express love. I actually think it's easier than what we've been led to believe.
Yeah,
I can see that. Yeah, I mean,
There was a book a
like,
few years ago titled "Everything I Need to Know I Learned in Kindergarten." It can be that simple in some cases, right?
No,
That's what
this
Sorry,
case
that's
is a
what
little
we
bit.
tell ourselves.
It's a little
Sorry.
bit more complex, right? For example,
Yes.
do no harm. You may have to harm a motherfucker from time to time. It can get as complex as you want to allow it, I guess.
Yeah, they may have it coming to them.
They may be
I
trying to
think the
break into your
principle of
crib or hurt
do
your
no
wife.
harm, do no harm. I think doesn't include elements of self-preservation, because the greater harm in that case, and it can't be reduced only to a single criterion, what does the greater harm, but the harm to yourself is also harm, right? So do no harm.
Yes.
The alligator's coming to bite your foot off, you poke it in the eye with a stick. Oh, you harm. No, you take care of yourself first, right? Survival instinct that trumps it, right?
Agreed,
So do no harm. It's a simple example, but here you're at a convenience store. You throw a $10 bill down for your purchases, and the clerk makes change as if you gave them a $20 bill. Now, do you pocket that difference?
Yeah.
Go, fuck that motherfucker, that sucker? Or do you think, well, maybe they're going to get in trouble, maybe they really need this job, what if they get fired? Then no, I'm going to tell the guy, you made change wrong, here you go. That's a really micro S level sin, right? According to what
I dig it.
Calvin.
I dig it. I dig it. Yeah.
What
I
if I
like
could take it further and give him the part he would pay me back to him directly as a tip? Would I be sending more or less?
neither.
I like this definition by Mitch. Separation from nature, synthesis. Damn, that's deep, Mitch. That shit
But
is
that's absurd.
there's a deep thinker right here among the audience, and his name is Mitch. Yeah, bless.
If you're nature by definition, how do you separate from nature? That makes no sense to me.
Well, I
We
think he's referring to the concept of the fall as well. It's yeah.
here's the other part.
Assuming an omniscient, omnipotent God, anything that happens, it has been approved by him. Otherwise, it wouldn't happen. So I don't see any possibility of separating from nature.
Yeah, possible. Yeah.
That
Mm.
was dope, bro. You went heavy on me. I thought it was obvious at first, but now you done went deep. I gotta take off my thinking cap.
Okay, can you agree that we can separate from that which is natural?
Negative.
So,
Hmm.
do you think the way humanity is living right now is natural? It is.
Yes, or we couldn't even do it at all.
You mean no, but
Well,
by natural, I think you're confusing natural with possible. Because
well,
yes,
no,
it's
no. I
possible
think,
to live
dude.
this way, but like, is it optimal to live this way? I think is what Jack is kind of pointing
Well,
to.
we would have to sample more universes to know that.
Oh yeah, of course, and that's I think that we do need to explore those different
Well,
universes. We need to put that on the table.
I forgot dude's name, but I think sin is necessary. You need light and dark in order to emphasize the light. You need bad to emphasize the good. So in that sense, it's natural in the sense that he's talking about, and in the sense Jack is right too. In the sense Jack is talking about, he's saying what's natural in the sense of harm nobody. If you feel that that's natural, then it is, and you step outside of that and become some psychopath, raping, robbing, and killing motherfuckers, you stepped outside of nature the way Jack is, because you're trying to balance yourself. That's outside of balance. But it's all nature.
It's amazing. Life. It really is. This is the fundamental key that I found for myself. Life is only now. Right? So if I want to stay without sin, I got to pay attention to what I'm doing right now and
So
stay truthful and stay loving. And then I don't have any guilt, and then I feel good. And I think that's the way the Christed being was showing us how to live.
But the Christ inflicts justice too. He whipped the money changers because they're ripping people off.
Let's do that. Let's confront the money changers. That's exactly what I want to do. I think that would be so fun to experience in this lifetime. Confronting the corruption of the government and the banking industry, exposing it all, and transforming the world.
Yeah, so instead of occupying Wall Street this time, let's just shut it down. Let's just turn it off.
Man,
I think yeah. No, I
May
just want to
I
say that
interject
you
a
got cut
moment?
off there, Chris, because I think your mic is a little low.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just
Yeah.
said that Christ said he came with a sword. I was just.
Oh, okay. Okay, yeah, go ahead, brother Talcott.
If I may, before I even jumped on here, I want to offer my gratitude. You guys were having some wonderful conversations, and I saw some comments too since I've been here. These are the conversations humanity needs to be having. Not
Thank
needs to, we get to. So thank you for hosting this. And no, Jade, dude, I was loving how you were presenting yourself.
Yes, he's an erudite brother for sure, and I'm glad that he joined the panel upon request, especially. I called and he came running, so I definitely appreciate that. No, Jay, man, bless you, man.
You know, the knock on this community that I'm hearing lately, if this is the truth of community, I could be fucking wrong about that. And I'm starting to believe this shit. There's too much fucking talk. I'm getting tired of the talk and no action. Right? There's a time to plan, but at some time you got to hit the fucking battlefield. Shit. Yes, there's a time for conversation. This is the conversation this is the habit. But I swear, I don't know. Where's the fucking warriors at, man? Where's the motherfucker that what's the
Joe
fucking
Cool.
rubber to the fucking
Can I
road?
expand on that?
Yeah.
Can I expand on that a bit?
Of course, yeah.
I'm with you in spirit. However, there's early stages we haven't yet done yet. For example, most human beings in the West don't understand what usury is, and they don't
Yeah,
understand where money in our civilization comes from.
right.
And it would be far more effective for us not to go to, you know, the battlefield of physicality, for example, but to
Yeah,
get people interested in holding their elected leaders in where they can elect them accountable, like genuinely accountable through transparency and through kind of like in those weird movies where someone has a secure house and they want to find the vulnerability, so they pay a thief to get in, right?
yeah,
Through
yeah.
outsourcing exploits for perverse incentives in our power, the authorities in which we vest lethal power, police and military. But we're not
We
doing
do
that.
that.
That should be our
No, no, no,
first
no, no. That's
battlefield.
all we do. That's exactly what we do. Is we talk about it, we discuss it, and enlighten motherfuckers. Simultaneously, someone must actually do the act. Someone must make the call, do the FOIA request, knock on the door.
Right,
Someone must
right,
do the
right, right.
physicality. No one
Mhm,
discusses
mhm,
that.
mhm.
Nobody.
I misunderstood you. I thought you were like not calling for violence, but like kind of expressing a bit of frustration. Like,
God
I want the
no. God
satisfaction
no.
of knocking heads in because I really, really, really want that. But I also know
Yeah,
what it will cost me in the long
yeah.
run. And the, there's a wonderful quote from a science fiction novel called Dune. It says, "There is no escape. We pay for the violence of our ancestors."
I
And
love
Oh
Dune.
man,
that is
who wrote that again? That
Dune.
is a
it's a science
notable
fiction
piece.
novel.
Yes, it's a
It's
notable
one
piece of
moment,
fiction.
please.
Yes, yeah, we need to find out who wrote this because this is a notable work in science fiction that
Frank
Yeah,
we should
Herbert
probably.
is the author.
Frank
Yes,
Herbert.
Um,
we have to make reference to that because that is an excellent piece of literature. If
so this is why I don't want to see, like, there's no way, unfortunately, like you guys were talking about Israel area, there's no way out of what's happening there. It is Bronze Age blood feud backed by global finance and energy players with interests that are not yours or mine. We can talk about it to try and understand what's going on there, but it's not our fight. All we can do is get hurt and make things better. Like, oops, I didn't know if I did that, I'd make things worse. We need to stay the hell out of that. But
I
unfortunately, like
totally
Joe Cool
disagree.
was saying,
I see.
Yeah.
we do not have control of our own governments anymore.
That's the problem.
So, what do we do
Uh,
to fix that? I do know an answer. I think is fantastic. I read it from a fellow on Twitter, but I'm going to save that for much later on if it's asked in the proper context, not as a
that's
challenge,
the
but I mean if
secret.
it
That's the
feels
secret
natural.
plan
It's
of the
not a secret
Freemasons
plan.
that no jail has is privy to.
it,
It's
it,
beautiful, but unfortunately impractical because of the tribalism being agitated in us, and that is our great vulnerability, our preponderance or our predisposition to tribalism.
I think the way we do it is the most basic level I can think of, but one of the most basic levels is to come with claims of how we've been injured by these people and uh,
Yeah,
disobey.
let's start there. What is the
Please wait. Please wait.
organization?
Please wait. I can save everyone some time. There's another quote from the novel Dune.
Okay.
Padishah Emperor, Emperor of the known universe, instructs this: control the coinage and the courts,
Yes,
let the rabble have the rest.
yes,
Work
right.
that out.
What was the first thing with the courts?
Control the coinage, the money in the
coinage.
civilization, the
Ah,
coinage,
Yeah.
and the courts.
and the
Let the
courts.
rabble have the rest. Let them have all their DEI parades. Let them
Ah,
have
that kind of
Let
sounds
them
their
like
have
the
the
control
yeah,
the
that sounds like
courts.
Nathaniel Mayer Rothschild. He
Rabble.
said
Yes.
the banks and the
Yes.
newspapers, and then let them have the rest. Let the rabble have the rest. He said I care not who the leaders are if I control the banks and the newspapers.
yeah.
Please allow me to stop gap something that often happens in talks like this.
Oh yeah, I know
Crime,
I know the name Rothschilds is
the crime
triggering.
of usury, the civilizational crime of usury is an expression of human nature, not of an ethnic group, a creed, a color, a geographic bounded population, nothing like that.
Except
It
for
is
Of
them
the
course. No,
Jews,
no,
though,
I
expression.
was just
right?
quoting. Yeah,
Except for
no,
So
the
I was just
Jews,
quoting
right?
anyone
one
that
man,
They
and
was
buys
real
into
and
the
tough
yeah.
with
idea
it.
of, oh, it's
Uh,
the Jews, it's the Jews,
kidding. I
you're
was
Oh
kidding.
no,
falling
no,
for a
no,
booby
no,
trap. You're falling
no.
for a booby
I'm
trap.
far from claiming any such
Not
thing.
you.
I've dealt with all sorts of people
Listeners,
who
listeners, watchers, viewers.
hateful espousers of different religious values, extremist religious values. I've dealt with all stripes of those on the show here.
Yeah.
So definitely there's nobody barred from the communication. Obviously my wife is a Jew. She's not a religious Jew, but she's ethnically Jewish, certainly. So I
Yeah.
don't have hatred towards Jewish people to any extent,
Can I
but
clarify?
oh yeah, of
I,
course.
my point was meant for any young men, specifically young men, or not
Oh, they're
specifically,
here.
but
They're here.
young.
You're talking directly to them right now.
But what I
There's
mean
many
is for
people who
anyone
hate Jews
listening, if
that are
anyone
listening to
tries
this
to
show.
sell you on any one ethnic group or religion or creed as being the one, they
Yeah.
either haven't thought it through well enough or they're not mature enough yet to really have that kind of conversation
Or
because
they're
they don't
not smart enough
recognize
yet. I agree.
I,
there
I
is no
don't know.
one
I don't
ethnic
know
group. But young
if
men,
you have a
it's easy today to fall into the tribalism of left and right
Yes,
and
black
then
and
spin
white,
off into white supremacism.
what
American
about just
versus
following the
everyone else.
traditions of your parents? What's wrong with that?
Fuck that. My parents were slaves,
Right.
bro. My parents are don't look
Mine
whitey in the
too. Screw
eye,
that.
right? Don't look the white man in the eye. Fuck following their traditions,
We
bro.
I
we live
agree.
we live in a world where the deceived have raised the confused, and we are amongst the confused today. I think maybe we are some who have awakened from the confusion, or perhaps didn't step too deeply into it. But I think in the future, I mean, what you guys were talking about, the common problem is the money changers. And that's not just a national issue. That's not just an ethnic issue. That is a worldwide global issue right now. And I think the way to confront the money changers is through the corruption of the authority system.
Yeah, exactly. So how I make my approaches is like this is a general strategy I have. So first I work within the system to get the change I want. And if the system doesn't work for me, then I know enough about the system to do my hack and just implement what I need on my own and get away with it. So there's a bunch of money that's tied to corporations called gift cards
Yeah,
that we could use. That's really hard to track.
I hear you. I can
I
buy
don't know
my
what the
weed.
second step is, but we could use gift cards.
Oh, I found a hilarious video where this guy visits this tech conference where they're trading in bitcoins, and everybody's like not trying to talk about how they're money laundering, how they're using the bitcoins for like illegal money laundering services.
Right, right.
It's hilarious. But there's a lot of piracy, especially with the invention of digital currency. Perhaps those are systems in which one could mask your transactions at an exceeding rate, what you're buying, what you're selling, and even create artificial products, artificial needs and services. You know,
It
so
sucks,
that is
but
one of the things. Yeah.
that may become very important skill soon, masking your transactions and that type of thing. It sucks, but we may have to indulge in those things, man. Because
Yeah,
if we
that's
Oh,
a
man.
skill
follow
really hard to
what they
track.
got planned, we'll be tracked to no fucking end. Every purchase, every position, if we follow what they got planned.
I wonder what happens if you buy mushrooms online. Has anybody ever tried this? I'm gonna try it soon. I see. I wonder if the cops will show up to my house and arrest me. But yeah, I
You're in
doubt that will
Canada. You're
happen.
good to
I
go.
heard from a friend that you could easily buy the spores and it'd be legal, but
Yeah,
they
I just
probably
don't
have to
have
You
have
the
can get that in
energy.
Detroit.
Yeah, I don't have the energy to farm these motherfuckers.
Yeah, it gets kind of complex. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just I don't have like the energy to learn a new skill while I'm
Everybody
writing.
I
But
know
somebody is
does it. Jeff, I think
somebody's
that's you with
echoing.
the echoes. Yeah,
You guys hear
I'll
that?
be on mute.
Is it me?
I think
Yes.
so. Yeah, before you came. Yeah, it's better now.
Yes, you,
Yeah.
Where's
Jeff.
Yeah.
mine?
You got your YouTube open, Jeff?
No. I can
Yeah,
switch to
no,
my headphones though.
no, no. Jeff was muted. I think it's. Yeah, I
Is
don't
it
hear it
me?
anymore. It's
Go
fine.
ahead.
Yeah, it's fine.
Is check check check? It's
Yeah,
still
it's
there.
still happening. It's still happening. I don't know.
Is it
Now
me?
It
mute
is
Jeff.
you, Jeff. It is
Check check
absolutely
check.
you.
Yes, Jeff. Check check
When there's
check.
this
Yeah.
many boxes, it becomes almost impossible to
Confused.
see who the
It's
fuck is
Jeff.
doing it. Oh God.
It started
Yeah.
happening right when Jeff came on. It's Jeff.
I noticed it.
No, I didn't. Yeah, but Jeff's muted right now. How could that be
The
possible?
it
Because
was
it's
not
not
doing it
echoing in
now
just a
while he's
second
muted.
because Jeff is muted.
Right. Check check
Oh,
check. See, it's good now. The Israeli thing, man. You guys talked about it already. I'd like to listen to your opinions, but I'll throw my 2 cents in there. I think that the Ukraine shit and this shit being back to back is part of the plan. I
yeah. Look
think
at.
that go ahead.
Yeah. Oh
I
no.
think
Oh no. I was just gonna point out that it's the same as 100 years ago when you have the Bolshevik Revolution and then the establishment of the Balfour Declaration, where you
I
have.
know
Yeah.
I don't know about the Declaration and a little bit about the Bolshevik Revolution. But
Yeah.
I think that that's what it was about. They surrounded fucking Russia and then put Ukraine into place. So Russia would have to jump off of a ledge and get into a fight with them because they were the last country not surrounding them, part of the UN. And this right here, you get some ragtag Hamas motherfuckers in pickup trucks. And fucking Israel declares war and starts dropping civilian fucking apartment complexes and shit. No one says a thing. In fact, the U.S. jumps in and backs them. The people like us, regular people, we got no fucking dog in that fight. I'd rather you leave them people alone. You torment them enough as it is. But you know, this looks like every Middle Eastern country is gonna jump in because they finally get their shot at Israel. They've been waiting on it. Then we got to jump in and protect them. Then the other guys who don't like us get to jump in. This shit can get twisted.
Hey, Joe, technically we do have a dog in the fight. It's called a pension fund. If you have one.
Okay. I have no pension.
It's called what?
Me
I
neither.
sold drugs all my life up to about 5 years
Pension
ago.
fund.
Yeah, I just want to show you guys these 3 events that happened 100 years ago, and I think that they were pretty notable events in terms of what we're discussing today, and I think they have a high degree of relevance. You know, first would be this October Revolution, you know, that took place in Russia. You know, and this is the overthrow of the czars in Russia.
I remember this.
So it says it happened 1917 to 1923. So I want you guys to just note that happened on that year. And then we have this here is the Balfour Declaration. Now I'm going to read this out for you guys because a lot of people have not taken a look at this before. But this is in 1917 as well. The same year, 1917. The same damn year, 1917. You know, you get a letter. Foreign Office, November 2nd, 1917. Dear Lord Rothschild, I have much pleasure in conveying to you on behalf of His Majesty's government the following declaration of sympathy with Jewish Zionist aspirations, which has been submitted to and approved by the cabinets His Majesty's government view with the favor the establishment in Palestine of a national home for the Jewish people and will use their best endeavors to facilitate the achievement of this object, it being clearly understood that nothing shall be done which may prejudice the civil and religious rights of existing non-Jewish communities in Palestine or the rights of political status enjoyed by Jews in any other country. I should be grateful if you would bring this declaration to the knowledge of the Zionist Federation. So that is the Balfour Declaration. And then you have this right here. And this is another notable event that happened in 1917, which is the development of the theory of relativity by Albert Einstein.
Yeah.
And basically what this leads to is the development of nuclear bombs, which is a notable change in the world powers. But yeah, this is only 100 years ago. I think the map of the world, the shape of world events was forever changed by these three instances. One, the spread of communism. B, the establishment of Israel as a national home for the Jews after 2,000 years. And also the development of science and technology, which is hitherto unforeseen, causing destruction, capabilities of destruction, existential threats on humanity itself, of which the world had never seen before. Technological prowess that is led to the establishment of a world system. Anyways,
No, it was damn near impossible before the technology came through. It would have been very fucking difficult. Now, the world is shrinking because you can move trillions of dollars around in fucking one building in one morning.
May I pose a question?
of course.
This ties into the three important events you're tying to 1917. What happened in the United States in the year 1913? Does anyone know? Lots
1913.
of things, but a really important thing happened.
Oh, we made a new bank. Yes.
The Federal Reserve.
Exactly.
Correct.
Yes. Yeah. I almost put that up as a fourth thing that happened.
That's Godzilla compared to Three Little Mice. I mean,
well. I think that some of those events are linked.
100%.
Especially I think the Rothschild thing is linked with the central bank thing because of the Kuhn Loeb financial institution that was responsible for establishing it.
Let's just call them a major stakeholder in that venture. Not the only stakeholder,
of
but
course,
a major stakeholder in that venture.
Yeah. So I think that is in tandem with the other thing and the Balfour Declaration I'm referring to. But I think ultimately the theory of relativity arguably is as big of a discovery as the Federal Reserve, I think, because I think it's just the psychological aspect, the psychological impact of such a theory. I think is profound. I think most people, I think most people in 1917 they didn't even know what the Federal Reserve was, nor did they care. It was just people moving papers and money around, and they thought it was for the benefit of everyone. It was just politicians doing things, and they were trying to stop a Great Depression or something like that, and I think many of the public didn't know about Keynesian economics or the Marshall Plan or any of these types of instances. Keynes, especially, his theories were vastly innovative. I mean, in the beginning of the 19th century, these theories of the Cambridge Apostles. I mean, you could take your pick which one you want to be the world changer. I mean, I think the development
Let's
of
go with the
symbolic
last one.
logic. Yeah.
The bomb. You're talking about psychological warfare. At that time, we thought that everybody was damn near equal. Russia was equal to so and so, and everybody could fight so and so in a world war. That made you a player. If you didn't have that, you're not even a player. And that changed the fucking world. Anyone who had that now suddenly becomes a player in a game that other people don't have access to.
Yeah, that's the thing is that I come from a country named Pakistan, and it's not and everybody in Pakistan is poor as fuck. We don't have
Right.
any food. We don't have any infrastructure or systems, but we have the top line of weapons. It's like
Nuclear
poor
weapons,
people with
Pakistan.
fucking with like extremely efficient weapons. So
Right.
that is the craziest thing, is that we're actually top of the world, or one of the top in the world in
Yeah.
terms of science and technology, but it does not bring us the top wealth in the world.
Right.
It's
Right.
just a defense. So if you are proficient at self-defense or offense,
Yeah.
even, I mean, it
Yeah.
doesn't translate to a flourishing of culture or
Yeah.
or the health of a society in any degree.
North Korea is a great example of that. They are considered a
Yeah.
worthy opponent, this, that, and the opposite, and they don't even have electricity for most of the
Yeah,
fucking
we're
country.
and Pakistan is the one who sold them nuclear weapons, by the way.
Interesting.
So yeah,
Check
so
that out.
Pakistan
Thank you. Thank you,
is fucked up in it.
Pakistan. Thank you for
Yeah, Pakistan's fucked up.
Can
Yeah,
I can I throw something out to
of
compare
course.
North Korea to us? North Korea, right? Some of them that live there must be able to see through the cult of personality and bullshit, but they
Of
can't
course.
break out of that. Do you think most North Koreans know that they're slaves? They probably
No,
don't.
no,
Do most Americans know they're slaves? No.
no.
The
Okay,
the
yeah,
the guy the
I'm
guy
preaching
in the
to the choir
prison.
here. So
Yeah,
thank
the
you,
guy in
Joe
the
Cool. Thank you, Joe Cool.
yeah, exactly, exactly. You're talking to radicals here, but yeah,
Thing
yeah.
is,
Go ahead.
we have to find who the Sonderkommando are,
Yeah.
right? The Sonderkommando. A World War II reference to Jews within concentration camps that worked for the Nazi guards, right?
Ooh.
Right?
Mm.
It's human nature. I'd probably do it. You'd probably do
Yes,
it.
we
Like,
would. We would.
they wouldn't break me under waterboarding, motherfucker. Sure they
Mm-mm.
would. They'd break you. Would you be a
Get the
Sonderkommando? I'd never do that. Of course you would. If you were starving, and who knows what you'd do.
I
It's
don't know.
and it,
I'm not.
the way
it's
they
I'm
the
probably one
Jews
now.
who are
the
the
Jews
financial Sonderkommando in our society? How do we
Pardon me.
exert pressure on them to move the Overton window of the level of abuse with which we will tolerate being
the
treated?
first problem is that they're gonna be under mindset that they're doing us a favor. They would have been tricked by those other guys. I'm thinking of always the ones they put in command of whether it be the jail, the ghettos, and the Nazi and Jewish ghettos and stuff. They pick their own, and they tell them to get them all in line, and they're in the belief that they're helping them. I'm sure that they didn't know that they're leading them to tighter quarters and then eventually onto the trains, but it was always some elder leading them there. So, in the way you put it, how do we find those guys? It'll be the guy that is in the guise of a friend. We have to realize that if he won't appear as an enemy, he'll be look like us and all of that shit.
It's literally me. I'm literally a corporate trainer, so I fit the description.
It's literally you.
Absolutely.
Oh, the trolls are here. Troll alert. And should we batten down the hatches? I mean,
But
dude, come
toilet
on the
troll?
There's
panel.
no point in putting up a defense. Still have a worthwhile attack.
Come on the
Pardon me.
panel.
Pardon me.
Talcott
Pardon me.
already Talcott already embarrassed the entire Get Chalked Up panel yesterday when they tried to call him a communist without knowing what resource-based economy is.
We've already lost
total
against the trolls. We've acknowledged them.
total stooges and buffoons at that panel, attempting to humiliate what they don't quite
I'll take
understand,
a
and then
one, Nanny.
humiliating themselves in the process. It was hilarious to watch them do it to themselves again. But definitely tinfoil straitjacket. If you could put on a straight face and defend your viewpoints, I'd like to see you try. But yeah, man, I think you're a clown. But yeah, go ahead. No, Jay, I didn't mean to cut you off. I'm sorry. Just dealing with show business there. But yeah.
We've already lost against the trolls because you've acknowledged them and engaged with them.
That was
So
dope.
it's literally a waste of time.
All right,
I
here's
would love to
another.
talk and chat with you guys, but not while
Yeah,
we're interacting with trolls. So
Of
I'll
course,
stick
of
around
course.
for a few more minutes, and if it's responding to troll ass comments, and I don't have time for that. Okay, I want to spend
I
time with
I
people like
completely
you,
understand.
not the
I completely
cocksuckers in the
understand.
comments. So
I
the bad
Yeah.
completely
ones. So
understand.
fuck them.
Definitely,
Yeah.
Don't acknowledge them,
they
please.
are cocksuckers. I agree. Yeah,
I
yeah,
love it.
yeah. Let's yeah.
Yeah.
Well. With that, I'll let you guide the conversation. No, Jay. You know, it's all you. It's all you, man. You know.
Okay. Um, have any one of you been able to convince a friend or family member to really find out or learn what money is in our society? And if you
Not
haven't,
even
why not?
not even close. I've tried my people are really bad, man. They just like yeah, hey, if it's on CNN, I don't know. I just watch the news. That's the deal. They don't understand simple concepts. I don't know what to tell. And I've been trying, right? You don't know, but I've been trying.
My friends and family
Yes,
stopped talking to me, so no.
yes, I have.
You've been successful?
Same here.
Yeah, I have. I've been successful.
I have as well, but not often. It's on one hand, maybe 4 or 5 people, maybe. Um,
It's challenging.
Yeah. I'm surprised I can't get my family. I tried, getting I don't know, believing, I don't know, everything. God, in some cases, I got some that, not fans of that. The authority bullshit and that shit. The weed shit, since I sold weed for most of my fucking life and got into it with my family. Then weed became legal in Chicago. I've argued that fucking argument.
Oh,
The
it's
Yo,
legal in
let's
fucking,
start some
Chicago.
the
infographics. Start
jab.
some
Yeah, I live in
infographics. That works for
Chicago.
me. Get LibreOffice
Yo,
Draw, make some infographics.
yo, I didn't know weed is legal in Chicago. Now I'm about to take a train ride there tomorrow and just smoke a
Yes,
blunt
listen,
on
bring
Michigan
your weed.
Avenue. Just smoke a big blunt, fat
Br-
blunt
br-
next to Michigan. Yeah, hell
you
yeah.
can't. You can only do it in certain areas in Chicago.
Oh
Uh,
shit.
yes, and the shit is super expensive, like twice as expensive as it is everywhere else. So I suggest you
Oh,
bring your fucking
yeah,
weed.
I'll
Either
bring my
that or call
Detroit
me,
weed.
and
Yeah.
we'll get it off the street. You call me, we'll get off the street.
Oh shit! Me and Joe Cool about to be smoking soon.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what's up. Yeah, that would be a blessing for real. Yeah, yeah,
Yes.
man. Yeah.
how about Gen X Jeff? Have you been able to convince anyone to learn about how money works in our civilization?
I am still trying to figure it out myself, so probably
Ah!
not. I'm gonna watch that video that you sent. Hey, Cascadian, by the way.
Where's the video?
No, I have no clue, but I'm financially illiterate.
There's no
I suggested a video, a 1996 documentary, and it looks
Oh,
dated.
okay,
It's called The Money Masters.
okay,
It's 3.5 hours long.
Holy
nice.
fuck.
Break it up,
Thank you for
but
that. Yeah.
it will.
Here, I have it up. You want me to put it in the chat?
It is essential viewing for anyone that wants to understand our civilization. Anyone that the
Yes.
West trades with or touches, and the underlying principles of the money masters exist across time and space. It is an expression of uh, human interaction with both power and capital. And again, those are
Whoa.
buzzwords. I'm
This
not a
sounds
communist. We have
this sounds
helicopters
deep.
for communists.
Yes, I do. I do have this book. I don't know if it'll make reference to, but I do have this book here, which is the fundamentals of capitalism, right here, with the two treatises of government by John Locke. So I don't know if you've read that one, but that is also a fundamental book in
Excellent.
proto-capitalism.
Yeah, I
When
don't
you
think Marx was that bad as long as you also read Adam Smith and Max Weber.
Yeah,
Or
Adam
Marcus
Smith
Weber.
and John Locke, those are two top guys in capitalist, proto-capitalist theory. Definitely, if you want to understand politics in the world today, you have to read those two
Yeah.
Damn.
works. You know, I
I
think.
Here's the thing about Marx. He called every system of economic socialism. So this is weird.
I'm not so sure it's not if that's not what it is. All of these things seem to be some type of amalgamation of all the others. One may be dominant, but they all borrow from the other systems. He's not out on a limb with that one.
everyone copies off of the other guy's test if they can, right? Not everyone,
Yeah.
but a lot of people do.
Uh,
Yeah, I definitely helped lots of people cheat in school, but I should have been worried about my own grades. I think that's what's
The
going on. Yeah, I'm too nice, but yeah, people take advantage of me my whole life, but it doesn't really mean anything at this moment. I've done what I've done. I have no regrets, so it really doesn't matter.
Hey, the truth is, machine learns that will be the course the rest of your life. If you're nice,
Yeah, real.
people, yeah, get used to it, bro. That's how it goes when you're a good guy,
Well,
bro.
yeah, well, it's all, it's fair game. I don't ask questions when I do those things. I know I'm not,
Exactly,
it doesn't have to be reciprocal. I understand that when I'm
exactly.
wrong. Yeah.
Now
So
you'll be comfortable. Exactly.
exactly.
Now
Yeah.
you're fine with it,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah. I'm fine. I'm fine with it.
Are you ready
No
for
big
the
loss.
next challenge, the next level of the challenge? This
That
one I
Oh
have
is
not
yeah.
completed.
I mean,
Bring it.
I've,
Have
yeah, I
any of you
mean,
managed to convince someone that masks in the context of community spread of aerosol based infectious diseases in humans, I'm not going to name any of them, um,
we can't even
do not.
attempt to broach
Oh,
the subject here.
okay. Okay.
Yeah, but I see where you're going with that, and
That's the next level
I
of
acknowledge
challenge,
your,
is to
yeah, I
convince
acknowledge
someone to look
your,
at evidence, right?
oh yeah, I acknowledge your level of critical thinking, and I commend you for it, but
I
unfortunately, it's
uh,
not allowed.
I
And
yield the
yeah.
mic to Gen X Jeff, if I may. I pass the
Oh
torch for him.
yeah, he needs to talk. Gen X
Oh,
Jeff.
I don't have much to say about COVID. I mean, I masked
No,
myself,
no, no,
but
no.
we
You,
talked
uh,
about it on
the
my
floor is
stream the
yours.
other day. Does that mean it's
Oh
going to
yeah.
get struck?
we were
Hopefully
trying.
No,
not.
it's not
Hopefully
fair.
not. As long as you
We
tiptoe
did put a
around the issue, but
disclaimer
yeah.
saying we're just amateur idiots and don't listen to us.
Yeah, I'm an
Yeah.
amateur. I'm not a doctor. Please don't. This show is not responsible for giving medical advice, etc., to the end of
Here, here.
time.
And
And
Yeah.
also,
I don't
all
think
hail
I'll be
Lord
able to make
Fauci.
sense.
All hail Lord Fauci. All hail Lord Fauci.
And I don't make money for bringing you guys philosophy, history, topics of about our personal relations where we correspond with issues about Federal Reserve and the problems in the Middle East and stuff. I don't make money for any of this. I just do this as a community service, and I don't expect to make any money of it. So so to the people who run this median on YouTube, please give me some of that good Jewish money so I can please, continue my endeavors. I will teach your children for free. I will do what I have to. Please,
That'd be
understand
good.
that I'm not against anyone. I just take sources, I present them. I'm a questioner of many things. I taught these kids for free. I hope little Jewish children and little Muslim children are listening to hear me talk about Aristotle and Plato and the foundations of Western thought and all of these things. Please give me some of that money so I can, have some money. It's nice to have money, guys. I
You
like
just want to
money.
truck of youth, don't you?
I'm extremely broke at the time.
You philosopher. How dare you?
I hear that.
Yeah. Yeah, bless. And I know it's been claimed that I'm being supported by others, family or otherwise. Well, I'm not. Unfortunately, very little support is coming. I'd like some of my dad's money, more of it. Thank you, Dad. I'd like because he's a doctor. He's very successful. But he doesn't believe in what I'm doing. Unfortunately, so but I'd like to have support from my family and friends and my wife. My wife, please support me. I don't know where she's not supporting me either. Nobody is caring about what I'm doing here other than the 43 viewers. Whoop-de-doo. Yeah, yeah.
Trust there's a reason and a purpose for you for that. That's what I've convinced myself. There's a reason, there's a purpose for the isolation that some of us go through at different times, and I think it's to strengthen us.
Right.
I
And
disagree. I think it happens for no reason.
Damn.
Well, you can take purpose from it though, and meaning from it.
I dig it.
Yeah.
Like
well,
Jack's saying, even if it's not intentionally to strengthen, you can still get strengthened from it.
Confucius is not a day when I walk with man, woman, or child that they are not my teacher. You know, you can learn from an idiot or drunk, or you can take something away, a lesson from anything.
Beautiful. Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes, I think that's a very wise statement. I 100% agree with that.
And life brings us what we need when we need it. I've been learning to trust in that. Chris, I want to thank you. That little delight you held bouncing on your leg. Holy crap, man. I know I don't speak alone. That is the life that we live for, right?
Yeah, I agree.
Care for that, to nurture that. Thank you for sharing that light.
Solomon at
Yeah,
the
that's
end
the
of
reason I had to go silent
Ecclesiastes.
for a minute. I had to go put her to sleep. But yeah, she was getting fussy and tired. Babies
King
can only be awake for so long. So
King Solomon said the best in the book of Ecclesiastes at the end, best time, a purest time, a moment a man has during this life is coming home from an honest day's work to a loving family. I thought that was interesting. And you know,
Yeah,
he
I like
fucked
that.
everybody, he got drunk, he got rich, he did all of that. And he said the best moment you can have in this life is coming home from an honest day's work to a loving family.
Mm.
it's a very good sentiment.
Yes.
It's something I have been able to experience in my lifetime. I can't work currently, but if I could, I would be doing that though.
Yeah,
So yeah,
yeah,
And this was one of the things because I was always getting pissed off at how much lack of support I have, and then voicing it to my friend in a text message, and then one day he said, and this was my friend Mark Sumter, who I never saw get angry ever in my
yeah,
life. I
yeah,
never saw him get angry once.
yeah,
He was a young dude going to church in Ypsilanti. He went to a Pentecostal church because he's black, and so they were dancing and stuff in the church. When I went to his church, they were
yeah,
dancing and singing. I
yeah.
never seen anything like that before. His parents were dancing and singing like it was a party on the day on his funeral. I'd never seen so much joy in people celebrating life on the day that somebody dies. I couldn't believe it. I had to cry. I
Oh,
had to
I
really
dig it.
reach in and find that the beauty that they saw in this experience, because I saw no beauty in his death. I was like, this is no way possible for me to reconcile this man's death with anything good that's going on in the world.
Right.
And I went over to his dad and I said, I'm reading Proverbs to help get me through, this dark time. And, I know you're a man who studies the Bible and all that stuff. And I said, and he said, it says, in Solomon, lean not on your own understanding. So
Right.
I went and showed him my Bible, and I said, I just underlined that line, and he sent me, and he couldn't believe it, but we had a crazy conversation. I had a crazy conversation with my best friend's dad for the first time when
Yeah,
he died,
yeah.
and he sent me this quote. He said, it's this Proverbs 16:32. He said, he who is slow to anger is better than a warrior, and he who controls his temper is better than one who captures a city.
Dope.
Crazy shit, and I
Wait,
was
wait,
like,
wait. You say your friend got mad. I didn't want to leave that part. You say your friend got angry at you one time or something?
well, he didn't get angry, but he saw my anger and he told me not to get angry. And
Okay.
he's like, it's not a form of self mastery to let rage consume you.
Yeah,
And he said,
yeah,
it's better to master yourself than let rage get the best of you. I
yeah.
just love that line, that he who controls his temper is greater than he who captures a city.
I
That's
think
right.
I think you say all that shit started because you were complaining about the lack of support you were getting.
Yeah, can't you just borrow
Yes.
one of her push-up bras or something? That would give you some support.
God.
I think that's what me and Jack fall out. The only time I think we get into it is around that area when I feel like he's asking us for support. I don't know why it triggers me to no fucking end. I'm a fan of put your head down, do the fucking work, and shut the fuck up. The more you complain, the weaker you look. People will come to you if you fucking get your message right. Concern yourself on the work. When you produce a product, people will come to it. Stop chasing motherfuckers. It's a bad look. I hate when my friends be like, listen, like and sub and go to my other channel on my Patreon and my third backup channel. Oh my God. What the
I'm
And
fuck?
with
that
Joe.
goes, yeah, and that goes to one of the issues, main issues, is that there's tribalism. Yes, as NoJ said, tribalism is an issue, and it's an issue that is dealt with in Islam as being a form of ignorance or jahiliyyah,
I dig it. I
because
dig it.
yeah, because the Arab tribes were they were infested with this kind of thing, tribalism, that
Yeah.
that the Prophet of Islam had to kind of uproot this singular notion of tribalism that they had. But then there's another notion in our modern age, and there's these two dual notions in our modern age that we've found a replacement for tribalism, and they're equally destructive. and I
Mm.
think that and I think that these two are individualism on the one end, and then on the other end, collectivism. And I
Yeah.
think that
Collectivism,
both,
yes.
yeah, both
Individualism,
of
no.
these notions are well, we got to get into it because I think both of these
I know,
are
and I
two
gotta go
sides
watch
of
Big Brother.
two sides of the same coin, essentially, in my opinion.
Yeah.
We're isolated yet interconnected, so
But
we feel that we're individuals. We're interconnected, so we feel we're part of a collective, yet we feel not having a personal stake in what's going on. So
Chris
these are
and I
all,
have talked before about the difference between a collective and a community, and I
yeah,
think community is
yes,
an answer, not collectivism. So,
Yeah.
like
yeah.
in a community of individuals is
Well,
possible.
the main instance there is size and technique, because because a community is essentially smaller than a
Yeah, I
collective,
don't think it
and then
scales up.
and then a collective is formed by techniques. Whereas a community is formed by organic forms of interaction and trust, and
Yes, yes.
local
It's almost,
needs, essentially.
it's
And
almost
you
like the
don't
difference.
have to compromise your individuality to be in a community. The community can form organically around strong individualities.
Be yourself, come to you. Yeah.
It's a little bit like the difference between ideology and philosophy. A little bit.
Oh yeah, yeah.
You mean a code of personality, Jeff?
No, I mean the opposite of
He's
that.
like, no.
Not community. A community isn't a cult. It's organic, it's collaborative, it's emergent.
I think I looked up the definition of a cult one day, and a key word in there was negative so and so. You could have something that looks like a cult, but if there's no negative effects, apparently it's just church. If there's a negative effect, it's a cult.
Well, I want Brother Talcott to come in on this. For sure. You know.
Collective versus community.
Well, there was a lot of thoughts, and my mind went back and forth on some of this about the tribalism. It is a natural part of what's within us, almost an instinct to
Agree.
tribe up.
Yeah.
But then you mentioned community and the connections, and a community really is the connection. It's the relationships. And so what I think has been dividing our community and our relationship, our connection, it's the money. Money creates a separation between the producer and the consumer. And then you get all these middlemen making profit off of it along the way. And it's created so many reasons to separate. But anyway, with the tribalism, what if we expand the idea of a tribe? But then there is limits to what a tribe is. But what if we look at ourselves as one community of people here on this planet, plane, whatever you want to call it?
A collective, I think, is
So
what
here's
Because
the
the human
problem.
brain
Here's the
doesn't work
problem,
that
Jack.
way.
Here's the problem. If you
The
got
Dunbar
rid of
method.
money, trading becomes getting stuff can become even harder. The Soviet Union found this out the hard way.
If you get rid of money, what will become harder?
Getting the stuff you need to live will
Okay.
become much harder without the money. The
Yeah,
Soviet Union
but
tried it, and the results were not good. They lost a
May I interject a
World War.
moment to help clarify something important?
yo,
Getting rid of money isn't going to help anyone. Getting rid of who can create money and
Amen.
affect its cycles of inflation and deflation is
The
what needs to be
control.
governed. So money itself
Amen.
or currency is just a medium of exchange of value. Cowrie shells, paper notes, gold coins, whatnot. So money is an essential tool of civilization as we enjoy it. Like Hank is saying, it facilitates trade. Easy trade facilitates you wanting to profit by investing in your work and skills so that you can trade more easily. And more easy
right.
trades, you do more business. So
I
it's
can drive to the
controlling
next town
who
and buy
creates
some
the money
goods.
and who can
Yeah.
charge usury or what role usury plays in a civilization, right? None of us really think about that because, well, why don't we think about that?
I think about that usury shit all the time, man. That's
At the
a good.
population level, why don't we think about that? All math is hard.
Right. It's
Agreed.
confusing.
Agreed.
You got to leave it to the experts. They'll tell you what that dollar is worth. Hey,
They'll
and
tell you.
actually, those were some fair points on the value of currency, the value of money, and I think that may be the solution to address the usury, the delusions of profit from interest or interest from profit, whatever. It's all a shell game. But if the people took if we gained control over the government, over the citizens and how they're actually performing their duties, if we had more oversight of the government and the government actually took control of the issuance of the money, we wouldn't have this fractal reserve wage slave system where money is being put into the communities based solely on profit and greed.
You
It's
think
not
if the
for
government
community.
took over, that would end?
If there was proper oversight, if there was
Yeah.
transparency in governance, if we
Yeah.
stopped playing this game of authority,
So
It
it's
has
two things.
happened already successfully in history. The documentary The Money Masters has 2 chapters on that, one that took place in American history and one that recently took place in the Channel Islands of Great Britain, specifically the island of Guernsey. They needed to undertake significant civil infrastructure spending. So they created their own currency out of thin air. I don't know what they called it, Guernsey dollars. And they've incentivized people to accept it by telling them you can
Yeah, we need
use
to
this
get the
to pay
machine
your
coin.
property taxes with and your other taxes with. So it was like community dollars, neighborhood dollars. So yes, fix the money, fix the world. It's possible. It's been done in history. The Money Masters goes into detail about that.
Well, I'm going
Yeah.
to be watching it tomorrow.
So
While
there's a couple
while
of
I'm
leverage points you
extremely
can use to get some leverage right now. So since credit is the same thing as money, we can just use the megacorps against the government by using store credit creatively. So at least we can get arrest some of the power back. And the second thing is that, well, we can see what stuff's being bought with the money. They can't hide that well. So we can, if we needed to, we can reverse. We can alter them by just saying who's selling what to who.
Well, I just want to point out that that this is essentially one of the main tenets of the type of change that I would like to see in the society. That means that I don't think that people are the problem. I think essentially one of the main problems is I think most people are good natured. I think the problem is the expectations that are put on them, tying up heavy burdens for others to wear. And of course, this is a society that's run by hypocrisy, the main instance of which is seen in the economic and the technological aspect of the society, which is not dealing with the human input, but only the system itself. And I can't stress this point enough. And I think that without sounding too much like a liberal, I would like to say that the system is a real problem. The system is independent of human direction to a certain extent, and that we all
100%.
need to take a hard look at that. At what's going on and take quality control
Yeah.
back for the local communities. And I don't know what the way forward is. I'm skeptical of any solutions proposed, such as the ones in the Money Masters documentary, but I haven't seen the documentary. It could have all the solutions I'm looking for. So without summarily dismissing something that I don't understand, I will go ahead and study it first.
We
Taking
could do
the
a watch party on it tomorrow
yes,
if y'all
yeah,
want.
yeah,
Speaking
because
of
of
watch
course,
party, I have to disappear for an
yeah.
hour to go
All right.
watch Big Brother,
Alright.
but I will come back when that's over.
No
You
worries.
don't have
Alright.
DVR, Jeff? Oh, come on,
No, I
man.
He's
don't.
got to watch it live. He's got to watch it live. Otherwise, it's like sports games. You can't watch those recorded. You might find
Yeah.
out the score afterwards. Or something.
So I'll check
It's
back in
survived
an
by
hour.
NFL Network. Come on.
Keep it going though. This is good. Take
Yeah,
care.
bless your
All
heart,
right,
Jeff.
bro.
Yeah, thank you for joining us, and I hope you're thoroughly entertained by that.
I hope
This
his
show.
wife is making him watch it or something, because damn.
Well, I'm pretty sure Gen X Jeff does not have a
Have
wife.
a wife.
but,
He doesn't have a wife.
we're not going to talk about that right now. but yeah, I'm pretty sure he's not. He's not the wife
We are
type.
all
But
Gen X Jeff to someone else. We like what we like, so long as it isn't
yeah, exactly.
He
Yeah,
likes
man.
Survivor and Big
transgressionary,
Brother.
right?
It's fine.
Yeah, I
Yes.
think well I'll tell you what makes Jeff very uncomfortable. If I want Jeff to be uncomfortable, I'll start playing these ASMR videos with these girls with these big bazungas, doing ASMR.
That shit does get pretty uncomfortable. You're right. It really does.
Yeah, this is the only thing that helps me sleep after my wife left is these bazungas giving me ASMR.
Right. Yeah, that's what it is.
You
Just
know
trying
what?
to get to sleep. Yeah, I hear you.
I've always used the term bazongas myself. It was
Yeah,
the O
yeah.
sound in it, though. I love it. She
Yeah,
got some big,
let me look up this.
bazongas.
Yeah,
Right?
yeah, this white cat lady, man, she's got some big ones. Let me see. And it's always I don't
Ben
know why, but
Shapiro's sister.
she's okay, but I really like white girls, not Jewish girls, even though my wife is Jewish. I love Jewish. I mean, she's mixed with European, but
The Jews are white.
yeah, for me, yeah, she is a white Jew, but yeah, I would, yeah, I mean, I like white girls. I'm sorry about that. God, but if ever since I came to this country, I like white girls. I've always liked blonde-haired, blue-eyed girls for some reason. It's just it's just something in my genes. I don't know what it is. I am a brown skin Rico Suave looking motherfucker, according to one white cop lady. But you know,
I don't think
yeah,
I discriminate, man. I really don't, man. I prefer ass and thighs. My woman is white with blonde hair and blue eyes. She ain't got neither, and I love her endlessly.
yeah. I remember there was a lady cop in Texas, and I said, you know what? Are you gonna do a full body search on me? Because I would really enjoy that, And she said, this Rico Suave looking motherfucker is asking me to frisk him. And I was like, damn.
She beat the shit out of you? 'Cause I haven't, some of the female cops I've met around here would have beaten the shit out of you for that.
That's not one of the times that the police beat the shit out of me, but they have beat the shit out of me before, and I did deserve it that one time. Because I was not willing to get arrested at that moment. I guess I was resisting arrest. But really I was having a nervous breakdown of sorts. But yeah, they did beat me into a bloody pulp before shoving me into the back of the police car. Yeah, it was
The
fun
police
time.
loved me.
Yeah.
I was able to get out of all the traffic tickets I fought.
Very good.
Yeah.
I have gotten every one of my traffic tickets. I've never gotten out of any of them.
Did you
I'm
fight
fighting.
them on court?
Well, I was guilty in all those cases. So.
It doesn't matter. They don't show up, they lose.
Yeah, I did fight one of them, and the cop totally showed up. So, yeah.
Yeah, I'm fighting 3 charges in Texas. I hate those fucking cops.
Oh, this is the ASMR thing again.
Oh yeah.
Oh my.
These bazungas.
Welcome.
It's weird when you can't see their face to me, though. That just like that makes me even more uncomfortable.
Yeah, as if it ain't weird enough. It makes me uncomfortable.
It is a mild.
But like somebody gonna jump scare me.
Yeah, something like that.
Stay here in the
Yeah, this one is a little triggering because of the pumpkin. She's got a witchy vibe going on. She's got kind of a witchy vibe going on. But there's also
keep it on.
Yeah. Yeah, there's also Reiki with Anna. This one, man, this is a pretty girl right here. I don't know what the deal is with her, but yeah, she's got some serious bazungas, some
There's
sandbags,
a Dutch
as
lady
JG said.
named
Yep.
Ava of Lardingerbroek. You might enjoy the appearance of. She's
Yeah, this chicken burrito's not doing anything for me. That looks like straight up dog food, But yeah, look at this.
It probably is no Taco Bell.
Yeah, she can read the dictionary and I'll listen. We got no sound, by the way.
Goals, really focusing on our dreams so that we can then activate our solar plexus. Really activate.
I like how she put her hands on her solar plexus. That means a lot to me.
To make that willpower so we can chase those dreams.
I have
Or
to
rather
ask.
prepare ourselves.
Can you imagine what she would sound like when she was lustily and angrily nagging you? God. We annoy women in ways too. I mean, we don't.
And I think it's a wonderful pairing for our mindfulness practice.
I want in my ear saying dirty shit, man. That's what I want to hear.
If she went into nagging mode, I swear to God, she would never stop.
What if she only nagged in whispers too? Would that be?
Oh, God.
No, I can't. I got no tolerance for nagging. Zero tolerance for nagging.
This is one of my favorite blends of essential oils, and this is with an aura mist, some water that I
That would get into your head, and you'd hear it while you're taking a shit or working at the office. It would creep you into just.
There's also this girl. She's not ASMR, but I don't know. I just find this girl very cute, and I don't know why she. I don't know why. It's just like my wife's gone. I just watch these videos with these fucking sluts. I don't understand. And like I guess because I don't. I guess because I don't like porn and stuff. But I would
about
like
to ask you about Pornhub.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
When my wife is gone.
Yeah, I don't mess with that stuff. Okay. I think that could damage your psyche permanently. Watching that type of shit.
That's
made
very
me
wise.
tougher.
That shit's damaged, bro.
This girl is very cute, though. She's very cute.
Lesbian.
I think I've come across her videos before.
Yes, like she just explains things in a very like oh shit, this stupid fucking ad. But yeah. Oh my god, there's even naked women in the commercials. See what they're trying to do to us?
Yes, I
Oh
do.
no, I'm so I've lost
Shocked.
my script. Someone
Yeah,
say
yeah,
another
yeah.
script.
So shocked. Take that away. I can't watch it.
Yeah, like I don't yeah, like I
All
don't
of
know
that
why.
nudity. My virgin eyes can't stand all of that nudity.
I guess it's mainly like the way she explains things in a smart way. It's like I'm having a conversation with somebody, but I'm not. Yeah. So yeah, her watching her videos is a little bit therapeutic too. She was
Meanwhile, your perception of each other is fucked. You've got the people you both are inside your heads and what you can accurately decode of yourselves. Then it's your analysis of their maybe, or maybe he just doesn't know what the fuck you're talking about, and you have to.
damn, what a cutie. But yeah, I left her a comment. I said I saw this video on my TV YouTube. An interesting video, an intelligent presentation, a gorgeous female presenter. I have to say I was entertained.
What is a TV
That's what I said to her. Hopefully she hits me up.
What is a TV YouTube? I don't know what you mean.
Yeah, I don't know if my wife's coming back, guys, but if she doesn't come back, um, man, I'm gonna be sad for a long time. But after that, yeah, some of these women, these days, I think they're all witches. It's kind of strange. Like what is going on? There's like a
That's
witchy
just
vibe.
that would that would just. So I like witches, so that's too good to be true. So I don't believe it.
Yeah. Yeah, could be.
I don't know. I know what you mean. Whenever me and my wife, well, my wife is going through what she went through, so we talked about before. Yeah, like she was when she was in psychosis, didn't she acted very hateful towards me because she didn't know who I was anymore, and yeah, during that time period, I had to start like thinking about like like moving on without her and stuff like that, and I have to say the prospect of dating again was one of the most terrifying things I've ever faced in my life. I don't envy anybody going into that space these days.
Here.
It's a very it people narcissism has taken over alongside mental illness, and it's just really bad, man. I mean, it's
I can't put that up, JG. They literally said it was porn. But yeah, I would put it. I don't think it's porn. It is a very tasteful looking woman, but I just can't put them up. And sorry to Sarah. I know that was a very slutty round there. And please go ahead and jump on the panel if you're not doing anything, Sarah, because the conversations are getting slowed down here. Thank you very much.
Yeah, the project thing is so hard that I'm actually going to have a call Orly Stewart just for get advice. So
yeah,
it's
I,
not it wasn't porn, but it was from porn. I think that's why people were saying that. So
yes, yeah.
well, if it's not the pornographic part, then it's fine.
yeah, you don't want to show it anyway. I mean, the link's right there in chat if anybody wants to look at it.
Yeah, I don't want to dissuade our female listeners. But yeah, go ahead, Jack.
It may have been totally off topic thought, but I was just trying to consider the balance between controlling and allowing, particularly in relationships, right? Maybe that, admittedly, TML, that's where my where this came from. The balance between controlling and allowing. I think that's leading, right? And we're here as men to lead, neither control those around us, but neither allow people to harm themselves or each other.
Yeah, that's a brilliant thought. I really like how you put that. Control and allow. Yes. Yes, definitely. That is a top stage of manhood. Somebody that, and also it goes to something that the Tao Te Ching recommends, in terms of knowing the strength of a man, but keeping the care of a woman. So it seems like we have to combine both of these ways, and I often say that too, that God allows me to have the softness of heart to serve those who are his friends, but also have the hardness to go challenge those who are his enemies. Definitely. But yeah, you know.
Just for clarification, do women care more or care less?
I'm not sure what you mean.
Do women care more or care less? I don't.
In regards to what?
Well, I think in terms
Yeah.
of in terms of in terms of the Tao Te Ching, it shows the woman as the epitome of care, because a woman creates without possessing. And so it says that I think that essentially goes to the heart of what Brother Talcott is saying, that we don't want to control people, because the control is an illusion, but we want to allow certain behaviors which we want to proliferate in them, that encourage their health. And yeah, that is a beautiful way to put it, definitely.
I saw somebody. There was a YouTube thing that came to my feed the other day. That it was this. There was a woman talking about the concept of ownership in relationships, and how ownership is much different than control, and how when a man has ownership of his girlfriend, his wife or whatever, it's about him like caring for her as much as he cares about himself. He can't own something unless he cares about it on that level, the same way you own a child, the same way a lot of men will take care of their car or something like that. They'll fuss about every little detail of the car and stuff like that, because they really feel ownership of that car. And she was saying that that in her opinion, what women are really seeking is a man that really will take ownership of them, but they confuse that concept with control, and that's the reason why you get so much of the kind of the high, like this kind of like this what do you call it? I know my brain is
I see
blanking
you
on me.
also watch Teal Swan.
Oh, it's Teal
Yeah,
Swan. Yes, that's what it was. Teal
I
Swan.
was
Yeah,
just gonna mention that. I thought this was a Teal Swan video,
it is a Teal
recently
Swan thing. Yeah.
recommended on my feed as well. So I think that
Weird.
they're promoting Teal Swan then, you know what I mean, to the masses for
But
whatever
yeah,
reason.
that's exactly what I saw. I couldn't remember her name. I'd never seen it before. First time I'd ever come across it was like
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm
good
sure
look
that
on
she
that,
lies in
Hank.
my YouTube feed gets her all the
Yeah,
time.
I
yeah,
like
yeah.
her. I like some of her stuff.
Yeah, let me see if I could find this video I saw. It was something about how the man needs to contain the woman, or provide a containment or something like that, or
well, it's
that
about
she has to feel
protection
protected.
though.
Yeah,
Yeah, she
protected.
complains.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Yeah, exactly. And I find that a lot. Definitely one of the main problems, since I've been so honest about my relationship. Because this is a public affair that I'm engaged in. I put myself naked out here for people, as naked as I can be, without removing my clothes. Yeah, definitely. I try to put the thing out there that I try to control my wife. The reason is because of her illness, and
right.
this blew up in my face. Although I wanted to protect her, it was a factor, because she has this illness and she has these erratic fits of paranoid delusions. I had to try to control her actions, and then yeah, of course that blew up in my face, because it seemed as if I was trying to impose control where I didn't have it. And that does come off as a sign of weakness ultimately. But even though it's a rare situation, and I understand that, but my ability to try to control situations that I actually had no control over, instead of just offering protection, offering guidance or protection or what have you, and then allowing that to go where it might. Well, I could put myself out there as somebody. I know I've done enough in terms of my personal relationship to show that I can be a protector, but ultimately it's not up to me, yeah.
That's true. But I don't, just from what it sounds like, it doesn't sound like you're really trying to control her in that negative sense. You're trying to protect her. You're trying to keep her because the illness. Look, I went through the same thing. Okay, me and you, we have like a brother like bond like that. I feel because we
Yeah,
experienced
yeah,
the
similar
same thing.
stories. Yeah,
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 and like I'm just saying like I I really resisted trying to be too controlling for a long time before I understood what was happening because I was trying to let my wife. I thought at first she just started hating me. I thought I didn't understand what was going on in her head because the illness that it is, that schizophrenia is, it completely perverts everyone's their perception of reality. And so, I didn't know that was happening at first, though. I had no idea. She had never had. I've been with this woman for close to 20 years now. Well, at least 16 anyway, 17. And so, and she had never had any issues until 3 years ago. So it just wasn't something I even had in my wheelhouse to expect. But eventually, once I knew that she was having in psychosis and stuff like that, yeah, I had to to try to keep her kind of contained somewhat because of the fact that if any time I fell on that, I failed at that, and she left the house or something, those times she ended up in the hospital. I mean, it wasn't yeah, I mean, it was a bad situation. I don't think that's being controlling in that sense, man. I think
yeah.
that is
I
doing
need
the best
to.
we can to protect the people we love. That's all we're doing. Because
Yes.
if they can't think clearly, they don't know what reality is. Like, what else can they do? I mean, what are they going to do in a hospital? I mean, are they going to feel like the hospital's being controlling when they won't let them go outside and stuff like that? I mean, it's the same thing. It's not the same thing at all. It's not someone being controlling in an emotional way. It's not like we don't want
Yeah,
them to make their own choices. It's that we know they're having issues and someone has to help them. So,
yeah, and
and it should be us.
with the type of condition that they have, they do go to the mental hospital and complain that they're trying to control them there. So
Yeah.
it's like what? It's like, yeah, it's like so it's like that it wasn't you personally, but yeah, yeah, I hear you. I need to go back and listen to this part of this podcast again so I can get some tips on how to run my own life. But thank you for the reminders, everyone. Bless you guys. And obviously, this is why I do this, and I hope that other people found value in this as well. I wouldn't expose my personal information if I didn't think that it would have some value for others. I know I've been heavily criticized for doing so,
Yeah.
and so has Brother Talcott. But the thing is that we're trying to have a public conversation, and we're trying to create personal relationships here. So I don't think it's weird, at any level.
Can I,
Yeah, and since we put it out there, well, we can't be blackmailed with it now.
Yeah, 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 for sure.
hey, can I
Yeah,
point an observation I had regarding relationships? Lesson learned from mistakes. I think maybe with us men, we get in this idea we've got to fix. And I think the more I'm growing, I really think our purpose is to provide a safe space and to lead those around us to greater things.
Yeah. I think that's a very good way to look at it myself.
Please don't.
What? Oh, I know he did that to me the other day too.
Chris, your audio is real soft, brother.
I'm
Is there a
sorry.
way to turn you up?
Yeah, I can turn it up some. Whenever I'm not speaking, like this mic picks up a lot of room noise, so I try to keep it. I try to keep it quiet so it doesn't the hissing sound doesn't overwhelm the audio of the
Oh, I
show. That's
got
all.
you.
He
Understood.
needs to
And then
send you a blue snowball or something. They don't have
Oh,
that.
this is a Yeti.
It's a Yeti.
Yeah, this is a blue Yeti.
Oh, that's even better. I guess we can look into your configuration later.
I have really nice mics and stuff, man. I just it's all in storage, and I don't have any of it out here right now because I was trying to start getting us moved before my vertigo got that much worse, and since it's gotten bad, I just haven't gotten the rest of the way there. So I'm just operating off of. I used to have like a whole streaming setup and everything like that. All I have right now is this laptop and a webcam and this. So
The Yeti should be good enough. And I know you have a whole bunch of people in your room. That's probably
yeah, but it's fine. I mean, like I can just talk closer to the microphone and it's fine. It's just I forget and I have it down here and stuff. So
yeah. That's well. You could. I don't know. We have play with the configuration.
yeah, I mean, I don't really think the configuration's that bad. It's just that I'm the one fucking it up. So
well, there's some we can change the sound so less of room noise is picked up. But yeah.
Do you guys hear the room noise? Do you guys hear a hissing whenever? Okay, my mic's on mute. Okay, well then I shouldn't worry about it. I hear it. It's in my head probably then. So
well, I can't hear the
there's
inside
just a
your
constant
head.
hissing noise in my head for some reason. So
Probably the vertigo.
I have a question to float.
Probably so. Yeah, no, Jay.
In recent years, we've heard about Iran contributing or allocating resources to nuclear weapons research. Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So, what happens now that Israel has moved into Gaza and, of course, is not going to be restrained in its response for a multiplicity of reasons, I'm sure, some of which I probably couldn't even imagine. What happens then when Iran throws in and possibly has nukes ready? That's Armageddon for Israel. They've already promised on multiple occasions to destroy the nation. So, knowing that that's almost certainly what would happen, a nuke used, by radical political actors in that nation, the Israelis and all their analysts must likely know this. So that
There's
begs the
people
question:
in the back. I'm sorry about that, guys, but yeah.
are the
There we go.
Israelis, are the government officials in charge of Israel, are they going to allow? Wow. Are they going to allow Iran the chance to develop those nukes? The answer is likely no. So there's an inherent escalation that any responsible journalist should be able to express to us in mainstream media without fear mongering, and that isn't happening. Why?
Well, why? Well, I would ask why do they hype up Russia and they downplay that? I mean, I think there's probably
again why. Yes, my genuine question isn't why. My genuine question is to make everyone understand there are multiple stages, and it's like being in a movie theater multiplex, and everyone is hawking you to come in, right? All of your attention. The most valuable resource on the planet is human attention.
Amen.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on there. Is this person a regular, or is this just some
They
fucking asshole?
already got nukes. They don't need to develop them. They can just buy them from Russia. Okay, so Iran already has nukes and a delivery system.
That may well be the case, but our journalist class, if they really were interested in dispassionate, and anyway, if they were professional journalists doing their job as they should, this would be talked about.
No Jay asks questions the way I do, which is he's asking open-ended questions to lead you to a logic. So, which is a good thing. Like I'm just explaining for those who don't realize what he's doing.
Yes.
Kind of pointing
Yes.
the missing context that we don't know, and it relates to stuff I want to talk about, which I don't really have time to get into, but it relates to stuff that Cecil would like to talk about, I'm sure.
What's that?
Sorry, but the neo-Nazi stuff and all that kind of fun stuff.
Well, yeah, just the thought of the neo-Nazis. Yeah.
No, because you understand the nuance. I do. I think is what I'm not saying it like a bad way. I'm saying it like you actually understand like these other guys that we had a issue with, they pretend that they understand the issue, but really I think they're covering up the issue. Like they joke about the Jew burger thing, but the reality is they either don't know or they're just covering for whatever the real agenda is. What I mean.
Yeah, let's talk about the Dresden bombings and shit, and freaking, let's talk about the innocent fire bombings of freaking civilian Germans, and that is actually the real Holocaust, because the word Holocaust means
Whoa, we
fire.
can't even we can't drop that bomb out here.
Oh,
But
sorry.
yeah,
Sorry.
but yeah, I feel you. Yeah, the H word, holla hoax, conspiracies, definitely are not allowed on the internet. You're
No,
not
but
allowed to question how many people died in that particular event. You're not allowed to question the veracity of that particular issue. It's a terrible tragedy. We have to say that. We have to say that.
The 9 million Romanians that got cremated in a toaster oven in under half an hour. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, the Ukrainians.
here-
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, the Holodomor massacre as well. That's another thing that the Bolsheviks and all of that. The Holodomor is covered up big time, and you're not allowed to talk
and
about
I didn't mean to jump straight into that. What I'm saying is like how it relates to what Noj is asking about the Iranians and the Russians, all this stuff where it's like they give you like a soft version of what the reality is, but they kind of obfuscate probably the more important point as kind of what he's trying to say. And that's kind of my point with like the whole like they pushing people to glorify people like Mr. Mustache. But the reality, they don't understand the complexity of the issue that they're involved in, right? Like, kind of like Cecil, you do because you understand like the Vril and the Tool Society and all these like more person who's like, oh, I just want America to stop immigration. But Noj said something interesting, like, which I agree with, which is if they wanted to stop immigration, they can do it. They just don't want to. So why would they? You know what I mean? It's like,
yeah,
everybody's fighting over the details of it, but the truth is, if they want to stop it, they can. It's there's a higher level order of operation going on.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're trying to get the weapons we gave to Ukraine. Well, Craig's is over there, so they kind of migrated. Let's say because migration's good now, so we can see the migrate.
Holocaust.
The important part that I'm trying to get at is I'm a motherfucking rock star, bitch.
Congratulations.
Tommy Lee. Tommy Lee.
Humans are fascinating.
Okay then.
Oh dear.
Nice.
That was my animal impression from Sesame Street.
Tommy.
See, so can you do a rim shot?
I don't do anything involving the word rim.
No, I'm sorry. I can't. I didn't mean to totally derail what you guys were talking about. I actually took a lot of notes because, and some of it I'm going to save for later. But I'll say something because Talcott's here. I saw the way that everybody treated you yesterday, and I didn't really appreciate that because my first impression of you, because of your delivery, this is not a criticism. I didn't listen to what you were saying, and kind of took it for granted that you weren't. That you didn't know what you're talking about. And then I saw what, of course now we see what these kind of guys are. And I saw the way they treated you, and including people that I kind of thought I respected, who were in the chat. I'm not going to mention the name, but it's like, it's like they just don't really listen to what you're saying and they just kind of skip over it. And I think it kind of goes to this whole conversation where it's like, they've made it impossible to have like a nuanced conversation about this stuff. And it's like, now I'm almost like, I'm not saying I'm a liberal, but I can understand like why people believe in this in the liberal Democrat side of things, because you kind of look at the caricature that the right wing paints, and you understand it's like people aren't really choosing the left; they're kind of rejecting the right, and the same thing on the right. They're rejecting like a version of the left. It's kind of pushing people to the left and the right, and you can't even have a real conversation about the real nitty gritty shit, and they just kind of derailed everything you said, and I thought that was pretty shameful.
No.
Yeah,
Video.
you know what happens when you reject both the left and the right? You pretty much just you just say no to the main narrative because it makes no sense. So what I do is I try to listen to both extremists, try to overlay both their narratives on each other, and whatever part remains when you do, and that's the stuff that I have to pretend to believe because that's the only part of narrative that's consistent enough that's worth keeping.
Neuro, what was the
I'm
name
gonna
of that
I'm gonna go
video you were talking
three-way.
about
I'm gonna
last
go
time?
into a three-way conversation just to maintain the integrity of the discussion. So I'm taking so I'm gonna take me, Cecil, Hank, and Chris away for a minute. But yeah, bless you guys.
I'm gonna make some coffee. Call me back.
Neuro, link that video again, bro.
Which one?
The one you were talking about last time that has to do with damn, dude, what was it about? It had something to do with National Socialist Germany and something else, like some comparison to that. The video that you linked last time you were here?
Oh shit! I can't remember the one I was referring to, but if you tell me like what we were talking about, I might remember.
I can't remember that now. It had something to do with National Socialist Germany and their comparison to something else.
We'll figure that out soon. But carry on with the discussion right now, guys.
Yeah. I'll think about it because I'm sure it was important, but because I really mean that because this is kind of fresh in my mind. This is actually why the main reason I'm wanted to jump in on the topic because me and No Jay were talking about it and Talcott, and I think it's actually related to what the conversation Talcott found himself in the midst of yesterday as well because I think that was the undertone of everything, whether people realize it or not, but. They're trying to do this. They were pretending that they were having a philosophical conversation, but I think they really weren't. But me and Noji were talking about things in a different way today, and I kind of wanted to, somewhat bring that up to some degree about how, people were kind of talking around the peripheral of the situation rather than the real meat of the situation, and I don't think that's an accident. I think that people are, more or less willingly trying to obfuscate what's, going on.
Thank you. Thank you for seeing that. I've been trying to. What I think you're describing is what I call. It's a pattern of the society. It's in our. It's the way our ego protects our beliefs. It uses distraction, deflection, and thank you for seeing the challenge. I've seen it many times. It's like different conversations are happening at the same time, and then people walk away with a different experience because they shared a completely different reality. It's like, holy cows, man. Humans are fascinating. That's what I've realized. And that's who we are. We're all humans. We're all fascinating. And yet we're all so quick to put each other in these little boxes, right?
Yeah. And in doing so, we kind of prevent ourselves from learning about each other, but also about ourselves too. And I think that's the thing that people are missing. And I saw that, I see it all the time, but I think it was very, it stood out to me what I saw your conversation devolve into really quickly yesterday. And because I only listened to like literally 10 minutes, but within those 10 minutes shifted, greatly in that manner that you just described. And I found it very, I give you respect for trying, but, I think for people like me, it's, seeing that happen over and over again, it makes you jaded from even wanting to really participate. Even now, like I'm still kind of reluctantly doing this again because I think that most people aren't really listening. You know what I mean? And it's kind of gets frustrating.
It does. I welcome, and this is where I'm at. I've been broadcasting and opening up and trying to find balance and do what I can. It's intimidated some people because of the energies that have been on the panels and the chaos. It's intimidated some people, but I tell you what, I've enjoyed. I respect this, and Machine Lies. Thank you for sharing this space, producing this space. These are the conversations I love. Please.
Yeah.
Should you have interest,
Yeah.
please.
Yeah, and I have to jump off for a little bit, and I'll try to jump back in, hopefully before you guys jump off. But I wanted actually, if nobody else joins in, or even if they do, if you could briefly go over your argument that you made yesterday. I think it does relate to this whole other thing I mentioned about the neo-Nazism and all this other stuff that's going on, and even the Israel, Iran. I think all of it's really related, but it may not be obvious to people. But if you could go over the argument you were trying to make that people weren't listening to, and I'll listen and I'll try to jump back in when I get it. But thanks for everyone on the panel, because this has been a really good discussion so far. So I'll try to jump back in when I can. But thank you guys.
Brother, I truly respect that softball. I don't remember what I was talking about yesterday. I mean, there was a bunch of conversations, so which one in particular? What I'm consistently offering, though, is to overcome the illusions of authority and the divisions that we've allowed from wealth. I think this is the time for us to unite, to gain control, help each other gain control, and wake up to the reality of what could be. And just imagine the world that could be if we didn't allow our governments and corporations, the media, the industries to keep lies, to profit from lies, selling us toxins in the food, poisons in the air.
I myself used to try to express that idea in the same way, but then I realized we're never going to be able to control it, just as it isn't always going to be able to control us, right? There's a kind of a dial there, maybe a few dials. What we have to do is, and this is not a slight at you, Jack, forgive me, but that's a very warm and empathetic approach. We've tried that. So now we need a much more aggressive but still civilized approach. So we don't want to find the solution to have the government no longer control us and so on. What we need to do is assert within ourselves that we will be dangerous enough not to cross in certain ways, and for us to be dangerous enough politically, financially, in that respect, for us to be dangerous in that sense, we have to be feared. And right now we do not have leaders. We need to start creating intellectual phalanxes like the ancient Greek warriors did, right? Shield wall, spear formation. Metaphorically, I'm not trying to incite anyone to physical violence. I'm talking about organizing in terms of political action, but we have to spread awareness to make people even understand that it needs to be done. But I've been trying to spread awareness like a lot of people have for so long. I'm now feeling tension rise within myself because I don't know what the real next step is. The politicians don't care if I write to them. So how do I do that, right? What could a solution be? I don't have that answer. I'm seeking, right? If I tell enough people about it, they might see something I don't see, right? They might have that idea. So let's not
Yeah, move out to the
let's not be
country
so
and buy.
wishy-washy and soft about controlling it. Let's be strong enough to be feared by those apex social predators among us who will commit any transgression that suits their purpose. Let's make sure they regret it. Let's not invite their abuse.
I need a Talcott monologue in response to that. So please Go ahead.
I maybe you saw the wheels spinning, because I don't mean to be the opposing view on that, but love is the answer, not fear. Love can bring us forth. The idea of unifying, love of the future, love of future generations, love of the experience and the opportunity to bring forth a better future for everyone. Many of these billionaires and these elite, they're walking around with security. They're living in the same world as us in fear, just a different fear than what we've got. I don't think fear is the answer. It sounds cliche and cheesy, but it's love, man. Love is the answer. Love of life, love of truth, love of wisdom. And earlier there was an observation that some of us have been challenged economically and have been facing our own opportunities for growth in this lifetime. And so I envision a future where those who share wisdom freely, sacrifice of themselves for the betterment of others, I see a future where those are the ones who are rewarded, not the ones who figure out how to manipulate and extort. Possible. Don't you think?
I think so. I've always hated the whole fear and love dichotomy thing because I think that it's reductionary and cheesy and simplistic, but the fact is it's pretty true. I hate it because it's true. It's a really simplistic way of looking at things, but when you boil everything down, they really do boil into fear and love. It's really really hard for me to accept as someone who overthinks things as much as I do. But I know at the core of all things, every action does come out of one of those two things. Even Christ himself said, he said the only two commandments you need to follow is to love your God, your Lord with all your heart, mind, body, and soul, and love your neighbor as yourself. As long as you're acting out of love in those two aspects, then all the rest of it kind of falls into place. Right?
Well, here's my problem. We know for a fact that in some sense, manipulation and extortion works. Otherwise, people wouldn't do it.
Well, that's true. I mean, but that is acting out of fear. If you want to boil it down in that system, that is someone acting out of fear. Someone who's manipulating someone is not trust that what they believe in or who they are is strong enough. They fear that they are too weak for their stance to be strong enough to get what they need. So they need to manipulate people. That's why the fear and love thing, why it exists, is because everything can be boiled down that way really easily. It's not even hard to do.
But the universe is hierarchical. We know for a fact that it's true for some people that they really are not enough.
Most people that are in positions of power are acting out of fear all the time because they fear being usurped.
Yeah.
So,
and if they didn't, most of them would get usurped.
Yep.
Yeah, that's true.
I think that's one of the magical aspects of this realm that we're sharing. The power of consciousness, the power of our emotions. I think that what we fear is attracted into our lives. Well, and it makes sense too, because that which you fear is going to receive your attention and energy, your awareness, your focus. But the same works for that which we love. So I've heard, so I believe. And
is fear and love the same thing?
Well, you mentioned that manipulation and extortion, they've proven to be very, very effective over the generations. The reason fear works, it's through trauma. Hurt people. And there's been a lot of trauma that has existed over the generations and throughout history. There's been a lot of trauma. And I think genetically we carry some of these ancestral traumas within our genetics and within our disposition. But the past, we've not had the abilities to communicate, to share experiences, to share knowledge like we do at this time on Earth. And we are. I know I've been blessed with what I've been allowed to learn from the other experiences going on. There are some true heroes alive right now who are taking on these different forms of corruption and oppression in different ways. I'm trying to find my way to be a part of that.
Yeah, I found my way to be a part of it, but I need way more leverage to get anything useful done. So I'm trying to play around with stuff till I have the leverage I need.
Well, I don't know what to say to that, Hank. I love you, Hank, but sometimes you make yourself sound like one of the bad guys.
No, if no one knows if I'm a bad guy or not, then maybe they won't attack me.
I suppose that's true. You seem like a pretty open, loving person. Anytime you've been on me and Jeff's show, or usually Jeff's show, I've taken ownership over it somewhat, and I'm probably not. I probably should ask him permission before I do that.
He
But
gave me a wrench, so it's good enough for me.
Well, I'm just there all the time, so
You have nothing better to do. I'm working all the
Right
time. I
now.
can't do it.
He's been helping me with some other stuff too. So I'm trying to get into the peer counseling thing like he does, but it's gonna take
Yeah,
some time.
you didn't pay me on his Discord server if I can get you the dang stuff to repair your teeth.
Oh, that's right. I keep forgetting about that, man. It's not a intentional slight, by the way. I forget things a lot. The vertigo makes me insanely forgetful about things. I forget stupid small things all the time. Like
Yeah.
I was gonna make fried rice today, and I just continually didn't remember to do it all day long, and it had nothing to do with anything. I mean, I'm doing parent stuff and everything. I can remember to take care of my kid and stuff because she yells whenever she needs something or something like that. There's something to remind me, but the vertigo makes me extremely forgetful. I was never like this, but prior to 2 years ago when it started, I was always really freaking like sharp and remembering stuff all the time and never. But yeah, ever since this shit started, I struggle to remember to do basic things a lot of times.
Chris?
Yeah.
I
Yes.
don't mean to scare you or alarm you.
Right.
But if you can do this, I don't know how healthcare works in your part of the world. You may want to get checked for some kind of maybe series of small strokes called a TIA, a transient. I think it's a transient ischemic attack. It's possible to have mini strokes from the spike protein production
Yeah.
or other things affecting you. Or it could be a cancer impinging or growing and affecting parts of your brain, or it could just be forgetfulness and stress. Who knows? I'm not a
No.
doctor. I'm not giving you medical advice, but if I were you, I'd be digging around a little bit.
I recently got medical coverage through a local hospital that offers it, and I was recently had my blood checked for everything under the sun.
Okay.
So I'm good on cancer. The stroke thing is something that's being looked into. So thank you, though. I really appreciate it. I'm not trying to be dismissive. I'm
You're
just telling you
welcome.
that yes, those things have been looked at. So
Rock and
yes, I really appreciate it. I have an appointment with an ENT to get my inner ear examined more closely, but it's not until January. So, but I have an appointment with a regular primary care provider finally next week. So hopefully I'll be able to get back on my ADHD medication. And I'll
Yeah, it's
be able
like
to remember things a little better.
there's a lot of strange diseases around, and I think the reason is because nobody really knows what red 40 or blue 32 do to your body after ingesting them for 20 years. I mean, we just haven't had tests on that sort of thing, so we're ingesting chemicals, and the thing it does is that it alters your genetic expression. Your genes alter their genetic expression when you take in foreign chemicals, things that the body has no experience in breaking down. And your RNA that divides your genes, and reproduces your genes, creates stable links between the genes. That process becomes interrupted. That process can become interrupted if you are near a device that emits radiation or microwaves, as well, because of the rate at which your electrons and the molecules in your body will vibrate at such a fast rate. This is why when you have microwaves,
True.
when you use a microwave, you'll notice little beads of water on the food. It's almost like the food sweated out all the water. It's like
Literally does.
yeah, you put bread in the microwave, it becomes soggy. It's because the moisture comes to the top because the microwave is actually vibrating the water molecules inside of the food. This is how it warms up the food.
Yeah.
So because those molecules are vibrating at such a fast rate, they become they released from the food itself. They become like little beads of sweat condensation on top of the food. And this is the same thing that happens when your body is near a device that emits radiation. The molecules in your body are vibrating at such a quick rate that your RNA cannot divide quickly. And so what does it create? It creates a imperfect copy of the gene. And this imperfect copy is a genetic malfunction, so to speak. And if you
I'm
get enough of
sorry.
these, yeah.
I'm sorry that is not scientifically accurate. Your germ cells would have to be affected. What you're talking about is somatic cells, liver, skin, tissue, this, that.
No,
So
no, I'm simply
you would
talking about the
need
mechanism.
you would need some kind of effect that you can prove to changes in the germ cells, the sex cells, the ova and the sperm. So there's a marked difference between that, and RNAs don't necessarily play a direct role in cell division in that way. Um, that's a really, really complicated aspect of biology, and it's. I'm sorry, but that's just I'm not even a scientist, and that's just not scientifically coherent.
Oh, well, I don't know what part of it you found incoherent. If you could just specify which exact part you thought you disagreed with, or
But do you know
but
the
but yeah, I'm pretty.
difference? Do you know the difference between somatic cells and germ cells?
I'm talking about the response of radiation on RNA, which has been proven.
I'm not disputing it could have an effect on RNA.
No,
I'm
no,
asking
it's not.
about
No,
the
it's not. No,
difference
it's not
between
disputable.
somatic
It's not.
cells.
It's not. It's not disputable. They have FDA limits
It,
for how much
so
radiation you can emit from a cell phone,
you're
because it's a
you're
problem.
you're reframing my query. I'm asking you if
Well, well,
how
well,
I
well, well I'm
describe
just, I'm
somatic
just, I'm
cells and
just,
germ cells being different, is that intelligible to you? Because
I,
if
I
you
I
don't
have no
understand the
idea. I
difference
have no
between
idea
them,
about that, but it relates
then okay.
nothing to the topic that I'm discussing. I was just
But
talking about how radiation. See. What I'm talking about is why there's a FDA limit on radiation that you could put on a cell phone device, because it has problems for the health of a person. Now, the problem of health and radiation, those are well known. I mean, they've been recorded.
I'm
There's
not disputing that. I am speaking to what you described as an epigenetic effect resulting from microwave, and there's no proof that I would consider even worthy of bringing up in a context like this, which I love to do, that would indicate it affects the germ cells, and that's
Yeah,
an important
and the
distinction to
proof,
make.
and I'm not saying it affects the germ cells. I'm saying the proven what you're not disputing. That's all I said. You said you weren't disputing its effects on RNA. That's all I'm claiming.
You
So
you
I don't know
made a
where I
statement
claimed.
earlier on, it is suggesting, inferring that that kind of cellular damage would cause problems with DNA dividing and replication, and at least an implication I picked up on that, what maybe, and others may infer it as well, then forgive me if my inference is mistaken, but I got the sense from you that you were trying to imply or infer that that would have epigenetic changes, meaning their children would be affected, and it would be a heritable change in the DNA they pass on to their offspring, and
I
that would
never,
require.
I never talked about hereditary or passing
I
on genes
mistook
or
you
anything.
talking about DNA.
No, 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 no,
So,
no. I'm
and
simply
others
talking
may
about.
have done
No,
that
no, no,
too.
no, no. Okay, okay, okay. I understand the misunderstanding. No, I'm just talking
That's
about
why
the
I'm trying to
mechanism.
explain. That's
No,
all.
no, yeah, no, yeah. I'm just talking about the mechanism that creates autoimmune disease in a person.
Yeah,
There are
epigenetic doesn't
multiple
necessarily imply
mechanisms
it
for
is
that.
inheritable. So
Yeah,
I think
yeah, but yeah,
If
but
I misunderstood, others may have misunderstood, and I wanted to
epigenetic
clarify.
does not
of
necessarily
course,
imply
it happens all the
inheritability.
time.
But
It
I see
happens all the time.
Yeah, I gotcha.
Yeah, it happens all the time in my profession. People are claiming, and by the way, we don't know if it doesn't do exactly what you just described. That you're saying that you know, it is theoretical that it does do precisely what you said, that it has an epigenetic effect that you pass on to the children. They have theorized such things as well.
It's a
So I don't know if you're
plausible
aware of.
theorization, of course.
Of course.
Of
Yeah,
course, it
yeah,
is
yeah,
plausible, but
yeah. That's also been proposed by people who have messed with these things. So,
I
so
just think
yeah,
it's
yeah.
responsible for someone to pick up on that who did, like, rather than be quiet.
Well, I
I want
think,
to help
I think
everyone
it's
understand.
responsible. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Well, you want to know what I think is responsible? I think it's responsible not to fuck with these things until you know if it's bad for you. So just don't use the microwave. Don't use the cell phone. Limit your use of cell phones. I think
100%
that's
limit.
I don't know.
practical.
It's bad for me
You
if
know?
I don't use it. Come on.
100%.
Wait, what happened, Hank?
How do I know it's bad for me if I don't use it though? I mean, the sun has radiation.
Yeah, of course. We have to test out if it's bad by using it. But I'm just saying, like, if we don't know if it's bad or not, maybe that's impractical way to proceed. You know,
I have an idea.
you know.
The mice use it for us. Then we'll know because they.
Well, the mice, you know, humans are different than mice. I mean, what can you say? You know, they're in a lot of ways. You know. And as we just found out, rats in a cage behave differently than rats in a park. so it's just, even that changes the study, you know. So the studies are, you know, conducted haphazardly at best. And I'm not sure who just fell out. Oh yeah, the brother fell out. Canuck. Maybe it was an accident, but maybe we dissuaded him from continuing the conversation. Or perhaps he just had to naturally go, or maybe he left a
He said
message.
good night. He said good night in the chat.
Oh, he said good night. Oh yeah, I must log off. Good night, everyone. Bless you, brother, man. Thank you so much for a very stimulating conversation. Many hours of which he was completely lucid and aware, and contributing cold hard facts to the discussion. Bless you, brother. You're welcome back anytime. And I'm sorry if I offended you in any way, but yeah, definitely.
He's a pretty he's a pretty robust person. I don't think you scared him off or anything. I've been talking to him the last few days. He's pretty good. He's a pretty good guy.
So Cascadians.
Oh, Cascadia, you're way too low. Here, hold on. Let me fix that
Cascadia,
mic
what's up,
for you.
man?
Here, hold on. Let me fix that mic because I gotta turn you up. No, your shit is turned up all the way. Cascadia, you gotta fix your mic, dude.
I know my mic's not connected because I'm putting music and other stuff on my phone.
Well, you gotta get way closer to the mic or wherever you're at because we can.
You sound very far away, Cascadian.
Yeah, you sound very far away. You sound like you're like on across the room. You know, but yeah.
And Big
yeah,
Brother's going off, so Jeff will be back any minute now.
Yeah, hopefully Cascadia comes back with improved audio.
I called it.
There he is.
I was sitting backstage, don't I?
So how was it? What happened on Big Brother? Was it fascinating, interesting? Any new revelations? You know.
Seriously.
I mean, I'm curious. I never
it
watched
ended
it.
on a cliffhanger. It was the veto ceremony, and it ended on a cliffhanger as to whether it's going to get used or not, which they usually don't do. So it's hard to tell what conclusion to draw from that.
What is a veto ceremony?
Like Big Brother, each week somebody wins head of household, and they can nominate two people to be evicted. But
like
somebody
veto
can win
as
the
in
veto
vote.
and pull one of those two people off, and then they have to replace it with somebody else.
Oh man. Let the games begin.
Yes, indeed.
Personality wars.
It's a fascinating production. I
That
watched it years
traumatized you,
ago.
Hopkins? Get some resiliency, please.
Please just do better.
Speaking of games, Chris, we need to develop our little game.
No, I've been thinking about it a lot. I'll talk to you about stream. I have a lot of concerns about it. The more I think about it, I'm
No,
not sure.
you
how-
don't you overthinking it. Well,
You're
let's
probably
talk
right.
tomorrow.
You're probably right. We'll talk about
Oh,
tomorrow. I
the one where
pretty
we
sure I'm overthinking it.
the one where you try to not quit a stream. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. No exit. The
Stream
stream.
survivor.
Stream survivor.
Can I
JG
pay
said-
any of you to do the splits on camera? Pay what? Talk.
JG said JG said you're being salty, Jeff. he said you're being too salty. He's interested.
Well, he's
yeah.
talking about me flap my hands and traumatizing, as opposed to my normal, sweet, kind, gentle, caring.
Yeah, Jeff
demeanor.
Jeff is a very sweet man. I will give him that. Bless you, Jeff, man. Thanks for being there for me in this tough time in my life, man. For sure. A very a powerful friend, Gen X Jeff. I thank him for being here for me, and joining the stream. Him and Chris have been a valuable resource and friendship, all the way, and I mean that for everyone who's on this panel. Thank you guys. I talk to you guys sometimes more than I talk to my own family. I explained that to the brother enslaved by Tortilla before he abandoned me. For his online niche community. As happens, there's many groups here online, and people feel dissuaded from joining your group. They think you're a group. Just because my name is The Machine Lives doesn't mean I'm a goddamn organization. Okay, I am but one man. Okay, this is an FC. This is FC Freedom Club. Like in the sense of the Unabomber. Where he just, he mailed out the bombs and he put Freedom Club on the letters he wrote. To pretend that he was part of some sort of liberation group, so that they'd be looking for a group instead of an individual, yeah, this is a similar tactic here. The royal we is here, but not we as in the selfish sort of we that everybody likes to employ when they want to co-sign people to their ideas.
Yeah, you can't prove we're not an organization. So there you go.
Yeah.
Well, we were talking about community earlier, and I consider this a community. And there's a debate that keeps cropping up on whether online or virtual communities count as real communities.
It's
something you get in person that you can't replicate online, and I haven't found much difference. Like this is
it's a premier venue. It's an experimental show. There's not shows that criticize technology out there. They may be dancing around the issue. There's no show that brings the critique to the forefront. And thank you to Chalk Body Outline for featuring a 2-hour interview on his channel for The Machine Lies, even though he's made enough time of attack videos to correspond with that at this point. But still, the information is out there, and it's going to be out there on the missing link soon. You guys look out for that.
What's
we're going to have a
link?
It's a premiere interview show. Too hot for YouTube. It's been canceled on YouTube many, many times because they bring rare information, rare dialogues to people. And we're going to be joining Jesse from the Missing Link, who's been on this panel. He was on this panel last time. If you guys want to see.
Oh yeah, I think I remember him. Yeah.
Yeah, we're going to be giving a 2-hour presentation on that channel about theology, philosophy, and the origins of the technological system that will kind of give a refresher for people about our ideas and views. It will be a good placeholder for some of those things, and to invite people to this community. Really, I'm inviting you into my home to have tea with me, which is basically just a philosophical friendly conversation, to a certain degree. And what does it revolve around? It's revolved around taking not taking for granted something that everybody takes for granted in our way of life and experience, which is the use of technology. We just assume it's a means to an end. It's not a means to an end. It's part of the discussion. It is controlling and mediating the discussion. It is the elephant in the room, you know what I mean? For sure,
Well, I mean, it's unavoidable at this point. We need technology to discuss and critique technology. That was Laurie Henderson's whole project. She used technology to criticize technology as a performance artist.
Yes.
I don't know that I resonate with your definitions of technology. Machine lies, the ones that you
Oh
had
yeah.
listed
Let's
earlier.
critique it.
Yeah, we got to critique this definition because because I got to put it on the table here because everything gets put on the table, and of course, and we also have flow state here. So I think that he will also critique my views of technology, and he just put in the chat more pussy. I don't know why.
I was referring to a comment above me. Someone, Brown Boy said, "You always get more in person," and I said, "More pussy."
Oh yeah. Well, I
That's the
definitely
one
agree with
thing you
that.
can't
I definitely
get
agree with that comment. We need more
through
pussy.
StreamYard.
Pussy is good,
And actually, I would like to offer a critique on technology as well. So, surprise.
Hell yeah. That's why we're here. That's why
Surprise,
we get up.
surprise. Flo's got a
That's why we.
disagreement.
Yeah, that's why we got up. That's
So,
why we got up.
machine,
From
is this your definition that you posted?
These are this is the very rudimentary version of the definitions I do have, because I can't type that much into these banners. but yeah, I would start with that. I would start with maybe writing, and then I would go from that to techniques. So I think anything that literally has a how-to guide is a technology, in a sense. But yeah, I beg you guys to contend with these definitions, please, because we have to get to the bottom of this.
So show my alternate definition. I just posted it in the open chat group.
That's too.
Oh yeah, you had a good one. Yeah, you had a.
I like that.
That
Yeah,
doesn't
let
have
that
practical
process for
application
detecting
for me.
let that soak in, guys.
invariance of a universe.
I just got back from a men's retreat and this weekend, and the whole weekend was process after process after damn process. And the word that kept coming to mind was technocratic. And in the mental health field that I work at, they have this manualized therapy and this very technocratic cookie cutter approach. And I've always compared it to technology. And there were a lot of tech people there, and they think in systems and process. And I hate it. I hate all of it. Like it's great if it works.
Useful.
The people it works for, it's great. I wouldn't want to take it away from it, but it does not work for me.
You couldn't
and the
take it away
people
from me
I
if you
work
wanted
with.
to.
What?
You couldn't take it away from me if you wanted to.
The processes?
Oh, of course, they're too useful.
Yeah,
Well,
it
that is
useful
a
for some people. It's a certain type of brain, but it is a form of technology. It's
well, that is a good way.
psychotechnology.
That is a good way to think, and I think that communication through mediation is artificial ultimately. So I think that a good place to start is what how do we think, or another way to phrase it is what is non-technical. Instead of asking what is technology, you could ask what is a non-technical way of thinking about things.
I got that too.
Organicism.
Oh yeah, organic in another sense.
Evolution.
What is organic and not artificial, non-technical. You know, I
Religion.
mean, is there anything that has that quality to it? I mean, I think that once you look into it, it's very little that does. You're left with the basic aspects of human experience, and as they say, the best things in life are free, and I'd like to say the best things in life are non-technical. I mean, all the help I need is, the only help I do need in life is unprofessional. But yeah, anyways,
Are you
yeah, but
sure?
So I got
I'm
the
pretty sure.
non-technical defined for you. I have religion. I posted that in the open chat. The process of manipulating variants of a universe, and I want to make a clarification. Jeff and I, the different kind of minds. It's not related to autism because both Jeff and I are both diagnosed autists. So it's not that's not the factor.
Of course, and nobody on this panel will judge you for just being born a certain way. Obviously, that's below the type of discussions we're having. But yeah, you're a valuable contributor to this panel. Whatever state you were born in, that doesn't actually matter to me. Everybody's born on different stages of intelligence, observation, clarity, etc. And we all have something to contribute. So yeah, bless to Jeff and Hank, and you guys are definitely. I mean, you guys are way more intelligent than many of the people I talk to that don't have any type of diseases. So
Yeah,
bless
those
you
people are
guys.
little. I saw that other guy that we called EBT guy. I mean, he couldn't even come up with good
Yeah, I
answers.
think he's spectrum too. I'm
Yeah,
half intelligent, half retarded.
yeah, he kind of look like.
I'm still interested in hearing Jack's critique of your
Oh
definition
yeah.
and flow states
Yeah,
as
come on,
well.
Jeff.
Oh yeah, yeah. Let's go out. Yes, let's go into it. Let me just remove everyone else so that.
Well, no. I
He's
start with a
he's
question.
critiquing you, so stay in faith.
Okay, fine. I'll stay.
Start with a question though for you. Do you have a distinction or a difference between a technology and a tool?
I was just about to ask that.
Yes, and I don't think that tools are technology.
Interesting.
I think that the definition of technology, or in other words, obviously tools are technology. I said that wrong, but I think that the definition of technology is much broader than just tools.
Okay.
Tools are a subset of what is technology.
Okay.
But
Which if I could just define it as the broadest term possible, the ability to create symbols. I would start there.
that's not
And
what
I,
anybody is referring to though when they say technology, right? Like
of course not. Most people I understand are referring to tools, but we're engaged in a higher level discussion. Hopefully,
but do you think that the definition is too broad for a critique then to apply? Because
No, of course I can.
well, the critique that is part of the point. The critique could be summarily dismissed if it's not critical enough. Of course,
the criticism that I have towards this computer, for instance, would not apply. It would not be a relevant criticism towards symbols or language or even a hammer.
Well,
Lay it
I
on
think
us.
that you're confusing use with processes, or the app. Well, processes are not exactly technology, but the application of processes is technology. For example, a manual for how to make something is just as technological as the thing that it tells you to make or use. But the use is based on it's attached to something else, which is convoluted, which is human willpower. So we don't want to conflate because we want to look at technology on its own. So
disagree.
what is technology without because use is part use is of activity. We're not defining. Definitions are stable. They don't move around and shift around. It's not
Well, they do. That's why they have a definitions page at the front of every legal paper, because they
And
do
good textbook.
apply differently in different contexts. But I'll address it when I do my critique.
If you're a liar in a court, of course you could use words however the fuck you want to, but in order to be precise and to engage in communication, of course lawyers have their own language, doctors have their own language,
right? But they're all using
that
English,
language,
and it's just a difference in context.
Yeah, that language is a technology.
Language is contextual,
in my opinion.
In the machine lines, I have to disagree with you. I say manuals are strictly less technical than the thing in itself. It's strictly less technical because that's to be a summary of how the actual thing works.
Wait, what is less technical?
The manual for something is less technical than the thing that's being described by the manual.
Ah, that's an interesting thought. How so?
Because you can write a manual for a thing you can't build. So you just make a fictional manual on a thing you didn't even build yet. In fact, that's how you define software to build. So you can actually write the manual and the interfaces first, then actually implement. But it's strictly harder to make the thing itself than to write the manual to describe the thing.
Well, this goes to another aspect of technology, which is the divide between theory and application. Now, an inventor may make something, but an engineer decides the functionality of it. An engineer may improve on the design of something somebody invents. The invention is just a theoretical mode within an engineer creates functionality from that mode. So an engineer is often has different ideas about how a device works than the person who made the device for the first time. They might have various applications for it, but an engineer has to come to a certain end or purpose for that thing that is not abstract as the invention of it. So there is a divide between theory and application, and it's really visible within this spectrum of analysis, because we have two sides of the coin here, in this image, where you have the the empirical the empirical, wait, hold on, yeah, this side is empirical and this side is abstract. So you have the empirical and the abstract coming together within the process of creation itself. So in the one sense, creation is material, meaning that you have to make stuff out of stuff. And in the other sense, it's mental, meaning that it comes from a mind, a prescripted plan for something. In order to make something, you have to draw a blueprint of it. Now, if I want to go make a weapon, I have to show somebody what type of weapon I want. That person is going to design it. If I want to make a custom weapon, I have to show people show the person who's going to make it the type of adjustments I want to be made for the custom weapon. And the way I will do that is to use symbols, is to present symbols. Well, if you can draw a picture of how a gun is to be constructed, and you can use that picture to make a gun, then in a sense, the method is more dangerous than the actual gun. Somebody may pick up a gun and use it, but somebody who can make a gun you know, who has an idea of you know, is much more dangerous than somebody who has a physical process. You know,
Not if they
obvious.
can't implement it or execute it.
Of course, and that's why there's that huge divide between theory and application. You know,
Jack,
So you're
what was
saying we
your
should get 3D printers and download instructions.
How
Jack,
does CNCL need
what
to be
was your critique of
credible?
machine's definition?
Well, I didn't know if I agree with that complexification of means either. I think most technology is a simplification of means, is it
oh
not?
yeah, that one's a doozy, and this is one that doesn't come out clear in this little banner here, because it's actually relates to a view of nature, and I don't think that it's a complete thought, because I don't actually think that there's a clear separation between technology and nature, and we can get back into that, because you
Okay.
know,
Well,
and that's going to be a lot of where I get my criticism thrown at me. You know, this idea that technology is a second order nature, I think it really confuses the hell out of people. They think that, okay, so all your critiques just went out the window now, so you can shut the fuck up and put your book in your backpack and go home, sucker boy. And I think, yeah, it's not that easy, because you know, these are complex issues. The first of which I would like to point out is this complexification of means. What I mean by that is that nature simplifies. Nature seeks a is basically a simplification of means to a complexification of ends. But I think that technology is a complexification of means to a specified end. Don't know if anyone caught that thought train, but
I can dig it.
I caught most
I
of it. I
understood
might
it.
have missed the caboose.
I got it.
I can repeat myself if you guys like, but
Yeah, do it
No.
again one more time.
Yeah, let's do it again.
okay. Nature seeks a simplification of means to a plethora of ends, meaning the same stream can feed many people, and it's also a vessel for life. It's also a spring for other forms of nature. So a stream, it has many ends to it, you know, but it does one thing. It just goes. You know what I mean? So it's a simplification of means to a complexification of ends. Technology, now you're using all that's at the knowledge, at the disposal in terms of knowledge, and you're complexifying means so you can do one thing. Each piece of technology is for one thing, so it accomplishes one end. It's a complexification of means to a simplification of ends. The end.
Okay, so is a computer technology or nature? Because I could do a bunch of different things with the same system.
I think they're both technology in a different way, but yeah, we'll let Jack get in on this.
Yeah, I would. Yeah, I'll let Jack start. But I would argue that the difference between technology and nature is just context.
well, there's part of my curiosity as well. The concept that technology is a substack of nature. I could follow that logic and make that understanding. But if I'm going to do that, then technology is everything. I mean, you could count our voice box as a natural form of technology. You know, it operates internally with a diaphragm and air resulting in sounds and expression. So we are like a biological technology. So and that's where I can fall with nature is technology. But then I think My opinion is we overcomplicated that complexity thing. Because nature, I don't know if it simplifies the means, but it does produce diversity. And I think that's where you were at. Technology is an amazing thing. It's
Yes.
knowledge.
A computer seems less complex than a
Well,
person
it
or a
seems.
living organism, and as each iteration of organism as it evolves through nature gets increasingly more complex. So I'm also getting thrown off by nature as a simplification because it seems to complexify as it scales up.
Well, look at how. Well, I'd like to add this. Look at how once you have technology, when technology rises up and it's in competition with nature, meaning when the technological world, or the world of the Enlightenment and all of this technological advancement started to gain steam. Then it enhanced forms of specialization. It created a world of experts. But now that the technology is all pervasive, it's spread out. It also creates like an artificial environment where you can't escape the technology. Now it's not creating specialization, it's creating decentralization. Right? Now that the technology is so pervasive, it's actually causing us to rethink our traditional modes, and all of those things. So the same way nature was decentralizing to the specialization of technology in the very beginning, now technology itself is decentralizing human society. So it's as if human nature is this thing that piggybacks on this thing called nature, and then human society is this thing that piggybacks on this thing called human nature, and then technology is this thing that piggybacks on human society. So it's the ultimate
I think it
mediator.
centralized us.
Oh yeah, I think in the beginning it did
No, I think it
centralize
is
people.
now. We're
Oh
all
well,
centralized here. Look at us.
yeah, well,
Yeah, we're centralized, but we're also decentralized from
Physically, it's centralized
the
us, but
larger
also
network.
we're
yeah.
derived. It's a derivative of tangible reality.
Yes, a derivative, and I like that word derivative. I think it's a subtle but intense um, characterization.
I actually agree with that. I hadn't articulated that thought about the word, but I agree.
Yeah, yeah, that kind of seems to be where it is, derivative, and that goes with my other term, mediation.
Yeah.
What is mediation? Well, mediation is pure artifice. What is pure artifice? Well, that would be technique itself, which we are attempting to define here. But yeah.
Well, Flo, what was your critique?
Well, my critique would be specifically for types of technology that replace what would otherwise be a human function, right? That things that we like, for instance, Google Maps. We could navigate ourselves, but we don't. Probably none of us has used a map or read a street sign in like a decade at least. And I think that we're all getting the stupider for it. So I don't think it's help. I don't think the convenience of replacing something that we could do ourselves, it has been beneficial. And I guess I would separate that from other technology like a bulldozer, which we can't pull a mountain apart if we need to with our hands. So
I only moved
yeah.
to smartphones about 3 years ago because work moved the scheduling system to the smartphone before they did the website. But I recently used to do map navigation.
Ah.
I was missing out. I should move to a smartphone, but what I did do is I avoided buying Verizon, and I had to move to mobile. So being a holdout did help me quite a bit because managed to avoid paying off the nose for my cell phone setup.
And that's the extension of what we're facing: total loss of skills.
Yes.
And that's why people hold out for new technologies, because they think, well, I'll just do it myself for a while. And why do they do that? It's because they maintain some form of, some illusion of control that they still have, by keeping hanging on to this old piece of technology.
Well, and we're already so far down that path. Like, who knows how to wash clothes without a washing machine? Who knows how to turn an animal into food? Like,
we wrote it down.
I can do the washing
do
clothes one, but the animal, I have no clue.
I could probably figure out how to wash clothes. I just never have. I have turned an animal into food before.
I've done both, and washing clothes with the washing machine is annoying, and I don't really want to do it that often. It doesn't benefit me much, and that's why I try to avoid buying hand wash only things, because I know how to wash it. It is annoying, so I'm trying not to do it. So
drying is a bigger problem with the current situation in society than washing, because having room to hang all that stuff to dry is nearly impossible. But no, I can do those things. I mean, I grew up not with GPS, but with MapQuest, so I don't know how.
Hell yeah!
I still don't use
maps,
GPS.
You don't?
I do for
No,
certain things.
I hate GPS. I look at a map before I leave the house.
I don't like
memorize the route, and then I know where to go.
I write it down. I physically write down the directions. Yeah.
Well, I don't know what kind of alternate universe of a panel I stumbled into where nobody here uses GPS, but the rest of people.
I use GPS now, but
I hate her voice.
I ignored the planned route because it's just usually bad. So
I use GPS only to find out if traffic is bad where I'm going, and then I usually don't use it after that.
They can. Well, if you use GPS, a fair reminder is that if you use GPS, almost anyone, and I mean that with a kind of with the just saying that just to in terms of imagination, but theoretically anyone can go and look up your location. If you just take a picture on your cell phone, they'll be able to track where you took that picture if you have your location on. So I will never leave the house with my location on and with my cell phone on me. I just won't do it. I don't want to. I don't want anybody to know
how do you
where I'm
tell
going.
if you have yours on? Let me check.
I don't care.
Do you have an Android?
Yeah.
I just don't take
Swipe
the
down from the
damn phone with me. I leave my phone at home
I'm in
when I go
settings
anywhere.
right now. Is that where it is?
Yeah, I just leave my damn
If you
phone
swipe
at
down
home.
from the top, you'll have a menu, and one of them will be the location button. Just turn it off.
Yeah. You can turn it off.
Oh yeah,
But
it's on.
also
Sure enough. But it has
Google
to be
tracks
on to use like Google Map if you're.
It has to be on. Yeah, it has to be on to use the map, though. Yeah, so that's the problem with using the map. I mean, I'll have to write down, even if I have to take my cell phone with me because I'm going to a place where it's like, oh shit, like I might not come back. You know what I mean?
The hood. You go to the hood.
Yeah, so then I'll put it in my little backpack or something.
What are
just
you
in case
doing with the
random
backpack
shit-
in the hood? That's the real question.
Well, every place is the hood in Detroit. It's just Detroit. It's like one big hood. You know what I'm saying?
But if you haven't turned off your web activity history in Google, you're being tracked that way for sure. Every time you use anything on your phone.
Oh yeah, your cell phone can track you, even if it doesn't. Even if it just pings cell phone towers.
Go ahead.
What do you mean track? Like they're keeping a database of what I do, or they're actually following me around?
If you're
on a map?
accused of a murder, they'll look it up.
When you do a Google search, if you haven't turned off your web activity history, it will record everything you do. It'll record your searches, your voice messages, all that stuff, and it will also attach a location or an approximate location to that search. Even if your GPS is turned off.
I use DuckGo.
I have an entire de-Googled phone that has it's got the Google programming, the Android programming pulled all the way off and scrubbed, and then open source software reinstalled on it.
I used to do that too. I don't do it anymore.
What would they
like
what,
me to track me?
What would I have to worry about? What is Google? gonna do with me?
Well, I
Other than
mean,
try
that's
to
how they
sell
got
me
everybody at.
advertising.
That's how they got everybody at J6. So it depends on what you're doing. I don't know, but
I'm not doing much.
I don't.
Not
I don't
involved in
believe in
anything.
that argument as a validation for passivity.
Well, it's like
I see
well,
it
it's like what I
differently.
said the other day. That they can alter your news feed on a social media website and change your mood. So, so what are they doing to you? Well, they're working on every individual that way.
You talking about
it's
Twitter
just
feed?
yeah. It's not. Oh yeah, yeah. It's not.
Google can manipulate my Twitter feed.
Yes, it would be not profitable for them not to do it.
And if you
so
haven't,
they'll do that shit.
if
Hey,
anyone
Google,
has
you know what
kids
I
in
want?
school,
Now give it to me.
look up Gaggle, and it's a subsidiary of Google that they install on all the school laptops.
Yeah, they
give
don't
to
have
kids.
to.
So-
Yeah, they don't have to personally do it. The AI does it for them.
But
It's
what I'm
not
saying is,
them doing
schools are giving kids laptops with Google's school software loaded onto it. So they're building profiles of every student throughout their entire life. By the time my daughter's 13, by the time she hits 18, they'll know exactly how to sell her on anything.
That's fine.
I don't even
Just
look
tell-
at
just give me
ads.
what I
Like
want.
they're wasting
You know
their
what I
time.
want. You've been monitoring me. Now give it to me.
But they alter
Don't
the news stories you're fed, just everything
me.
about the information source. All our information comes through these devices.
Yeah, so there should be no reason they can't give me exactly what I want. Now give it to me. No excuses. Now
I'm pretty sure they'll give you what they want for you more than what you want for you.
I don't know.
Then they can screw off.
I'm pretty self-determining. I feel like.
I feel like
If they know exactly what I want, they better give it to me or they can screw off.
I feel like we're all much less self-determining than we feel like we are.
Because I've had like half my life without the internet, and I've read the books I wanted to, I've bought the products I've wanted to, I've listened to the music I wanted to. So online doesn't feel that differently. I still feel like I'm selecting based on my
and that's one of the things. People who know that that's happening to them, they usually do just not acknowledge that they're trying to fuck with you. like I'm sure when Gen X Jeff sees that shit, he just goes, oh yeah, nice try. But it's just like people have like, but they are advertising. Like,
I don't
go
look at
at
it. I don't ever see it. I don't pay attention to. I look at a Twitter feed, which yes, there's an algorithm, so it's definitely biased toward my Twitter
I see
use.
it like
Most of my interaction
location.
is on video live stream. So unless any of you are trying to influence or manipulate me,
Well, all of our perceptions are
it
based
is,
off what we come across online. So, I mean,
but that would be true in reality too. It would be
but things
based
that
on
we come
whatever you
across in
encounter in
reality
your
are not
experience.
don't have centralized control over what we come across in reality. There is centralized control over what we come across on the internet. Anyways, I mean, you all can cope all you want, but
I mean, I've thought about this for a long time. I figure like, okay, if I'm the FBI and I'm watching people, what people are going to watch most closely? The people that leave their location on, or the people that turn it off all the time and try to erase their presence on the internet. I leave a very traceable,
and that is a
slide
decent
behind some-
strategy. Actually, that's a decent strategy.
That's how I see it. I mean, unless I'm doing something I really don't want to be tracked, I just leave all that shit on because I'm not doing anything interesting enough
I'm not
to pay
doing
attention
anything
to.
either.
But
I
what's
don't
really
know why they
interesting is when you
want to track
when you
me or
erase
even be
yourself.
interested in me. I don't even buy their
Exactly.
products.
Yeah, keep
Well,
watching me.
they probably just want to watch you masturbate through your
But also
webcam.
give me what I want.
Well, I keep all that off when I.
My webcam is separate from my laptop, and I take it off when I'm not streaming.
Well, I think this is a
it's
useful-
very
Power
unlikely.
switch on my
I'm
camera.
glad we're all responsible masturbators. I personally
This
believe
is a
in life.
Yeah, I don't
useful
masturbate
image.
on the camera.
If someone wants to watch me masturbating, that's their business, not mine.
Pay me if you want to watch me masturbate. Pay me.
I can't get people to watch me
That's their
masturbate.
mental illness, not mine.
Do you
I don't
guys
have to
do you
worry
guys
about
see
that.
this
You have
image
to get
here?
OnlyFans.
Yes.
I see it.
Okay,
All
well
right,
this
what
is
this?
this is the companies by application, and this is what they have. They trace these metrics if I guess if you allow them to. So they face recognition, environment recognition, product recognition, your contacts, voice data recognition, access to your image library, obviously language.
Strava?
Huh?
Oh, I'm not on
Google in the
Facebook
top
or
16.
Instagram.
I don't see
Right.
StreamYard on there.
There's our
It's
what's
like
your favorite app, Jeff? Do you see
the thing is
what's your
that
favorite app?
this
What?
list is a lot longer. I
Right,
gotta look at this list, but yeah,
We got
I'm
Ray.
surprised Google is in the top 10, but it's not. I'm really surprised.
Oh yeah, let me purge on Tinder. I hate Tinder. I'm gonna purge it right now.
Yeah, I don't use Tinder or
Oh,
Grindr
Zoom.
or
I
any of
use
that
that a
stuff,
lot.
so I don't think.
I don't care.
use
They could
Instagram.
track me.
I have
I'm
Facebook
not
on there
doing
like my
anything
mom.
interesting. If they're that, they find me that exciting.
That's
well,
how
it's
I
just
feel about it.
Let them watch.
it's
Enough to worry about.
it's a known you know, kind of a situation in terms of politics and technology is the kind of dialectic between privacy and security. You know,
Yeah,
you have
I've never expected privacy at all. Even in the '80s when we had cordless cell phones and we would pick up the neighbors' conversations on AM radio, I knew there was not going to be privacy on technology. And Sarah makes a good point in the comments too, like the little card you swipe every time you check out your groceries. That's all tracking your shit too, and that's not even online.
Yeah, Sarah's not
Yeah,
gonna
but it's
hop
not
on the
feeding
panel
you
because
information. It's just collecting information.
yeah, Sarah's not
So
gonna
you're
hop on
saying
the
that the
panel because
tracking
it's a
is influencing the information that I
sausage
consume
fest up
when
here.
I'm browsing.
I mean, I have a problem with the tracking part in and of itself, but I think it's definitely much worse when it's being tracked and the real issue comes when the data is utilized, right? Just data collection isolated of any use, who gives a fuck really? Which I think is your point.
Yeah.
But my point would be that it's never not utilized. People don't track shit just because they're collectors and they have a hobby.
And it's utilized mostly by an algorithm, like not even by a human. It's
Yeah, that's true.
there's some algorithm that's
It's
determining
usually a
what I
computer
see
that
on my
scans
screens.
things
Yeah.
scans things for keywords.
Hey, let's
and
let's
another
test
human might look at it. Hey, Cascadia.
let's test the mic for Cascadia real quick. Cascadia, testing Cascadia 1, 2, 3.
Does this sound better?
Yeah.
Hell yes, he's here. Cascadia's
Well,
here. Hell
it
yeah.
wasn't hooked up earlier because I was putting music on my phone because I'm not going to be home like tomorrow and half of the next day just because Katie's like passing a kidney stone. So,
Oh shit! I'm sorry to hear
so
that.
she can't come over until that stupid thing passes through, and then I'll
hopefully
be.
she gets, yeah.
Who's Katie?
Hopefully that goes fine.
My
for her.
girlfriend.
Oh, I thought her name was Christy or Chris.
No, it's Kate. It's okay.
Oh,
It's Kate.
okay. I'm glad
So yeah,
corrected
what's
her.
the
Do you want us
subject
to
of this?
cheer her on?
Yeah,
Go.
no pressure, Sarah.
My
So
girlfriend's
what's
name
this-
is Katie too. So.
Oh, cool. What's the subject of this discussion?
Technology,
Don't
and
even know
we
anymore.
right now we're into like tracking. Like
Oh yeah, that stuff.
and then not only that, but they use the algorithms use the data to determine what you see.
Oh, those algorithms.
Like
are
I know we're in
stupid.
our individual data bubbles. I know that.
Right. I just know those algorithms are dumb. I mean, like when it comes to like searching for music, they couldn't find any new recommendations if their lives depended on
keep
it.
giving me shit.
Oh, yeah, I
for
agree.
that.
No, I
I
disagree.
have
I
gotten
think they're
recommended things
No,
I
no,
like.
no, I disagree.
I have,
I disagree.
but I've also
Yeah.
gotten like Taylor Swift recommended to me, and I do not like that shit. So
I think
Oh, I love
Spotify is really good at recommending shit for me.
A little bit.
Spotify can occasionally hit the nail on the head, but it doesn't often.
Even
But
that I
yeah,
don't pay
yeah,
attention
shit.
to. I don't look at recommendations.
And then like for the tracking and stuff, like for faces and voices, I mean, that's why I told Katie I don't use Snapchat because I've heard like these there used to be a lot of these like online horror stories that were narrated by people. And there were so many of them about Snapchat where someone would hack into their Snapchat, spy on them, take pictures of them, videotape them. And I'm like, yeah, hell no, I'm not touching that.
I don't know. I kind of like the attention. It makes me feel seen.
Yeah, Spotify does not know who I am. The best guess I can surmise is that Spotify thinks I'm like some type of Mexican whore. Like, I don't even understand. Like, what the fuck are these music?
Is it wrong though? Really?
I don't know. I listen to like.
I thought you were a Mexican whore too when I first.
Well,
met you.
I did. Well, I was called Rico Suave by a Texas police officer, but yeah, but yeah, I do.
YouTube thinks I'm
yeah.
black.
too many genres. I think
Because of
I listen to like
your video
I
choice.
listen to like punk, jazz, reggae, and hip hop. So I don't think it can correlate that.
The algorithm, like, fuck you.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Then I don't understand. If they're watching so much stuff, why can't they get our recommendations correct? There's no excuse. You programmers,
singular,
you're
Hank.
sucking. You can't spine us with the panopticon and not get our recommendations correct. This is stupid.
Exactly. Like, for example, if I'm listening to a genre and I want to know every artist from the genre, the stupid thing will recommend me artists I've already listened to. And it's like, why are you going to give me the same 15 people I've already heard and not give me like at least 15 more people I haven't heard or listened to yet?
Yeah.
Yeah, which is why I don't think
Most genres
I don't
don't
think
have
AI is
more
that
than
good. I'm not
15.
afraid of AI coming alive. I know it's just gonna be puppetry, just like Dr. Wily in a Mega Man game. I know it's gonna be puppetry. They'll pretend it's came alive, but it's just gonna be a puppet.
I think it's less likely that AI will pull a Terminator on us, and more likely that we'll just convenience ourselves into complete uselessness.
No, I think that's
Yeah,
exactly
pretty much.
the threat. I completely agree.
Well, that's
I
the
think
that's a
that's
brave
the
new world, you know.
not
Oh,
just
here. Oh, really quickly, I forgot to
This
send you.
motherfucker.
I forgot to send you that email, Jesse, brother. But I will send it to you in the morning. I promise. You know, those 3 links that I was gonna send you. But yeah, bless you. Yeah.
Did we
What
just get
time
out
zone are
of
you
Love
in,
Tribe?
Christian Lives? Your morning's not. Oh, you're in California. So
Always in
you
the
have a
Love
couple
Tribe.
hours before the morning.
Love Tribe.
Hey, I
Yeah.
was just gonna step out. No, it's a beautiful exchange.
Thank you so
Welcome,
much,
Jesse.
brother Talcott.
Hey,
Awesome,
Yeah.
Jack.
thank you, brother.
Yeah,
Have a
thanks for
great
being
evening.
here.
Good seeing you, Jack. Take care.
Yeah,
He's like,
excellent conversation.
all this
Yeah.
talk of masturbation, I gotta go.
Yeah.
So how y'all doing tonight?
Well,
Feeling
we're
sexy.
having a interesting discussion on technology here, and useful because I'm going to be presenting soon on the.
The hell is that?
Somebody lives under the bridge.
Yeah, I'm going to be presenting soon on the missing link on my views on technology there. So it's going to be an intense discussion that we're going to offer about, you know, some rudimentary ideas about technology. What is it and how it relates to other subjects, spirituality in general. I think that will be a premier avenue that I will take there. You know, how technology relates to our spiritual experience, you know, and I
When
think
is
that will
this?
be
I like that.
it's a 2-hour interview, I presume. So it's gonna be
Minimum 2 hours. So
yeah.
we don't really have a time limit. I talked to a doctor for 5 hours and 17 minutes. I think two or three interviews were around 5 hours, but
Oh man.
but so I just, if it's just meant to flow, then I don't like to put a time limit. I used to have like 3 in a day. When first we started 1 on a Thursday, then 2 on a Thursday, then 3 on a Thursday, then added a Wednesday and a second one on Wednesday, and I was doing so many in a day that we just decided to do 1 per day and stuff, right? But then it allows, because if you finish one, and you have an hour in between, you have to finish that one, even if you're in the flow. So I didn't really like that.
Yeah, that's a beautiful strategy. I kind of feel the same way, and that's why I like these panels, because there's no set time limit. There's no set topic of discussion. You know, it could really go in any way. And I think a lot of the ideas are abstract anyways. So there's no reason to put a cap on anything, especially when the definitions we're employing are so imprecise. Many people like we literally just talked for an hour and a half about what the fuck the definition of technology is. So
Putting a time limit on some of this stuff really limits what can be talked about, and it actually really kind of hampers discussions in a lot of ways.
I agree. I love these kind of discussions like this, these open panels, because they remind me of like when I was younger, and I used to go over to my friend's house and chill out on the porch, and then people would come by and hang out for a little while, and people would just kind of come and go and stuff like that. And I really love that. It's like it makes me feel at home, to be honest.
Hey man, go steal some weed from your mom.
I like having a ping pong table. You guys play ping pong? That's one of my favorite sports, and basketball are my two favorite activities. Like,
All right, is ping pong properly a sport though?
I played it for 26 straight hours one time. It's
Well,
I was definitely sporty.
once you play,
nuts.
ice hockey, you realize that it's a real sport because you're like, this is just ice hockey in another way, you know.
I mean, I
You're
understand
like,
that technically it is a sport, but really, like, is a cucumber technically a fruit? It is, but is it really a fruit?
Well, that's because you don't know how to play properly. When you play like really fast, you sweat. It's a sport. Like I sweat when I play with.
Bro,
people
I've been
that are
ping
really good.
ponging since you were like still 10 years older than me. I know about ping pong.
Yeah, I get in good sweats. I play some really good fast ping pong with my friend sometimes.
Sounded sexual, but it wasn't.
You guys play ice hockey? Ever tried?
oh man, that's a real ping pong game
I
right
can't
there.
even
It's
ice
hockey.
skate.
It's an intense game. I challenge anybody to ice hockey. You got to have fast hands. I got long arms. I got fast
You
hands.
talking about air hockey or ice hockey?
Oh yeah, air hockey. I'm sorry.
Oh yeah, air
hockey.
hockey's fun. Yeah, I like
hockey. Ice hockey. Like air hockey.
I said ice hockey like 50 times. I don't know why. Yeah, I meant air hockey. Yeah, ice hockey a lot more intense. Yeah,
We used to play roller hockey a lot, but never ice hockey.
I have like an allergy to having wheels on my feet, so if I stand on a skateboard or roller skates, I fall. And the same thing happens with blades on my feet, except I get wet when it happens. So I really hate
I have like scoliosis or something. I can't stand up straight. Yeah, it's messed up.
Yeah, I skateboarded too. I used to do the longest power slides. So I had these tracker ultralight trucks and vision blur swirl wheels, and I would just skate as fast as I could, and then I'd go sideways on it as fast, far and as long as I could, halfway down the block sideways.
You know what you'd probably enjoy is like on a big snow. Oh, you're in Canada too. If you like take a towel or a blanket and shut it in the hatch of a Jeep or something with 4x4, you can, and then have it pull you around while you sit on like a trash can lid. That's fucking shit. But here, you're gonna think you want to use a rope, but you don't want. You want something that's close so that you can pull yourself close enough and put your feet on the bumper. You're welcome.
Yeah, I ride my bike to the Friday prayer, and I know one of these days I'm gonna get run over by a semi truck or something. But until
That's what you're gonna follow me up with is riding
Not
your
if you
bike
need your
to
prayers,
Sunday
right?
prayer.
Not good manifestation, man.
Yeah, it's not really that daredevilish, but I mean, it's been a crazy run on the bike ever since I was a kid. I remember when I first learned how to ride a bike, and then a toothless meth head stole my bike. Yeah.
Kids don't kids don't ride bikes anymore. It's only crackheads now.
Yes.
You see
Yeah,
the
my
ones
bike
with
got
the
stolen too.
fridges on their back, riding a bike with like no shirt on and a fridge strapped to the back, and get on a bike and ride it. You ever seen those videos?
Yeah.
I don't understand it at all.
It doesn't make any sense.
It really doesn't.
But we still, man, I've been to the skating rink probably 3 times in the last 6 months. We got middle schoolers, like we go to skating rinks and shit, and I'm about it. I'll get down at skating rink.
Yeah, I love.
I wish I could roller
skating
skate.
rink.
I cannot. I've tried my whole life.
I
used to go
can
there.
do one foot. I haven't learned to do both feet yet. I look like
That
a
is
horse
such a
on
weird
rink.
thing to learn that way.
It's
See y'all.
so
This is
difficult
this is
to-
what happens when Talcott leaves, when fucking the other dude leaves, No Jay. We just start talking about masturbating and all this shit. This is how
Well, we
it's
got to
fucking
balance
crazy.
the nerdy stuff with the.
But those cats
Yeah,
keep
but
you centered. That's what they are. They're like this
Yeah.
center, like fucking anchor shit that they have. You know what I mean?
It's
Like
true.
There are
yeah,
elders.
they have like, and I think it's because they're older than us too. You know, they're like
Yeah.
a lot
There's
fucking
also
older.
like a centralized agenda, right? Like Jack is about Jack things.
I don't know that Jack's older than me either. I don't know.
I thought you said he
maybe he's
was.
I don't know how old Jack is.
Well,
But he's
like,
not
who-
he's not enticed
Jack
by
Tal-
candy.
Jack Talcott.
Jack is
sure.
old. Jack's older than all of us.
So
I'm pretty
who on
sure
the
he
fa-
fought. I'm pretty sure he like fought in like Vietnam or some shit.
Is Jack a vampire?
so who on the panel is under the age of 30?
Not me. I'm
Not me.
42. I'm not ashamed of it. I'll tell anybody.
I'm 37.
36.
Oh, I thought you were way younger.
You do look younger than that, Cascadia.
No, Talcott's like what Joe Biden would be like if he didn't have like brain damage. I think that's like basically what it is.
Somebody said
I'm
in the
turning-
chat that he's 50 this year, so I don't know.
I'm turning
50?
50.
Jack Talcott, not an era Jack.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no,
me
that's what I
too.
meant. Oh,
Jesse, I can't believe Jesse doesn't. You're not. There's no way.
What are you? You're turning 50?
Yeah.
A couple weeks. I'm leaving on Saturday
No,
for
you're
Mexico
not.
for my 50th. So
You're not more than like 30.
You do
There's
look
no
hella
way
young,
you're
man.
50.
yeah, I turned 50.
I don't believe you.
Wow.
I think they made a mistake.
They got the wrong year in your birth certificate, so.
And he's got more activities than the rest of us combined have had.
Yeah, they
I just
paid me to
don't
get
see it.
hammered for like many years. I just figured out a way to make money at the bar, and so I got paid to get drunk every night for years and years. And I preserved myself in alcohol for a super loud amount of years.
must
So
be
Dude,
alcohol. That's hence why I can stay. It's like looking so young.
I got a fake ID when I was 15, so we might have been like doing the same thing.
Oh shit!
And it worked too. It worked because the key is to have confidence, and I've always had this like sort of stupid assumption that I'm the shit. But when you get a fake ID at 15, it becomes your source of income real quick. And then yeah, I drank like every night for probably a decade, probably 15 years, really.
Yikes!
How do you make money off of just getting drunk? I don't understand that. Just having a fake.
Well,
ID,
because
right?
everybody needs alcohol, and you're the one that can buy
okay.
it.
I see.
Yeah.
I see.
Well, for me, I did lots of different things. I DJ'd on a radio station, even, but through lots of parties, only a little bit of guest spots on a radio station, and through lots of parties, and hustled in pool, made so much money. We'd go to the bar every night with like 20, 30 bucks in my pocket. I'd leave 300 hammered and 15 drinks. Still, my buddies can't even catch up all the drinks that I just stayed. They picked up the girls while I went and played pool and got everybody drunk every night. And then we went to Chinatown, and I played Chud ID, which is Chinese version of asshole. People call it Big Two. So I go to the restaurants there and play with all the old men and
I've
in
seen
the
that at some of the
restaurants.
Korean
I
places
never
over
lost one time. Paid everybody's food every night because it was their money. They just paid us to come there and eat. And I came out with more money on this game. My buddy was sometimes second, but sometimes lost. So his money, but I won every time. Hey, you come back tomorrow. You come back tomorrow.
I've seen them playing that at the Korean, at some of the Korean places here, and it's weird. I didn't know it was just a Chinese version of asshole. I had no idea. That's crazy. I see them playing that. There's actually a restaurant here in Dallas called Chicken Butthole. That's actually it's in Korean, but if you translate to Chicken Butthole, and they play that game there. So I guess that's why they play the game there.
Oh yeah, sure enough.
Because like they're playing this Chinese version of asshole. The place called Chicken Butthole.
Yeah, I made a mistake and tried to go the corporate route, be a good boy, and instead went wild. So now I'm slightly more evil than I would have been.
Let me tell you though, being 15 and having a fake ID, I was the happiest drunk 15-year-old at the strip club.
Oh yeah.
I bet you were.
I like strip clubs.
Yeah, I couldn't even imagine that.
Stand them.
I've only been once.
Strip clubs make me sad. Every
Yeah,
time
I'm
I've
not
been
a
in one, it
biggest
was like
fan
the
of the
saddest
strip
place.
clubs. You know, I've been dragged there lots of times by people that like it there, and you know, if I just put some money on the end of the floor and just leave, I never throw money. I think that's kind of horrific and stuff. And but people
Yeah,
like that.
Yeah, I think that a prostitute who chooses out of an act of charity to make love to a paraplegic or a autistic person or something like that, or somebody who's extremely not proficient in life, and I don't mean that as a stab on anyone on the panel. Obviously,
No, I
you guys
agree
know I
with
love
them.
you.
I agree with
You
him.
guys know I love you guys.
I'm
But
autistic. I agree with him.
He's about
yeah,
to
but
make you an offer.
I just
Hold
think,
on. Here
I
comes
just think
the
a
offer.
prostitute. Yeah, I just think a prostitute that does that is a very charitable person. But on the other end, I know that a lot of these strip clubs, are it's human trafficking. They put a smiley face on it. But
Lots
that's
of
essentially what's
drugs,
happening. Yeah.
lots of drugs flow through
Yeah.
there, and then everything else is just comes from that my major drug use.
Comes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can put a smiley face on. You can put a smiley face on human trafficking if you want to, but I think it's a egregious,
You
type
know
of
what?
business.
We don't know who is and who isn't. I'm not gonna let you guys steal the joy from my life. You fucking.
I mean, I don't see how strip clubs can be the joy in anyone's life. Those places are so sad. The women look so, I don't know. I've been dragged to like 3 strip clubs before, and
I've never been to one. I've never been
during
to
the
one.
day shift. You're gonna have a bad time.
Yeah.
Well, it really depends
2 of
on
them
what
were at night, 1 of
what
them
bar
was
you go
daytime,
to, what strip club you go to.
I went to the
If you go
Hustler
a fancy
Club.
one, it's okay even in daytime. But if you go to one of these dive, just skip it. In fact,
I fell
skip
in
it
love
night
with the
shift.
Sapphire Lounge in Las Vegas.
I got dragged. I used to live in Las Vegas. I got dragged to Glitter Gulch. I can't remember one of the bigger ones in the strip. The one, two, and then once I got dragged to one in Shreveport, Louisiana, and that place that made me very sad too.
We went to the Sapphire Lounge is the biggest strip club in North America, and it was like
I think that's
it was
what it
like
was,
walking into a big box store of
Yep.
women. Right? They were stacked up like 5 deep against the wall.
That's why it made me
The
sad.
Sam's
It
Club,
felt like it was people.
But it's
being,
all
like,
voluntary,
packaged
right? I
and sold,
assume those women
Yeah, it's voluntary. It just
be there.
feels really
I
sad.
don't
And
wish
you have
that
to
for
pay
them.
to be there. They have to pay money to be there.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, and we were in the VIP, beneath the main stage, and so we got funneled in the best, the ones that wanted to be there, but they were making bank. It was the most expensive hand job I've ever gotten.
How much did it cost?
All in all, a few $100s, but that specific. What I did is at the end of the night, I brought a specific amount for that night, and when I was getting to the last bit, I paid enough for 4 songs, and I said, I want you to dance out the next 4 songs, or until you get me off. And she was a businesswoman, so
She opted for the latter.
oh yeah, she did. I don't even know. I'm not even.
I
going
can't
into
take
it,
4 songs
Yeah,
of this guy.
which is absurd because you can get a hand job for like $40.
That's what I would.
Yeah,
think.
but not from this chick. Maybe from the old lot lizard down the street.
Yeah, that's true.
Not all hands are created equal, man.
Yeah, I agree with you. It just, I'm looking at freaking inflation. Goddamn.
You're dragging me up, Hank. That's funny.
Yeah, I was going to ask though. I was listening to some of that debate that Machine did with Andrew, and it kind of begs that question. Is all technology invented willfully, or is some of it done by accident? Because you mentioned that penicillin was done by accident.
Oh yeah, I mean innovation. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but innovation means that nobody knew how the fuck you were gonna do it before you did it.
Well, it's a creative process, and I don't think you ever really know the outcome of the creative.
It's mysterious.
Yeah,
It's creation. Everybody has different creation, and some people have more impactful creative things that they do into the world. But then you have DARPA that's created things like internet and Facebook and things to do security on people and stuff, right? But most of creation, I think, is organic.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, that's true.
That's also what separates it from design. and tilts it over into innovation.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's also a good word, design. You know, a design is not necessarily the use of a thing. Usefulness is not inherent within something's design. Yet a design is a process of enframing. And I took this off too early, I guess, because now we're getting back into it thanks to the the Cascadian Anarch, or the Cascadian Monarch, as I like to call him. In
If
my
you
opinion.
copy and paste that into a ticker across the bottom of the channel, we can see each other's names still.
Well, I mean, like, look at the airplane, for example. A bunch of people tried to invent that for centuries until like just a couple people did it on accident.
How do you accidentally build an airplane?
Well, I'm thinking about the components, like the engine or whatever, because I'm not sure, like what. I'm not sure what
Shit,
process.
this sandwich turned out weird.
Well, it goes to another interesting invention, which is the creation of the Bell helicopter by Arthur M. Young. And of course, he has this whole theory about how that it relates to the idea
Okay,
of
so maybe what I
determining.
said about the airplane sounded stupid, but like when the Wright brothers created the first one that could fly, I mean, was it like a happy accident that they found like the right engine or the right parts, or was it
Right.
just something they experimented with?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it was experimentation and some human ingenuity and creativity, but they intended, like they set out intentionally to create a machine that flies without being fully sure of exactly how they were going to do it.
Yeah, but the thing is like is kind of like how obviously everybody knows. Well, I don't know if it's obvious, but there's the invention of Da Vinci's, who created the helicopter before it was invented, and also Arthur C. Clarke, who invented these satellites. He didn't invent it, but he had a concept of satellites. He described how satellites would behave in space, and then they went to create a satellite. It was something that was science fiction, just like Gene Roddenberry's screen to screen communication, but we're engaged in that right now as we speak.
Well, how did the Ruskies beat us to Sputnik with Sputnik then?
Yeah.
Well, in 1997, Richard Branson said that he'd have space travel within 10 years. So that would have been 2007. And in between there, he got knighted, and it's 2023 and it's still no space travel. So space is definitely a fascinating concept with all the weird shit you can observe.
You have to believe in space to believe in satellite.
Some people say it's weather balloons that are that are doing the communication stuff.
NASA buys more helium than any other consumer of helium on Earth.
And look what happened with the Chinese balloon.
Well, and some people say that they already go to the moon all the time. They just don't want us to know about it or something. So,
but
really, we know it's made out of cheese.
Outside the moon or something? How does that work?
Some people believe it's inside the firmament, so it's a plasma ball, and it just goes, farther where we can't see it on these lands. If the lands are more bigger than they actually teach in school, is a possibility.
well, the fact that here's the way I look at it: whatever it is, the fact that it always faces direction is locked in a certain way with us for as long as we've been around is pretty impressive. No matter how you look at it, I mean, if you
it's impossible. It's impossible if you have a spinning Earth rotating around in an expanding universe to keep the ratio or to keep that side of the moon facing us all the time. The speed of rotation would have to accelerate over time.
What's stopping from accelerating over time?
What would cause it to accelerate over time? It would need steady. It would need a consistent, steady stream of new energy to cause that speed. I think.
The sun. There you go. The sun.
The sun. Yeah, gravity.
Yeah, the sun. There's your energy. So what's the problem?
I don't. I can explain it, but I can't understand it for you. I don't know how to answer that.
And the spinning ball one is funny because you spin a ball, what happens wet? It flies everywhere, not sucks in. That's some weird shit too, man. I don't
There's barely
really
any water
comprehend
on the
that.
planet. You keep the water stays on the ball if it's not that much of it. That surface tension.
90% is the water, and it's like spinning.
Well, I saw somebody do
That's
that.
just the surface. I mean, the core is not made of water; it's made of iron, and we have carbon and all that other stuff composing most of the planet.
I have a controversial take on that. And this is just totally like made up out of the top of my head, but I saw this bowling guy who knows how to bowl very well, and he basically just started spinning the ball, and then he made a shot and knocked 9 of the pins down, and he knew the exact angle that the spinning ball was hit and how long it would take to get there, right? And so, I don't know if that's because of quote unquote gravity, or is that because something like the ether model is more accurate, or like there's a
that's angular momentum. Angular momentum is how we could.
Well, you've got. I mean, when you spin the bowling ball, it's going forward, and the spin puts the spin on it. But if we're flying around in space, there's nothing for the spin to catch traction on.
Yeah, that's correct.
Well, my point is, perhaps there is something and we just don't understand it, so we just call it gravity in lieu of what we don't know, essentially.
Okay, yeah, I'm there with you. I could dig that.
Well, yeah,
I still think the whole heliocentric model is fake, but that makes good. That makes good sense.
Yeah, that's
Well,
how we
well,
do it.
obviously,
No,
it's
but
obviously
gravity.
You think the
yeah,
heliocentric model is fake?
Well, it's obviously
do.
electromagnetism, is it not? I mean, that's what they
No, it's not
theorize.
that obvious. It's not. The thing is, gravity doesn't care about the charge, so we just call it something different. We call it weak electromagnetic force, but it's different because it doesn't care about the charge.
Well, I mean, energy. I mean, what they say is dark matter is extremely dense. You know, they say it's like,
So dark matter and dark energy is just an accounting trick to force the models to work. So I don't take it that seriously.
yeah. Well, I just think that there's some truth to space being how they say that the universe is 99.9% space, but that space is more dense than matter.
Water. It's like it's all water there, so dense.
it
When you
makes
look
sense,
at actual real videos of stars, they shimmer. Actual real stuff that you can say that you're looking at.
Yeah.
Yeah, because the matter would have to swim inside something sufficiently more dense than the shit that it's in.
No, because if there's nothing to pull it down, it's just gonna float.
Yeah, but is that necessarily gravity, or is it just?
It's not gravity. Pretty much things will just go the same direction it's been going unless there's something to move it. So if there's no gravity and nothing to block it, it's just gonna keep going on the same trajectory.
Yeah, now I'm smoking a blunt and talking about astrophysics. So.
Have they ever been able to recreate a spin so fast that it actually sucked things into it? Has that ever been scientifically done?
Whirlpool.
A what?
Whirlpool. But it's more like it pretty much just it's not falling through a hole. So it's not really the spin, it's just the hole in the water.
A whirlpool?
Yeah.
Like centripetal force.
Yeah. So stuff don't fall in because it's spin.
Vortex dynamics. Yeah, there's some shit about vortex energy. There's some fucking vortex energy going on. Definitely technology works that way through vortex energy. Creating spins and gears and things. So yeah, there is that aspect to it. That's centripetal force.
Cycles. Yeah.
Yeah. And like electromagnetism works that way in a sense, but at least my stupid understanding of it seems to be somewhat. Well, I wanted to put the more atheistic people on the offense a little bit by stealing some BS argument that probably doesn't make sense. But I just want to put this out there. Like, if you go into the desert and you find a watch, would you assume that it wasn't made? And then I think if you look at it's it's
Is that you outside in the traffic?
That's not me. That's not me.
I think it's Jesse.
No, no, because that voice or that sound was there way before Jesse was here.
Was
like,
it?
it's
It
just-
was.
Yeah, it's like we're,
It sounds
yeah.
like traffic, but we're all indoors.
Yeah, that's why it's trippy too. It's like fucking weird. It's like somebody's watching this panel. Like, who's up-
It's probably the feds watching.
It's like some creepy shit.
Yeah, the
It's like,
feds is locked in.
Hey, feds! You know exactly what I
Why
want.
would the feds
Give
would
it
not
to
be
me.
wasting their time on us?
I don't know.
Not if
You'd
they're
be
doing their
surprised.
job.
You would be
Not
surprised.
if they're doing their job.
I don't care if you're doing your job. I won't tell. Just give me what I want. You know what it is. Already, feds.
So if I found a watch in the desert, yes, I would assume it was made. But that analogy doesn't carry over to something like the universe.
Well, just take like DNA, for example. I mean, how incredibly simple yet complex it is. That's kind of my argument is like, just as an example. I mean, take anything like, even a grain of sand or any, just anything. It's extremely complex and simple at the same time. And, it kind of leaves the mark of something
An
that
eyeball.
most likely was created somehow, but yeah, and as you go up
Or
in
evolved.
or I mean possibly, but then you can't explain consciousness other than
I agree with you. I agree with you.
Yeah, and again, it's not really to attack, it's more just
Well, consciousness is more emergent than evolutionary, but you can't explain it through design either.
Isn't evolution itself emergence though?
Correct.
Like what the fuck? Like it's kind of circular, isn't it?
What's emergence?
Yeah, see, that's a good question. I never actually got a clear answer to what the fuck emergence is. I feel like it's magical. It's a magical term,
Yeah, it is a magical term. So pretty much, emergence is when you have, like for example, you have a water molecule. It's not wet, but if you have a bunch of water molecules, it's wet. So emergent is a property that comes up from having an aggregate of something that didn't exist, from having just a unit of something.
Yeah. That is a thing in terms of systems. Because systems just like develop, and like nobody knows like where systems actually mushroom from, because it's actually a bunch of individual processes.
What system? What
simultaneously?
Never ever has anybody witnessed something that was not systematic spontaneously become systematic.
Oh, sure they have.
What?
Like there's tons of examples. I don't know if I'm gonna get
Fibonacci
popped.
sequence.
I don't think if I'm gonna get popped for showing this, but yeah, a slime mold, for example, will do this.
I don't know much about slime mold. I guess.
Oh yeah, you have a video of it.
I can't rebut.
Oh
the
yeah.
slime mold.
Yeah, I have videos.
Yeah, slime mold's
we
a
may
good
get
one.
we may get popped for this in a second, but
Why would
but
they
like,
pop
good.
you for slime mold?
Like, think about rocks, right? You've never seen like a pile of rocks spontaneously stack itself or
Yeah,
start
but-
reproducing and become self.
Yeah, sand.
No,
yeah,
but rocks
have
are not
sand.
organic. They don't have internal.
but
momentum.
you
They're
see,
small rocks, but yes, that's all.
Although on the playa in Death Valley they do slide.
but
Yeah,
you
that too.
but you see mountains that are made of a lot of rocks that are kind of piled on top of each other in a way. So I mean, it's.
What did you say? I didn't hear that.
I said, but you see mountains that are in a way kind of rocks stacked on top of each other in a. To me,
Right, because they can be acted upon by external forces, but they're not internally.
Yeah, that one hot babe I showed, Savannah Brown, she had 500K subscribers, and this guy only has 400. So I don't think I'll get popped for showing this shit. But yeah, let's look at this shit. Yeah, I'll show you some examples, I guess. This guy has like a weird video, kind of comedy, fucking video about it. But yeah, complex adaptive systems.
An adaptive system is different than
I don't know why you get popped for slime mold.
Well,
well,
and
this isn't the slime mold one, but yeah, I could show the
Well-
slime mold one too.
yeah, when I'll mention something else that's kind of weird, even though it's probably not, rebutting it or anything or advancing the conversation, but they've done experiments with taking human brain cells or something like that and putting it into some sort of substance similar to like a slime mold or something like that, and see what happens, and essentially things start getting fucking organized pretty quick. So it's really interesting that they've done
I
stuff
mean, even a
like that.
snowflake is organized. It's formed through a process of organization.
Right, but these things are all slime mold, snowflakes. These are all things that are organized by their nature, right? You've never seen something that's nature is to be disorganized, then change its nature to being organized.
Water.
Jesse, did you have something to add?
Oh, well, I was just going to say, but the disorganized, I guess, kind of throws that out. But the Fibonacci sequence, there's always order in some of these, growing mathematical equations that stay in actual order of creation. And it's, it doesn't get too chaotic. It just follows the same mathematical
I
sequences.
mean, that's
and
just
stuff.
a mathematical pattern, which
But
math, you could say, I would argue, is systematic inherently.
So, anyways, I gotta go. Thanks for the conversation, everybody. I'm here
Okay,
visiting
brother.
my girlfriend. So she was just, doing her thing, and then now she's
Cool.
here. So love y'all.
Yeah, bless.
There's
Yeah,
one-
yeah.
Take
Thank
care.
you.
Her to come
Thank
on.
you for joining.
She was on for a bit.
She was.
Yeah.
Yes, it's always good to have a female presence here on the panel as
And
well.
she has an interesting take. Actually, her and Machine Lies would be an interesting conversation sometime.
Oh yeah, I was looking at her last night talk on your panel. Very extremely intelligent woman. I do have to say, the Angeline lady, she showed that she was extremely
That's
proficient
his
at
girlfriend?
conversating.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
yeah, I've seen her before on panel.
Yeah, she's been on the panel before as well. Although it was a tumultuous evening, but yeah, it's never.
I gotta
really...
re-upload. I gotta upload the first part. I fucking forgot about that.
Yes. Yeah. What happened to the panel yesterday? It just kind of like.
I took it down and I started a new one, so it was in two parts because the first one, I played a video that was copyrighted, and Snafu dropped the V bomb several times, and I called Snafu the F bomb.
Damn, what is the V bomb? I'm
what's
not
the-
even sure at this point. Yeah.
The
jab.
Oh
Yeah.
shit! Yeah, we can. Yeah.
Yeah,
Can't even say the word.
Yeah.
I
it's
think
tough to
that
even
I was
say the word.
mistaken, but at the time, I thought that he had just sabotaged it and left himself something so that he could come back and report it later.
Yes,
okay.
they do that
Father,
too.
please
Yeah.
forgive us. Lord Father, please forgive us.
I don't think that he did that now, but he was still being a douchebag.
Yeah. Yeah, unfortunate. But yeah.
But anyways,
was
I downloaded it. I put it to private and I've downloaded it, and I'm gonna re-upload it. I just need to delete some shit off my phone, I guess, first.
Okay. Uploaded also to Odyssey.
Who just
I'm not
fell
gonna
off
do
the
that.
panel? I don't even know who just left. Who
Jesse.
the hell? No, but just now.
Oh.
I think it was Cecil.
that
What was
many?
it?
Yeah,
Cecil Bingo. I thought you backstage,
gone.
Cecil.
No, yeah.
Oh,
no,
yeah.
he's-
Well, he popped off.
Okay.
I'll just go back a couple seconds. I'll tell you.
Yeah, we got to figure this one out. We got to get down to the Scooby Doo mystery. Oh no, I think it was Neurojack. Yeah, here he is. Okay, yeah, because I know he was there too. Yeah, okay.
Oh, yes. Right. Hey,
Yeah,
Jack.
okay.
All right. Hold on.
No, it was Neuro. Yeah, but yeah, let's watch this video and then we'll see if there's any credence. The ant. Yeah. Hopefully, I don't get popped for this, but this is what. Let's see.
There are a bunch of individual ants, each doing work to help support the colony. One ant is foraging for food, another is stacking sand on top of the mound. There's that one that's just not pulling his weight despite everybody else doing their job. Each individual ant seems to be making decisions about what it should be working on. Those decisions aren't complicated in themselves. After all, an individual ant can only do so many things. However, it isn't until you take a step back that you notice something even more interesting about the ant colony. The colony itself is alive. It has properties that can't be explained by the decisions of the individual ants. It moves as a whole, adapts to the outside world, goes on benders in Cabo, and has a life cycle almost like a living, breathing organism. Why is that? If an ant colony is full of individual ants making their own independent decisions, how is it organizing itself into a predictable and coordinated system? Think about the fact that without a government, without Congress, without any centralized power, an ant colony is able to create stuff like this.
The paths branch and lead to many fungus gardens and rubbish pits.
Which is kind of incredible when you think about it. Yeah, really cool. All right, Ben, can we just wrap up this ant talk and get to the Bill Hwang memes and losing money in the stock market already? Yes. Right after we talk about this. What is a complex adaptive system? And how can it help you predict the stock market, the crypto market, and the whatever this guy is screaming about market? Starting in 1870, wolves in Yellowstone National Park were hunted by park employees in an attempt to eradicate all predators from the park. The idea being that by removing the top predators, the ecosystem as a whole should thrive. By 1926, the last wolf pack of Yellowstone had been killed. Fast forward to Yellowstone in 1995. Deer everywhere. Deer around every corner, deer destroying the vegetation, deer fucking on the path as you were trying to walk around. Recognizing that this deer fuck fest simply wasn't sustainable,
we help individuals and organizations better lead and manage change, and now we're excited to offer the Cotter Change Certification Program. Each course is presented by a Cotter expert through in-person.
That's why it's good to use Brave.
This sounds so fucking boring.
As well
I
as
couldn't
on our
take a course
state-of-the-art
from
web-based
anybody this
platform,
boring.
supported by interactive.
I know.
But it's funny. It's like she's selling exactly what he's talking about. She's like, there's a system that you can use to manage all of your affairs.
Oh, because they
and
match the ads to the
plug
content.
in the information here, and it'll be an automated system that will tailor all of your needs. It's like, wow.
If the ads were so good, why are we skipping them all? Come on, come on. If they're so good, if they're so targeted,
That ad
why
ruined
aren't we
my
watching
night.
them?
Yeah, but
Think about it, Google.
that
Think
definitely
about it.
applied. Yeah, I noticed that the
Think about it.
advertisements always apply to what I'm watching, so I don't think they really take anything away. I like to see what people are selling. I mean, not that I'd pay for this service anyways, but
Yeah, but if the ad's so targeted, why are we skipping it? I need to Google. YouTube. I need to think about that.
yeah. Well, let's check this out here. Well, yeah, he's getting into complex adaptive systems, I guess. Yeah.
That's a sentence I never thought I'd say. The US government realized that in order to control the deer population, the proper course of action would be to release more wolves into the park. Wolves, being the natural predators of the deer, would help regulate the population and thus rebalance the ecosystem. So in 1995, 14 wolves were released into Yellowstone. However, over time, something really interesting started to happen. As the wolf population grew, deer started to avoid certain areas of the park. The riverbanks and valleys that had been destroyed by overgrazing deer began to regenerate. Beavers came back to the rivers. There was an explosion of mice, hawks, foxes, and bears. One tiny adjustment in the system's conditions caused a profound change. However, something even more remarkable happened. As trees regenerated along the riverbanks, their roots stabilized the soil, protecting against erosion, narrowing the channels, and in some cases, quite literally changing the path of the river. So you're saying that bringing 14 wolves into Yellowstone changed the actual path of the rivers? How many edibles did you eat before researching this? Absolutely zero, only a few. But how does this relate to the fight?
You guys see that, right? He put 14 wolves in that bitch, and it changed the motherfucking landscape. Like, you can't control shit.
Yep.
I mean, they may have been
That's
trying
my
to control
point.
that, but they did change it. They did affect it.
Yes, they literally
did what
changed
in their minds was a natural solution, but they did as much that was unnatural by releasing those wolves than they would have if they'd done some completely quote unquote unnatural solution.
Because the original conditions had evolved to a natural point. They took the wolves out, and reintroducing 14 more later is an artificial
Yeah.
Well,
constraint on the natural ecosystem.
It's like
You
the
men-
butterfly effect on steroids a little bit, but yeah,
Well,
go
and
ahead, Nero.
Oh, sorry.
think it
I was just saying. I'm surprised that some, young whippersnapper marketing guy didn't say, "Hey, you know what? We have a lot of venison steaks ready for sale at a cheap price." Or, I'm just shocked that they didn't.
Oh yeah, and
Yeah,
that goes
14
to what
wolves of
they're.
Wall Street.
Yeah, have you guys ever heard of chronic waste disease?
No.
Oh God. Well, they started
I've heard
breeding
that
the
now.
deer for this exact reason, and the deer started eating the deer waste and creating chronic waste disease. If you see the deer that have this disease, it's like a form of mad cow disease, where where if you eat this deer, you'll get prions in your brain that'll make you, insane in the membrane, essentially. You know what I mean?
Well, that's what they were saying. The C19 and the VAX was about.
Some people thought it was about that, but we
Well,
can't keep pushing that topic. But
Prions
yeah,
are one of the most terrifying
Yeah.
things.
Well, when I was a
I've
kid,
researched.
Well, when I was a kid, I thought mad cow disease is something that made people go crazy and start acting like a psychotic cow.
I wished it was that simple instead of being what it is, which is a prion, which is one of those terrifying things. Because if that was the case, it would just make people act like a psychotic cow. That'd be kind
Well,
of almost cute.
The interesting thing about that is I think they tried to create a biological weapon with that, but also the other thing that's weird about it, it's kind of like a zombie cell that basically can never die unless you. I mean, there probably is some way to eradicate it, but essentially
They don't know how yet, though.
Yeah.
It's really,
I
really
was.
terrifying.
I had all these crazy ideas when I was a kid. One of the craziest ones I thought was that girls actually peed out of their butt, and I was like, because I was like, they don't have. Yeah, because I was like, they don't have dicks, so how do they pee? And I didn't picture them as having vaginas. I didn't really know what a vagina was when I was a baby.
Right. Yeah,
So I was
I
like,
understand.
yeah, so I was like, girls actually just pee out of their butts. Like that's kind of gross because they don't have pee-pees, so it's fucked up. Like they actually just pee from their butthole.
I
And
had
I'm
a
like,
friend.
I
had a
thought they
friend
had
when I was-
babies out of their butt.
Yeah, I had a friend when I was a kid that thought
Yeah,
that's
that's another way.
how you got a girl pregnant was if you peed in their butt. So
Yeah, it turns out their pee-pee's just stubby.
Well, you weren't too far off. That's the good thing.
Yeah,
right.
you should try peeing in her butt, anyways.
I agree.
Oh man.
10 out of 10 would recommend peeing in a girl's butt.
Spice it up. Spice it up.
Yeah, Lord Fauci would allow it.
I'm sure he would. Lord Fauci'd be all about it. So
Is that extra or is that?
Well, we try to bring you a premier intellectual content here on the Machine Lives.
I mean, it's better than sleeping on camera.
Right.
Yeah, Cecil.
well, you should.
You out, Cecil.
Yeah, he was doing everything but sleeping before when he started playing the drums out here.
Yeah, that's
if
true.
anybody
He
wants-
Still want to
he
listen to
was
that rim shot,
definitely
Cecil.
exciting at first.
Yeah, he was amped.
I still want that rim shot. I'm demanded. I know you can do it.
Someone in chat said, or Sarah in chat said, we have so many holes it's not even funny.
Yeah,
Yes,
he said
you do.
Yeah, he said he offered Cecil to take a rim shot, and Cecil said, "I don't do anything with the word rim in it."
Better quit playing those drums then.
Well, I'm probably about to head out here in a minute. I'm gonna try to make myself start going to sleep, but I have to
For
take
sure,
2 to
yes.
3
Yeah,
hours.
for real.
Do that.
Yeah, I know. Yeah,
I
same
gotta lay
here.
there for 2 to 3 hours before I can actually get to sleep. So
Oh
I have to,
yeah,
like, start
horrible.
early.
Yeah, well, thank you for joining, Chris. Hanging in there. Bless you, man.
I'll be here
thank
for
you
another
for
few
your-
minutes, but if I
Yeah,
drop off,
bless.
you'll know why.
For sure.
Yeah, I'm gonna head out too. Maybe we can watch the slime mold on the next show.
Oh yeah, and definitely if I wake up tomorrow in time to join the stream, are you guys streaming tomorrow? I'll definitely join.
At 3, I
Yeah,
think.
3 p.m. Central.
Okay, guys, check out Gen X Jeff tomorrow. I will probably be there at 3 or something like that. So you
We'll
guys
go
come
for
check us out.
we'll
Yeah,
go for
me
a
too.
while. So just drop in whenever.
I
Yeah,
was
we'll
on there
have
today.
a
It was a really good stream. Gen X is doing some good streams right now. So
yes,
you know.
yeah, they're good conversations. If you guys like this type of conversation, you'll definitely like to check out some of the directions that he's headed in on his panel for sure. So you guys go and check out Gen X Jeff and subscribe there. A regular place where we gather and talk. Many people on this panel you see here. So yeah, it's a chill place to have a conversation for sure. And you know, Jeff's an excellent host for that. Bless you, sir.
Well, thank you too for what you do here.
For
Yeah,
sure.
I really love your more chill, like just hangout streams like this. You know, they're
Yeah,
a
me
little
too.
bit less like I think the lack of focus is kind of a good thing actually. It's very
Oh
It's
relaxing.
an
yeah.
unorganized
I like coming and
system.
hang
It's
out here.
organic
Yeah.
chaos.
Yeah.
Organic chaos. There you go.
Thank you.
It's
Thank you.
emergent.
Uh-oh. There's that word again. Yep.
Well, I'd love to stick around as well, but I'm probably going to drop off because I've got a pretty busy morning
Yeah,
tomorrow.
no worries. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, you guys. Yeah, thank you so
But
much
thanks
for
for
your
having me
contribution.
on.
Of course.
Definitely.
And
Nice to talk to you again, Cascadian. Maybe I'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right.
yes,
Okay. Take care, everyone. Good night.
Bye, Jet. Good night,
for
Jeff.
sure. Peace. Yep.
Chris left
And
too, and somebody else left. Who left? Jessica.
let me get rid of this banner so we can see who's because we can't see Neurojack Square there. So yeah, let's get rid of that and let's get up in this video. I guess he's gonna relate it back to the stock market, which I think that's gonna be.
Well, I apologize if I talk too much and scared away any of the guests because
No worries. No, it's not because of that. It's mostly because of the time. At this time on the East Coast, it's 1:39. You may be unaware of that because of your current location. But yeah, I know it's way earlier for Neuro. That's why he's like ready to talk at late night. People are wondering why the fuck he's awake. Yeah, it's actually it should be like fucking I don't know, like 10 o'clock where you're at or some shit.
Yeah, it's 10:40. I just got home at like 10.
Yeah.
So
yeah, the night is young for Neuro, but it's 1 a.m. here, so that's why a lot of people just fell out.
nobody has a topic to reset on. I made a lot of notes early on, so I wanted to at least call out a few.
Oh
to
yeah,
reset some of the conversation.
Oh yeah, you got the floor. Yeah, you got the floor after this video if you want for sure.
Oh, okay, cool. Let's watch the video.
Yeah, bless. Yeah, and I don't even know if I'll watch the rest of this video. I don't know how much more of it is relevant to make the point I was making. But yeah, I just like have it. Yeah, but yeah, I guess it's pretty interesting. I mean, it is what it is.
Financial gambling market. Yeah, there was that Wolf of Wall Street guy, but I didn't know he got released into Yellowstone. Let's think about the example of the wolves. I can tell you exactly what a wolf does. It looks for food, eats, sleeps, drinks pints with its wolf friends on Friday. That's basically the extent of its life. Yeah, there's some howling, some random walking around, but in essence, a wolf's entire existence isn't made up of any incredibly complicated decisions that we couldn't predict. Okay, so if that's relatively predictable, let's just add the deer fuckfest into that equation. After all, we can predict the actions of a deer fairly easily too. And if we can predict the deer, we can also predict X, Y, and Z that should give us a complete view of the system. We know what deer do. They eat grass, they
eat birds.
They eat quickly. Then later, they cough up food and chew it again.
They do whatever this is. Let's just say we can predict the actions of a deer fairly well, with around 70% certainty. The problem is that with each degree we remove our prediction from those very precise starting conditions, things get significantly more complicated and unpredictable. You're making a prediction based on an assumption, so you can even change up the word if you want. But with each prediction you make, you're becoming more and more uncertain. Is it starting to make sense why economic theory doesn't actually work to predict anything? Why the degenerates of Wall Street bets would rather listen to a gecko for their financial advice than look at a 10K? Well, I'm here to offer a solution. Not a good one, but a solution nonetheless. Think about the most basic economic model of the stock market. Every independent degenerate has only one goal: to make as much money as possible. But this is where the paradox arises. You can only buy a stock if someone is selling, a counterparty, probably an institution. The same institution that sold you those 20% out of the money calls expiring in 3 days. Why the fuck would you buy those? See, at least I know when I open Robinhood that I'm making a donation to Wall Street. That money's better spent in their hands. You know, on another vacation home, trip to Indonesia. I didn't even want to eat this week. I'm dieting. Dying. Let's use Microsoft as an example. What is actually causing this to go up and down, theoretically? There's some institutions, some funds, and some poor people. They all have the same goal: to buy high, sell low. Actually, that's just the goal of the poor people. Buy low, sell high. Breaking news: Bill Gates is getting divorced. Let's just pretend that he's still the CEO because it's funny. The institutions see this. They look at their models, talk to some insiders, and consult the Asian...
The journey to a smoke-free future can be a long...
That was also interesting. I didn't know what they were selling there either. It just had Peak Design. like that was the company. Peak Design. Designing what? Like what the fuck? Like it does 5 second fucking flash image. Like I'm supposed to understand what the fuck Peak Design is selling.
Right.
And this one, Zen peppermint. Motherfucker. I'm not buying peppermint, motherfucker. Come on. Peppermint, I'm a grown-ass man. Pepper fucking mint.
So you experiment, Dib? You want experiment?
Come on. Sell me a fucking menthol cigarette, bitch.
Bro, I got you.
He wants a pumpkin spice cigarette so he can attract those white girls.
I would smoke a pumpkin spice cigarette if they made that.
That's funny. Yeah, I gotta get that white cooch.
It's that good.
That good.
I want that. My dad is a lawyer, Cooch.
The white man's pride. That's how we're gonna fight him back.
Hee-haw.
Well, okay, if you want, I can just jump straight into that, but we'll see.
I know neuro.
Well, yeah. On top of that, yeah, but
got to pee in her butt.
There you
go. Yeah, that's how you win them over. You know, at the end of the day, you know,
that's how you establish the dominance. You know?
Yeah, like one rapper said, "My main veins the only thing about me mainstream." You know?
Damn.
How about that?
That was a sick verse, yo.
Sick beats, sick rhymes.
Yo, quote Violent J, you know.
He priced in the...
I'm just kidding. I'm not. I don't think.
Sarah, I thought that was a strange comment response to the peeing in the butt suggestion. I said pee in her butt, and she puts a smiley face.
Oh,
all
yeah.
right.
Well, she said this. She said she typed an entire message and only put a goddamn smiley.
No, she didn't. We were talking about peeing in white girl butts and how that makes them love you, and she put a smiley face.
I typed in the whole message and it was an eggplant.
It's the technology allowing nature to take over. That's what it is.
I still would say there's a good argument that peeing in somebody's butt is more natural than being vegan.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying the technology, erased her message and put a smiley face because it didn't want her to intellectualize the conversation.
Well, I think that adds new dimension to the words, the poo-poo and the pee-pee.
Yeah. Have you guys ever realized? Have you guys ever noticed? Like sometimes, like for me, like I use Google keyboard, right? So sometimes I'm typing and it'll autocorrect a word that changes the whole meaning of what I was typing, and then I just kind of look at it, reflect on it. I'm like, you know what? Actually, that makes sense. I'll just leave it and I restructure. You ever had that happen where like the technology changes the message that you're doing by accident, and then you just kind of roll with it or something like that?
No, but I don't think my brain operates in a way that like I would see that it made the wrong word, and then I would consider the sentence separately before correcting it. I think I'd just start correcting it and would not contemplate it.
Yeah, no, it picks the wrong word all the time, so I just force it to do the right thing.
Well, I take great care to speak with logographic necessity, so I manage my words and terms. I think extreme care is applied to the way I manage my words. But yeah, definitely I kind of if the thing auto corrects me, I have to erase that shit because I am very precise in the way I want to say shit. But yeah.
Well, the main ways I've used it is writing like something creative, like a what do you call it, like a poet, like poetry or something like that. Sometimes I've just kind of added in those lines on top of what I meant to say as well, or something, but just kind of a weird thing, because I some of what we talk about is about how technology seems to be influencing the way we do mate selection, for instance. And I just thought it was that's kind of what I was going with. That's what I was kind of going with there, as far as how perhaps.
Oh yeah, the mate selection thing would be the top one. I mean, if that's something that technology influences in any way, then what does that say about human behavior? I mean, it has a generational impact that you can't control.
Well, and the weird thing is, like, as someone who's met a lot of people, both via the internet and via in person, I can definitely say that you always meet better women just going with your instinct in person versus trying to analyze someone's online presence and trying to deduce who they. I mean, at least for women, I don't really go date guys, but I'm just saying, like, it seems like that's a big problem that I see with a lot of people now, is like, there's obviously something missing online when it comes to mate selection, right? I mean, it can be useful, I guess, to some degree, but I think it's really hard to evaluate who someone is via this mediation, is kind of what I'm trying to say.
Like, and I blame technology entirely for the fetish, or I don't even know what you call it, for cuckoldry. I just don't see how that could have developed at all.
Yes.
That's something, if people didn't.
That's
Yeah,
a fascinating point. Yeah, I definitely think that and it has to do with kind of humiliating yourself online too. It's got some sort of tie into that.
Well, I think there's probably, I'm sure if you ask TCPS about this, I'm sure there's been certain cultures that have
who's TCPS?
Traditional Culture Preservation Society. He's an anthropologist, and I think Cascadian is as well. But I'm sure they could pull up examples of South Americans culture that has engaged in such things. For me, the interesting thing about those type of things is kind of my angle about porn, and especially some of that kind of stuff, is I think for me it's kind of my postulation, which I have no direct evidence for, is I think it's an externalization of occult rituals being externalized out into the public, and so they're being initiated into certain rituals without having any context. And to me, that's kind of like a sick joke that's being played on humanity. That's just kind of my, I have no evidence for that, but that's just kind of like my my take on what that's about.
Yeah, well, we were watching the movie Eyes Wide Shut, or we were talking about the movie, sorry, Eyes Wide Shut, and that seems to be the premise of that film.
What do you mean about how sex and the occult go, or how that is externalized? I've never seen the movie, so that's why I asked.
Oh shit. Well, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if Flow State's seen the movie. I don't know if Hank's seen the movie, but yeah,
I've seen parts of it, not the whole thing all the way through. What is DPFC?
Where's that from? DPFC.
Oh, it's in the chat. There's literally scientific studies that prove porn fries your DPFC.
DPFC. Shit, I've never heard of
It
that.
sounds like a porn genre.
But to me, more interesting thing is like I think that's also what happens in a, like if you go and you do all these sexual rituals and whatnot, it desensitizes you to the what the average experience would be, even if you were promiscuous. Like if you're doing it for reasons other than the pure stimulation, like there's some sort of other relationship going on, that's very different than the act of watching other people do it in a particular way for a particular reason. And that's kind of what I'm saying about the occultism. Like I think there is the scientific side of it, but I think there's also a spiritual consequence, and also I think it's also a probably anthropological or sociological or whatever you want to say it aspect to it. But I think the occultism thing is what's interesting to me, because it's if you look at all these different societies, like why do they use sex magic as a part of it? I mean, part of it is the blackmail stuff, I'm sure, but I think another part of it is it changes your psyche in ways that are probably very difficult to mitigate. You know what I'm saying? So
Oh yeah, so I'm on the other side. I try to utilize it as much as I can. But yeah, but the thing,
props to you for taking a strong stance for what you believe in. I appreciate that.
Yeah, so Pittsburgh has a very weak scene, unfortunately for me. But yeah, the thing is, I'm working like 7 shifts a week. I have to use it just so I can stay, keep my body erect, because otherwise, it would deflate and I'll accidentally crash my car or something silly like that. So I can't really. I can't forego it and work as much as I do. So I need it to be productive. I will deregulate if I don't get touched like at least once a month. I'll deregulate and I'll become very angry. Like, well, I can't work as a functional part of society. So
what we're hearing is that porn is the secret to your success, and you would recommend it to anybody.
Yes.
All right.
But here's the other side of that to me is like, don't you think that if the technology to deliver such a thing to you existed, you wouldn't find other ways of humans would find other ways of expressing that, which of course can lead to disease and whatnot. But
yes, my other way is violence.
Yeah, but my point is there is something very different about two humans making a very interesting decision for pleasure or whatever other motivations there are together, versus you're making a decision in and of it by itself. And a lot of people demonize it, and I don't think that I'm not justifying that porn's a quote unquote good thing, but at the same time, like you said, you're using it as a tool because it's available to you. Is kind of what I'm saying, right?
Yeah, but making decisions by yourself and not getting consenting partner is either porn or rape. So I think porn is probably better for everyone.
I mean, that's a valid point that I had not considered it that way, but
a lot of people won't talk about that aspect of it, but I do think that it's actually part of the. I'm not going to say it's a positive thing, but I think it is a real pressure valve release for people in society, and I think that's why as much as they make it like rape is on the uprise, I think actually if you look worldwide, with notable exceptions, I think that actually rape is down worldwide. Maybe I could be totally wrong.
Yeah, rape is down,
but I would suspect that it's probably far more reduced than people talk about in general because of what you're saying. Yeah.
I don't know that I would agree, and I think that porn is an issue. I'm not. I think it's social engineering for one, first and foremost, for sure. Like if you look at the titles of porns just alone, there is no way that the supply of incest-based porn titles is a response to the demand for it.
How do you know that?
I can't prove it, but I think it's just plain common sense.
Well, but that's kind of also what I'm saying is like the availability of such things is also kind of like it's a both and. I think it's like maybe there's a demand, maybe there's not, but because some people produce it and there it is, the demand rises because it's available as well. Like it's kind of a dual thing in my
Right,
opinion.
and that's exactly the social engineering that I talk about. I think personally, I think it's a weapon, and I didn't use to. I put a video in the back chat just now, linked to a video by John Doyle about porn, and before I watched that, because I've had addiction in my past, and I always thought whenever I heard porn addiction come up, I was like, that's bullshit. That's not a real addiction. That's just whiny people making excuses. I'll tell you about a real addiction. And after watching that video, it totally flipped the script in my head. I totally do believe that it is an addiction that kids are getting hooked on younger and younger, and it's detrimental to
Yeah, and
society.
again, I'm not going to defend porn, but what I'm saying, what I also will like say that it, it's meeting a actual need that's there, but also like it's just like you would say that meth is a tool, right? Like
I mean, you could call it that, yes.
that's not purely all the way bad, right? Like you would say that in general, it depends on
I
how
will agree. I will agree that it can be used for good. I don't think that it is generally. I don't know what the. So I mean, is the argument for the good of porn is that it prevents rapes?
Well, well, here's the thing: is like if you look at things from a spiritual standpoint, the practicality or the pragmaticness of something doesn't make it good or not. That's the hard. That's why, like, I think it's really hard to have these kind of conversations with Christians because they try to do both a pragmatic and a moral thing, and
right.
I don't think they're always going to be matching up. You know what I'm saying?
I totally agree with that. I think that rape and jerking off are two entirely different things, and that one is a power move more than anything.
Which one's the power move, drinking or rape?
Rape is, and rape as opposed to watching porn and jerking off. I don't think that and I'm just speculating, but I don't believe really at all that it would reduce. I think if anything, it would sort of enable and encourage the person who is prone to wanting to demonstrate that type of power.
So when we didn't have porn, we have whole militaries for rapists.
Guess what?
Well, but here's the other thing: is like this might not make any sense, so please discount it if it doesn't. But I'm pretty sure in ancient Rome there was porn of some sort, and where porn lacked, people's imagination took over, and if that failed, then people found other ways of having secret meetings and doing things in private that they might not want other people to know about. You know what I'm saying? So I'm just saying, like, it doesn't necessarily get rid of the problem just because
right
is kind of what I mean, because I think human nature is and I think for like as men in general, like I know men who don't really have a sex drive, but yet they'll still go have sex every single day in their 60s and 70s, right? So I mean, it's like it's not purely about gratification all the time either.
But I don't think that I think that porn expresses or satisfies the drive in an unhealthy way. I think that, right? I mean, it's not always, that drive is not always expressed in a healthy way, but frequently it is, right? It motivates people. It keeps the population sustained.
Yeah, but not everyone's a Chad, so they can't get it in a quote healthy, sustainable way. So, but porn's easily available, so at least that there's an option to pick.
Yeah, I think it's a double-edged sword is kind of what I think. I mean, what I'm saying is, like, I don't think it's good overall. But I mean, is prostitution good? No, but it serves a function, and that's kind of what I'm saying is, like, it's not good in and of itself, but it does serve a function that is
You should
utilized.
check out the video later. You should open that link I put backstage in a new tab so you got it later. It's definitely worth a watch. It
and sorry to talk to him. I just want to say this real quick. Like, a
You're good.
debate I would love to see happen among Christians would be interesting, which is what's worse, porn or prostitution? Like,
Are
I
you
think
Christian? Just a
I consider myself Christian, but I think most people who consider themselves Christian would disagree with me about a lot of things. So, yeah, that's how I look at it. You know,
I'm gonna answer the question too. I'm Unitarian Universalist.
I don't know what that is. Is that Christian?
So I guess it used to be, but it kind of turned into Hinduism. So
No.
So it used to be Protestantism, but it somehow turned into Hinduism.
yeah, but I guess my point overall was to say, like, I think that people of a moral bent, particularly Christians, and I think even Jews and Muslims could have the same debate, which is what's worse, porn or prostitution. And I think that that's actually a much harder question to ask and answer than people want to admit, in my opinion.
Yeah.
You know, like, should people stay married if they're sexless, or should people, you know, stay married and then have, you know, other things on the side if it's
Well, porn. Well, porn is in a way, in a sense, it's legalized prostitution.
It is. It's vicarious prostitution.
Yeah, because it's prostitution from the get go because you're paying for sex. It's just you're turning a camera on. It's just
Right.
so
they,
you know, I
they
mean,
are
really,
prostitutes, and you are
yeah,
paying
they are.
for sex.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah,
just not your dick.
Yeah, exactly. So
and sometimes it is your dick.
Well, I suppose that's true.
Yeah, and all I'm saying is, like, does the mediation make it less harmful in some manner? Like, if it reduces the number of prostitutes in reality, does it make it, you know, see, that's what I'm saying is, like, when
They
you
are prostitutes in reality, though. That's the
yeah, but what I'm saying is, like, if there wasn't porn, would the demand of more prostitutes be there? Therefore, you'd actually have more prostitutes, because you see what I'm saying? Like,
right.
You know, it's kind of, and again, you really can't answer, in my opinion, you really can't answer these things without a moral angle, right? And so this is why pragmatic arguments always at some point are going to fall apart, right? In my opinion, you know, which is why
I think that if it's not pragmatic, then it's not moral to an extent.
Yeah. Because you can have a big moral standard, but if it's impossible to uphold, who cares? I don't really care.
What would Machine Live say on that one? It's getting into territory I don't know if I have the ability to answer.
Well, my opinion is this: I think porn should be banned, but I think that prostitution should be legal. And the reason I think that is because I think that a woman should be able to offer sex in terms of a value, especially if that value is extremely high. I think certain women are known for their, advantage that they have because of their good looks. And, it'd be silly for us to think that they're not exploiting that in terms of getting a material value from the men that they're with. They obviously do that to a large extent, but, on another level, I think it's a legitimate reason, in other words, to start a relationship. In other words, if you have a marriage that is a business relationship, for example, extending it to that, well, who's to say how long a marriage is to last? And we have a tradition in Islam called temporary marriage, which people have used as legalized prostitution. People have exploited that. They've used it as a legal loophole for legalized prostitution because they say
that sounds like exactly what it is.
Well, it's supposed to be if you go like in a foreign war campaign, which I guess doesn't apply today because you just go over there and come back. It's fairly simple. So
since we have no homeland for any person,
yeah, exactly. Exactly. It wouldn't apply. I don't think the rules would apply today, but people have used temporary marriage. Obviously, in Western countries, there is prostitution and sex trafficking, human trafficking. We can't do anything about that, but it is a rampant issue and problem.
But I do
But
think
yeah.
it is skewed for us. Our perspective seems to be skewed based on like my very
Yeah.
limited knowledge of outside
Well, I
of the.
think well, I'll tell you this. Porn has an effect on people in terms of the men who use porn, they have trouble being with a real woman. And studies have shown this. So, it affects your ability to be with an actual woman. In terms of it hijacks your dopamine system and your sexual system of rewards, and it doesn't allow you to gain intimacy with a female partner. It gives certain false expectations of what actually arouses you when you're in a sexual setting, and so it permanently damages brains. Especially the younger you are, the more brain damage in this area you will occur. The younger and younger people start using porn, the greater and greater chances they have in late age to be impotent when they're with a female, or to have extreme sexual tendencies, engage in extreme risk behavior in terms of using nitrous oxide and meth and all of these other techniques to get off, and having multiple sexual partners and doing it with the same sex. So I think that porn increases all of these variables.
What you
It
know
has
about
a
that dope
roundabout.
sex?
Yeah, that's true. But from personal experience, the machine lies that women are becoming less reliable.
Well, exactly. I think that's what I'm saying is like we have problems that are created by the solutions and solutions that are created by the problems. It's like
Yeah,
this
that's right.
circular thing this is like the circular thing, and in that sense, that's kind of why like I would tend to agree with what Machine Lie says. And again, this is also coming from like if you go outside the United States and you see how prostitution was in other cultures where they haven't been westernized, so to speak, they don't have the same attitude about it that we do in the Western world. And they also don't, meaning like they don't, although they in some sense like they don't like to be open about it, they also don't like demonize it. You know what I mean? Like if someone was a prostitute in their former life, they don't bring it up constantly and make that their whole, who they
Speaking of
are.
prostitutes, look who showed up.
Greetings to Nachikate, the
Glad I got to say that line.
the brother from another mother, but from the same subcontinent, which is India. Bless you for showing up here, friend.
Thanks for having me here. Thanks, Flow State. Do you think I'm a prostitute?
Anyone's a prostitute for the right price.
Correct.
Well, that's exactly kind of my point. Actually, is like I think that's in culture that kind of the way they look at it is like it depends on your situation and what's going on. Like most people, they won't admit it in conversation, but most people kind of take for granted what you just said. There is kind of my point. Yeah.
Yeah, I come from a culture that women are married off to people who have lots of money. That's just how it goes. If you don't have money, you're not going to find a woman from a nice family, a upright family that has sober members in it, that has a lot of money and a lot of education.
But that also puts pressure on the family to insulate sons and build up a family structure that's conducive to doing such things. See what I'm saying? It's like, when you remove that pressure, that's kind of what we see in the West happening, is like everything falls apart because there's no pressure to for rich men to. You see what I'm saying? It's like there's no nouveau riche anymore. It's like, or there is, but it's it's
yes, but we have billionaires getting divorced, so the amount you can have all the money in the world and it's not gonna be good enough. So
I think it's a way for them to like when Bill Gates got divorced. I believe that what they were doing is liquidating a bunch of stock, but doing it in a way that wouldn't freak out the markets and drop the stock price. So I think that a lot of these uber rich divorces are money schemes.
You think that's the same thing with Jeff Bezos' divorce too?
I don't know as much about him, but it would not surprise me.
That's an interesting perspective.
Well, and I'll just mention something else because Tread Culture is not here, but I would love Tread Culture to jump in about this subject. I'm going to jump off in a minute to listen, but I want to make this point. If you look at like Indians, for example, like you said, their culture is falling apart in real time. Like the men and the women can't really find partners because there's so much pressure in the old system versus the new, and like people just aren't getting married and reproducing in the way that they did before. And also, if you look in like places like Korea, Japan, they're all kind of having this like pressure where they're trying to blend the old system with the new, and it's just not working. And
yes,
and I think that here in the West, we've I think it happened a lot in a lot more subtle way, because we believe in romantic love in the West, and I don't know.
Well, to go off your point, Neuro, and I'll let you finish your point, but I know you've heard the dynamics that more educated women have less babies.
Yeah, because they lose their window of opportunity.
It's crazy. It's a crazy fact. This is according to world population statistics.
But I mean, it's because they're too busy going to school. They postpone it too long. It's just a math thing.
Yeah.
Well, but also,
but that adds to your point, doesn't it, Neuro? Yeah.
Yeah, no, and I totally, I think that's the main point that I'm making. But also, I would say, like, just in general, like whole like delayed maturation of humans, saying you're not really mature. Before it was maybe like 14, 15, 16, 18, you're an adult. Now it's like 30 or 35, you're an adult. You know what I mean? Like, it's total delay what it means to be an adult. And also in conjunction with the fact that the families aren't really structures that have any meaning in an extended sense, at the very least, not to mention nuclear, right? Like, the structure of that has fallen apart. And so, like you said, like, women aren't getting married off when they're 16 to 24 like they normally would be, right? Like, it's being delayed, and now they have all that influence of their family torn away from them at an early age, and now they just go along with this Western trend. And that's kind of what I'm saying is, like, the parents are the societal structure is losing power because of both the technology and, I guess, this culture of Western whatever, so that's all.
I totally agree with that point, though. I think it's fantastic, and I do think that we need to reverse the trend of keeping infants until they're 27 or however old you have to be now to buy cigarettes. It's ridiculous.
There's a workaround for the school thing. We just make government school, the public schools part, harder and faster. Get rid of the useless garbage knowledge that no one's going to use. We make it harder and faster. Cut some grades off. Get the people through college by the time.
Well, I'll tell you a simple solution that nobody will listen to as of now, which is get rid of the universities, get rid of the big machines and all that stuff, and let people work it out on their own. Let the men be men. Let society go back to how it naturally is. Let motherfuckers take on a craft or a trade, and you do that for the rest of their lives instead of learning all this book shit in the fucking university. Destroy the universities, bomb the factories, and let's go back to real life.
I mean, I would be on board with that. I definitely think at least public schools should be optional.
I was with you until you said bomb the factories. I kind of knew.
Yeah, and
I went a little wrong with that. Yeah,
I want to let my agent know that I don't support that either.
Well, I'm not in it unless the government's with me, right?
Oh, well, as long as they can blame it on the usual crowd, they'll be fine.
No, I mean us together. I didn't mean I'm gonna do anything. No.
Wait, no. There's no us in this. There's only you. I've already had my door kicked in.
What is the number one cause of divorce?
But I go back to this. I think a big factor is what me and Neurojack were mentioning is the education of women, which leads to all sorts of things. It leads to a prolongment of having a baby in the first place, to too late, and then in other words, and in other terms, it imbues you with an ideology, which is feminism, And in the third sense, women are introduced into society as workers, so that they could get half of the population into the workforce to make the factories. This is when they did the factories. There's a direct correlation
Yeah.
between women going to work, the rise of feminism, the rise of Planned Parenthood, and the rise of the Industrial Revolution. So this is just all
Yeah.
factor. I think it's the number. I think if you look at population statistics, if you look at world dynamics, it's the number one fucking thing is the dynamic that I've just now mentioned.
Yeah, I think it's economic, right? It's predominantly economic, right? And then there are several points that people are making, and like I don't know of which culture where very rich people, rich men, are not attractive to women in general. Whether you come from the East or the West or India, it doesn't matter. Like rich men are going to be attractive because that represents security. Now, as far as East Asia is concerned, I lived in East Asia for 20 years of my life, so I have some say in what goes on in the mind, and it's predominantly economics. Things are being held upside down. What I mean by that is that younger generation are getting into relationships less, and they're getting married less. And older generations are have a more say in a society. Why? Because they have a negative population growth over there. And why is that? It's because people are working 80 hours a week and barely squeaking by, even though their average income may be more than that of like India or some other countries in East Asia. But people just feel that it's not really, it's hard to make a living over there in general, because it's very competitive, right? So people are also getting into less relationships.
Yeah, so I actually have a question for you, because we came on a little after that. Do you think porn is helping those societies or hurting those societies in East Asia?
In my opinion, I think porn is bad in general. Porn, prostitution. But I mean, it's like you can't see, like it's like anything, like a drug. Drug and porn, they're not different. They're in the sense that people have strong proclivities towards it, and they're going to find it in one way or another. They're going to get it, especially in the internet age. It's not like 50, 100 years ago where people can blockade like pornographic magazines and VHS tapes. You can readily get everything if you really want it. So it's really about self-control or lack of self-control that is a problem these days. Like people don't have self-control.
Yeah, and that goes back to the general topic of of the thing that I was saying is that well before you came in, we were kind of talking about why rich men get divorced. And I think it has a lot to do with this, because the more education you have, the more money you'll make, but also the more education you have, the more you run into these liberal arts like floozies. You know what I'm saying? And they're all feminists.
Yeah.
So what are you gonna do?
I think it's harder to have a strong relationship when you already have money when you enter the picture, and because there's definitely something to be said for growing together, right? Starting out poor and then building something together. That's not there when the new narrative of people think like dudes thinking like, oh, I gotta have my money right before I like. No, you don't. Not at all. You don't want to have your money right. Actually, when I got divorced, after I got divorced, I did everything I could to hide the fact that I made good money. Right? I'd take my watch off, place, like I wouldn't tell them what I did. I would try to hide the fuck out of it, because the last thing you want is like a hanger-oner. And if you've already got money and you get with somebody who doesn't already have their own money, then, which is very likely if you're a dude dating chicks and you're still at reproductive age, then you've kind of always, don't you always have that question in the back of your head?
Well, yeah, I mean, but it's a double-edged sword, because like, how are you going to attract the kind of like the women that you think that you want, without the bling bling, without the cars and the watch and and the clothes and stuff.
Walk around with your wiener out.
Well, yeah, Flow State is a chat, so all you need to do is just be available. Flow State's a chat. He doesn't have to do anything else.
It's what I did to
I don't disagree with that. But I'm talking about men and average.
We need to get with Angela Knight.
Not everybody is a Chad, as you know. Like
that's a tasty looking female morsel there, Angela Knight. Jeez, I was like, is that a porn star? I was like, holy shit.
I don't even know who that is.
Oh my god, let's pull up Flow State's channel because we got to promote the shit out of this channel anyways. This is where all the dope panels are going on, guys, at this point. So you guys,
I was just about to go, but I'm not yet.
Yeah.
Like, you go to bed, Flow State.
Yes. We got Flow State to stay for his plug here. That's what's up. But yeah,
While
we got
you're
to get
pulling
him
it up, why don't we all just go around in the chat and participate too, and everybody can take a turn and say their favorite 2 things about me.
So my favorite 2 things about
I'm just
Flow
kidding,
State
man.
is that he's dressing the same way I do.
Oh my gosh.
Black shirt under here, so black shirt, red hat.
Right on.
Well, there's 2 things I appreciate about people, dudes I talk to, that they have, and if they don't have it, I'll summarily dismiss them. It's balls and word, and Flow State has both of those. So it is what it is. You mean? Yeah,
Man,
man.
you guys are gonna make me self-conscious now. Actually, starting to do that shit.
And that's what it is. We got to uplift people. We got to encourage people to fit the standards that we want to promote. No shit,
And I think that that's definitely a better approach than taking the snafu snaps approach, which is to just spurg the fuck out when they do things that you don't approve of.
Oh man, Snafu still hasn't been on my panel, so I can't talk shit about him. But yeah, once he gets on my panel, he'll be open for attack.
Well, I banned him last night from mine, so he's been on the warpath.
Yeah.
I want
sometimes
I want to drop into one of those spaz panels and see what they do to me. I don't think they have enough attack power to even make me flinch or sweaty or whatever. I think they're all too weak and stupid.
You know what? I sort of think that you're right about that, because anybody who's going to come out and give his pro porn theory the way that you did.
Mansions with bowling alleys.
Sorry.
No, you're good. I think you're right. I don't think they could phase you.
Yeah, here's this tasty, so if we could date her, that would be perfect, but yeah. This Asian sensation right here, Nacha Keita knows what I'm talking about. But yeah.
Where is she from? Do you know?
I don't know.
The US.
Good Lord, that's some good Asian genes right there. Yep. And I miss my wife, as you can tell. But yeah, but she's not gonna come home.
What? The stream's over. I got to go masturbate.
Angela Knight. That's even. This sounds like a porn star name. That's why I said it.
It really does. But no. Yeah, no. There's a lot of disappointment over there at the No. That is her porn career.
What is her deal? Is she a political commentator or?
She's got. Are you subscribed to her? She got a channel. She just does her things. She has some panels. I went on her panel again. 2 nights ago? I didn't restream it to mine, but I was over on another stream of hers 2 nights ago, I think. And I joined her. She's got a Discord server that she runs. She's just a content creator. She's done the rounds, right? Like she was on Fresh and Fit. She was on whatever, the bigger podcast. She went on
a Discord server. Oh my god!
Yeah, she went on.
Send her a private message.
You can, yeah. I can send you an invite.
Woo.
But yeah, and like valuetainment money. So she's been around, but just the content creator space. I don't actually know how she got her or what her like start was. If she just started making shit, or if she just, a lot of girls like seem to kind of catch the momentum when they show up on Fresh and Fit.
There's no shortage of simps. Yeah, it seems these days, especially online.
There is no shortage of simps.
I won't be a simp. You could talk to me.
You stop it.
Just be a fucking. I mean, the thing is that I told my wife I need a woman in my life daily to cook, clean, and sew my shit and all that shit. If you don't want to fucking do you
How
can get the
often are you
fuck on the
ripping your
road.
clothes?
You can get the
You
fuck on
need a
the
lot of
road.
things sewing, huh?
Oh yeah, I don't buy new clothes. I just sew that shit up.
That's one of those things you got to surprise her with that after you've already got some hooks in her, right? Like you don't want to open with the hey, I need somebody to sew my shit. I don't buy new clothes.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yes,
yeah.
sir.
Figure this out. If
Hire a
you went to a
housekeeper.
shrink, they'll tell you to transition and be your own wife or something crazy like that.
That's the white girl. Yeah, white girls don't want to do that shit. Yeah, I know already.
Hey, now some of them
I know already. I'm married to one. You don't got to tell me twice. That's what
some
they
of them
say.
though.
Hire a housekeeper.
I'm just gonna say there are some. There is
You need to meet a
cluster
Amish.
of white girls that
Yeah, Amish.
like want to do the traditional gender role thing.
Well, it's definitely more and more rare these days. I mean,
I think that trend is reversing though.
There's like some will cosplay it for a while, but they don't really want to do it.
Yeah, Arpol's got a point there. You could get a Hispanic chick, but she also might stab you.
Is that a fact?
Kill you.
It is a fact, and it might be over something as petty as like what you did in her dream.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, my
Yeah, you
ex-wife
speak from
did
experience.
Astro travel.
No,
I don't think that's big a problem.
that's not
Yeah.
that's not a big problem. Yeah, Hank, you're the shit.
Yeah, both my ex-wife and the current wife I'm with. I mean, I'm not gonna say. I mean, I'm not trying to. I mean, I'm not gonna say I didn't deserve it, but yeah, I'm pretty sure they tried to kill me like many times. It's just like I don't know. I have a way of
How?
getting to. They just, I don't know. I think it was like Well, I
Did they
think
try to poison you?
well, yeah. With my ex-wife,
How do you
I think it
know?
was like poisoning type of deal or something like that, or she just didn't really, or I think it was more like, just like she didn't care if I would die, so I just
Well,
assumed
there's a
that.
difference if they try to kill you, right? If they try to kill you versus like they don't give a fuck if you died or not.
Oh
I mean,
yeah,
there's a big difference between those
yeah.
two.
And my current wife, she actually has paranoid delusions, so she actually did try to kill me one time.
Well,
But
who doesn't these days? I guess.
yeah. But
When are
that's
we
kind of
getting that divorce, Machine Lies?
huh?
When are we getting that
What is-
divorce? It's time.
Well, it's gonna be. I'm still waiting on her to see if she wants to come home. It's looking bad for that, but yeah.
How long you been married?
I've been married to this girl for 2 years, almost.
And you're
Yeah.
already thinking about divorce?
Ask me how
I mean,
long I was married
it's
for.
not me. She just doesn't want to come home. So I mean, I don't know what to do about that except for just divorce her. I'm not
She
gonna.
already ended the marriage.
Where's she at?
Will she at least visit? She could live at next door or something. Will she at least visit?
I'm not with the visiting thing. That's not my thing.
But do you know where she is? Is she visiting
Yeah.
family? Or?
Oh yeah. She's at her sister's house. I mean, she's not visiting them. She moved in with them. So this is a different
Wow.
situation. Yeah. So
It's pretty serious.
Yeah, that's pretty serious. Yeah, it's pretty serious. Like divorce, like kind
It's
of
almost imminent.
grounds
is.
for divorce.
I'm very pro divorce. I think it is imminent, and he knows my opinions on it. I got divorced after 1 year, and my dad gave me fantastic advice after watching his brother try to hold together his marriage for way too fucking long, and it was, if it's imminent, there's no point in wasting your life trying to hold something together that won't stay, or that won't be resolved.
Yeah. My problem is just giving up on people that I've spent so much effort on. But yeah, I agree. Like if it tends to be like something where it's just very, very taxing on my conscience, and you want to continue this thing and you want to drag me into this thing where we have to do this, at any cost, and it has to be your way. I don't see myself continuing something like that.
I just have difficulty, understanding marriage in general, especially these days, because there's no fault divorce, right? And usually it's like it doesn't go well for the men. Like if you come from a traditional family where the man works and earns wealth and stuff like that, and then if there's no fault divorce or somebody cheats on somebody, somebody's going to get divorced. If one person initiates it, then you gotta talk about children and property and et cetera, et cetera. Childcare. I mean, these things are a big problem in terms of quote unquote relationships that people have, and you have one kind of mindset prior to getting married and during the honeymoon period and maybe the first couple years of your marriage. But then, what's the rate of divorce these days in the Western countries? It's more than 50%.
But most of those issues you have with or without marriage if you want kids.
True. But you didn't make a vow. You didn't make a promise to God and say that you're going to be with each other until death do your part. At least you didn't make that kind of promise.
God knew that I didn't mean that.
Yes, he did. That's true.
God knew that when I made that vow, I knew that there was a fire escape.
You didn't put in the factor. You didn't. God didn't let you know. There was a little caveat that she was insane, right? And
God did not tell me that. By the way, once you marry this bitch, she's gonna lose her fucking shit. But
yeah, that's God's fault, of course.
Yeah. Oh, and it also it helped that at the time. Now I'm kind of like, I don't know. I believe in something, right? But back then I was pretty atheistic, somewhere between atheist and agnostic. I was pretty sure that there was nothing there going on, so it didn't matter.
Now
the past is the past.
Yeah, but you believe in God now? You believe that your words and your thoughts and your intentions do have a say in the way you conduct yourself?
Say that question again.
I said before you didn't really believe in God, so you didn't put a whole lot of weight to the vows or the promises that you might have made because nobody's there to enforce it.
Not to God. That's another. That was
okay.
Not another entity that I liked.
She'll always tell me who's crazy, and tell me we're kind of crazy. Except y'all would keep it secret. She'll always tell me.
But see, I think that the I don't remember the specific wedding vows, but to love and care, right? Like there's caveats within that are not just never file for divorce.
Yeah,
so in
I
my
understand.
opinion, by the time I filed for divorce, she had already fucked up the marriage.
Yeah, and all divorces that has occurred, they're all justified, whether you agree with that or not. Right? But prior to the marriage and during the relationship, people have some sense of quote unquote commitment towards one another and building towards something that they both agreed on. Whether that goes sideways, of course, that's another story.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm going to make two really quick points because I tried to just let you guys talk, but this is a very important topic, and I think it's underrated. But I'll just say this real quick. First of all, I made I'm making a funny video about this kind of topic we're talking about, so I'll share that with you guys probably tomorrow. But the second thing is I think it's hard to blame people. It's almost like what comes to mind is like the give me convenience or give me death. It's like we're in the situation where all this bountifulness that we are engaged in has led to kind of a weakness in the society. And it's like it's almost hard to blame people. Like when Christians say look at the divorce rates, it's 50%, and it's just because we aren't doing good enough. It's like, yeah, but you're also, I don't think they're taking into account the environment in which we're in is just not conducive to such things. So blaming people for getting divorced, I think it's really missing the point, to me at least. It's this kind of judgment, and I don't mean judgment in every sense of the word, but I mean, like we're kind of judging the action of divorce, and as if it's like happening in a vacuum. But the truth is, like, it's hard to imagine how it couldn't be the case. Wow, that looks awesome. Where's that at? Is that like Bhutan or something?
Northern India. But
That's
continue,
awesome.
sir.
Well, I want to get in touch with you because this is my next point I wanted to mention, because first thing is just the environment that we exist in is not conducive to such things. So, blaming people without looking at the environment, I think, is a mistake. But also, actually, I wanted you to describe the situation in the East, because I've been to the East as well, and it had a huge impact on my re-examination of the situation that we have in the West, and how us trying to put our morals on the situation is not. It's important. I'm not saying it's not a good thing, but I think that it's missing a lot of the picture, and I think that if you could describe kind of the attitudes about life and love and such things in the East, based on your experience over there, I think it would be very. I think it would help people listening to the conversation who haven't been over there kind of understand what I would try to say if I had more time. I got to charge my phone, but I'll listen to you guys. But I was just hoping you would try to give us some insight based on your experience. And thanks, guys. I'll jump back on later.
And hey, I'm jumping out, but I'll be listening for a little bit longer. Thanks for having me up.
Later, Flo.
This factoid. I use porn and haven't been divorced a single time.
Okay. So you've been married for a while, and I guess everything is all good, up and up, right?
Nope, I didn't have to get married either. So
I'm not sure if I'm a very good individual to talk about marriage, because I've never been married, and I'm 45. But at least for me, like, I've gotten close. I definitely cohabitated with women. I've dated many different types of women from different cultures, and there are some similarities and differences between them. The specific question about the East, I would say the Easterners, like I'm talking about Chinese, Koreans, and Japanese, do take marriages probably a little more seriously than the West. And I think, as far as I know, the divorce rate is still lower, although it has been rising, over time, where it's getting to a point where it's more or less similar to that of the West in terms of divorce rates. I can talk about Korea a little bit because I'm Korean and I've lived in Korea, and my experiences there. There are a lot of, like, Koreans, they live a little bit more of a nuclear / traditional type of lifestyle, where men go to work, women are homemakers, although more and more women are working nowadays compared to the past. But it's quite normal, I would say, at least from what I've heard and what I've understood about the Korean culture, is that there are a lot of prostitution places, brothels, for men to go to, where it's okay. It's almost like, quote unquote, like saying that the family doesn't talk about or something, and like the women know what the men are doing in terms of, like, they go to the karaoke bars and they hang out with other women, drink with other women, and they may even go to these brothels. But at the end of the day, as long as they bring the paycheck home and they come to the wife and take care of the family, that's the most important thing. Like, the family is considered the most important thing there. I'm not sure about India, to be honest, because, like, it's so diverse, and I've only been around in a few different places. But I also lived 3.5 years in Nepal, and in Nepal, there's definitely prostitution there, though, too. And it's like kind of like underneath the culture. People don't talk about it. People may not acknowledge it, but those things do exist in India as well. Here, where I live in the mountains, it's very cultural or traditional still. People get married when they're 18, 19 years old, 20, still young, and divorce rate is quite low. And so far as I know, prostitution and pornography is not really a saying over here. So, but yeah, anybody else want to? I don't want to take up all the time. Anybody else want to chime in?
Yeah, I like how Asian culture doesn't have they don't make prostitution a big deal.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah, here in the West, it's a morality issue, and it's stupid.
Well, it is morality issue. It's just the way things are expressed. It's like I guess in the East, you know, like in the past, like the kings, they had concubines. You know, they had like a hundred other, you know, and it was quote unquote honorable to become a concubine to a king or an emperor, right? And it's like a legitimate position. They call it giseng or geishas, right? In Japan, they're very feminine women who serve men. So there's a very, you know, strong distinction what women's roles are and what men's roles are in the East, you know, and I think that's still there for the most part.
Yeah, it's not as strong in the West.
Yes.
We have a lot of women who want to be men.
Yeah, that's part of the problem, especially the rise of feminism. You know, there's also a manhood crisis, you know, in the West. The definition of what it means to be a man not clearly defined because of the absence of a patriarchal society, you know, in the West, especially. And I guess part of the reason, and I agree with what Nachiketa is saying, that in the past one could be a concubine or a slave, really, and be more powerful or considered a higher ranking person in the familial structure or whatever, or the clan or whatever you might be, you know, than the people who are the main wives, the free people in the society. You know, slaves oftentimes owned property. Sometimes they were richer than their masters in ancient times. And you know, being a slave kind of meant that you were, in a sense, an indentured servant. Everybody who wasn't a slave had inheritance, and that's something that we don't really have. You know, everybody's one of the markers of the absence of patriarchy is the book that I have here, you know, which I have to take out again. It's right here. Two Treatises of Government by John Locke. You know, let me take this out. Hold on a second, guys. Yeah, this book. Yeah, this book here, Two Treatises of Government by John Locke, and this is a Norton critical edition of this because studying it at the university. But yeah, one of the arguments he makes in the book is that the mother is just as important as a father, and the reason is because once the kid is 18, then he gets to own his own property. And John Locke said that this is the thing that actually makes somebody a individual, is that they have ownership of their own property. And so he said that an individual upon 18 has freedom to own their own property. And this is not exclusive to men, but the male in this equation, in the male and female producing a child, that until he's able to own his own property, you know, the male is only a sperm donor within that equation, is the conclusion he came to. And I think that that is an unfortunate conclusion. I think families, clans, traditions, you know, all of these things do have a kind of social integrity, you know, that, I mean, it shows when you compare the family relations in the East to those in the West. You know, it seems like not only in terms of birth rates, you know, and that's the ironic thing, is that poor people have more kids, You know, educated people have less kids, you know, and that's why the educated countries, you know, is extremely low population. There's a population decline going on in educated countries, but there's a population increase worldwide because the poor around the world are increasing, and so is the population. So this is the fundamental problem in the way we conserve and use energy in the world, as pointed out by many, you know, theorists. And this is why we have a technological system in the first place. You know, is because of this problem. You know.
Yeah, poor people have more to gain and less to lose from the prospect of having children. I mean, even when the United States was poor, we had children because we need more labor for the farms, and if some and people just died way more often. So if a kid happened to be super successful, they would bring the family a lot more wealth. But now when you have a bunch of wealth to play around with, well, you had to spend more putting into your kids because of all the overhead we put on the society.
Most people want same things, you know, like they want security, they want love, they want, and you know, they they want to fornicate. So you know, people created like society and all these like kind of formal rules about marriage and such to keep things together. You know, of course, there are always going to be outliers of people who are going to break the rules, right? They're going to be the rebels who, you know, who go against the system. But for the most part, like you know, we're very animalistic in the way we think about things. You know, we have this kind of facade of being civilized, but you know, once you start taking away certain things from people, like the conveniences and the comforts, people start to behave in a particular way that is very like you know, no different from that of an animal. You know, they're very defensive. You know, they want to hoard and you know, they want to go and steal things and stuff like this. So all these rules are there, understanding that people can become like animals in the hopes that you know things will be you know, stable in a way, right? And then different cultures have taken different directions to maintain that. Now, like, what's the most, you know, predominant culture out there? I would say it's the West. The West is the most predominant culture in the world, and the Western culture with all the entertainment and you know, feminism also is part of that, but it's very complex. I mean, there's like many different factors that influences other cultures that, oh yes, they're successful, and maybe that their way of thinking and their way of doing is better, and that's why we need to adapt to that, and you know, we need to incorporate that into our culture to make it happen. But I think there is a notion of like, you know, these corporations and governments and you can say like, you know, hidden agendas or conspiracies of, you know, to demoralize people, right? And there are many different ways to go about that, to poison the population, to make them think that they have power and make them think that there is quote unquote progress. But the reality of the matter is they're just kind of appealing to their base, you know, instincts. You know, I'm not sure if I made sense there.
Oh no, you totally made sense.
Yes,
In terms
Sydney
of
Locker has power. Yes,
yes,
Locker
yeah, in terms,
simulation. So
yeah,
pretty
the
much,
facade, yeah.
yeah, you get them to do things that make them think they're progressing, like school, for instance. Then you wasted your time.
Yeah, and just what you said about how people are more animals than they think they are. I definitely think there's a lot of truth to that statement. The veneer of civilization is extremely thin, and you see it every single time a riot breaks out anywhere. You know, you see that there's a, you know, and these things happen more along cities, and I think there's a special reason for that, is because of you know, as Bob Marley said, it's a concrete jungle. You know what I mean? And that is part of the, you know, artificial environment there. You know, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like this, the city lifestyle, the concrete jungle, you can say. I mean, like people still need to eat, people still need to drink water, people still need to, you know, shit. You know, they need to do all these kind of things. These are very cardinal things that you, by the virtue of you being alive, that you have to participate in. The people who live in nature understand where their food comes from, right? They're very much close to nature. So being in nature helps one to understand that there is a kind of a cause and effect to things. There's a cause and effect to things in the concrete jungle as well, but the rules are very different. Like where you buy your food, you buy it from grocery stores, but where did it get transported from India, right? They have to put it on a ship, and then it goes to a port, and then it goes into a truck, and then it goes to a warehouse, and from there it goes to the grocery store. And they don't keep more than 3 days supplies of stuff at the grocery stores. And so, and then and the cost, inflation, and all that kind of stuff is the effect. So, like, bottom line is, money's going to matter. If you're self-sufficient and you're sustainable, well, then money becomes less of a factor in your life. But then if you're dependent on grocery stores or whatever else, then you have to go and get money, right? But how are you going to do that in a system that is already inherently flawed?
But it's because by resource consumption, using the network is going to be less expensive for the individual than to do everything themselves. So that's why being self-sufficient is very expensive, and buying a hamburger from McDonald's is super cheap.
Yeah, I understand, and it's the system has become that way. The whole idea of the industrial revolution, right? So, like, traditionally speaking, they say, well, the farming revolution began. The farming revolution is, for example, like you had like wheat and grain. And then before, they had to, like, out of 3 different plots of land, you had to rest one for 1 year, and then you can grow grain from other 2. But then once they understood that you can grow legumes, right, and beans on that land, and then you can actually infuse it with nitrogen and stuff like this, the chemicals. So you can be more productive, so you can create more protein. And with more food, you can actually grow the population. And with the growth of population, you can actually start to specialize, right? And that's where the industrial revolution could not have happened without the farming revolution.
Yeah,
right?
without
And the
industrial
growth.
food production. Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah, so the food production must have happened, which allowed the population to grow, because in the past, if you were a farm owner, you needed 10 kids. You needed the 10 kids to help you to be productive. Okay, and then you try to have 20 kids because you knew half of them were going to not make it. That was just a matter of fact. Everybody knew it back in the day, right? Okay, now with the advancement of herbs and medicine and etc., you can have a higher population. You could less babies would die at baby birth. At birth, whatever, miscarriages were less, etc., right? You can feed more people. Now you can start to specialize, and now we are at a point where we became more and more specialized to things, right? But they gave you some promise about, like, well, nobody needs to starve with the GMO. Well, how did GMO come about? Because people who did research, and they were scientists, and then they specialized in genetically modifying things so they can make food cheaper, right? And all those things could have been true to a degree, but the people who were in control, they said, well, like, we're not really interested in maintaining a population or making food cheaper. We're, actually what we're interested in is poisoning people, and make them more dependent, like Monsanto. We want to create a seed that will only grow once. What's that?
Bayer, they got acquired. Bayer, they bought Monsanto.
Yeah.
That we name all the relevant names. Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, it's all owned by BlackRock and Vanguard. Anyways, it doesn't matter. Like you can call Bayer, you can call somebody else.
BlackRock.
But
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, I mean, like Vanguard and BlackRock and Blackstone, they own everything anyway,
Yeah,
and they have controlling share, the lion's share of everything.
Yeah, like in I'm in
on my
Sophia
watch,
Stewart. And Sophia Stewart, in The Third Eye by Sophia Stewart, which some of it was used to make the Matrix movie. She calls them the Rothfellers. Like Rothschilds and Rockefellers.
Well, yeah, I mean, these are just names, and we have some idea about, we have some ideas, I guess, who they are and where they come from, and but like in my understanding, I don't equate people that we can associate names and faces to have actual power. There's a kind of an end of the road in terms of like how much you can go into the rabbit hole of these conspiracies and who owns what. But then there are people or maybe entities that are really beyond all that, So
not really.
none of the
You could see behind the shells. Your shell will not. We will not be distracted by your shell companies. We can see right through them.
Yeah, but who owns the shell companies?
So pretty much the shell company is owned by a main company, then the people who administrate them get paid via trust. So they try, it's a whole bunch of legal red tape, but they still have to buy stuff. So we could there's interfaces where they have to interact with the rest of the market, so we could actually reverse engineer the path things take through their little spider web, plumbing.
Yeah.
So I just want to let you know that your shows, we can see through them. So you probably try hiding better.
But they don't need to. I mean, they don't really need to. Maybe I would agree with you that we can go and we know all the board members. We know which company owns what. There are people who have done the research, but at the end of the day, so what? So what? That Jeff Bezos is not the richest person in the world. So what? That Elon Musk is not the as rich as he. They're not, the people who are on Forbes magazine and they want to promote these people. Oh yes, these billionaires, they're the richest people in the world. And they're not really the richest. You think the richest people in the world are billionaires?
No, but here's the thing. They're upset about it. That's why they hide behind people like this. They're upset that we know. So that's why they're spending money on hiding.
Do you think they are upset? I don't think they're upset personally. I don't think they really care. Because they know, back in Nazi Germany, Joseph Goebbels said to Hitler, we don't need to convince 100% of the population, about what we're doing is wrong. We only need to get 90 to 95% of the population on board. And actually, it's exponential in terms of amount of effort and resources that is needed to be able to convince vast majority of the population. So you just do enough. You just do enough to convince the enough of the population, as far as hey, let them believe that voting does something. Let them believe that there are some, maybe environmental protection agencies protecting land. Let them believe these kind of things when actually it doesn't. And then if enough people buy into that, then that their energy and attention is going to the fact that they're happy with the idea that something is being done. And this government is not what it is. And yeah, you're going to have 5% or less of the population who are able to see things for what it is. But what about the rest of the population?
Here's the thing is, will enough people buy into it? I mean, if the currency being pulled and they don't have the wherewithal to stop that currency being pulled down, then everyone's going to be able to see the wizard.
Yep. But what if they're convinced? Yeah.
Okay.
No, I agree with you. I mean, if everybody was on the same page and then we pull the veil wide open and say, hey, look, these people are, whatever, and they've been controlling, and then, they're responsible for all that. The kind of reaction that I think that people are going to have is well, they're going to shrug their shoulders, and then they're going to continue watching that TV. They're going to continue watching that porn or continue watching that entertainment and, Miley Cyrus. I don't know what's out there. Taylor Smith or whoever is out there that they've been promoted as, they've been promoted as the idol to worship. Whatever the new idol to worship nowadays, and people are like, yeah, so what? Nobody gives a fuck, I want to see Steph Curry score 70 points,
Maybe, but they seem to have an issue with just people knowing it all. So I don't know what problem they have.
They can't prevent people from knowing. There are people who have done research and they have gone down the rabbit hole and they know who are in control and who's in power, and nobody could prevent them from doing so, and nobody could prevent them from making blogs or making books, and we have a whole history of people who dedicated their lives to speak the truth and tell the truth about the reality of the matter, right? And for them, they're like, yeah, that's true. Like when Carol Quigley, who wrote like Tragedy and Hope, like they said, well, no, there's no way any publishing company, because most of these publishing companies are owned by the same people, they would have allowed him to publish that 1,500-page book or whatever. But whoever that was responsible probably read the first chapter and the last chapter, and then and said, okay, fine, let's just publish it, make some money out of it. But nobody's going to go through that stuff and sift through all that information and then be able to go out and be able to articulate it to the general public. And even if they were able to, most of the people don't seem to really care.
Yeah, but here's the issue. If their narrative gets diverted away from their goal, then they're gonna have an issue having things running smoothly for them.
It's not running smoothly enough for them, you think? You think there are people like us who are a cog in the wheel, where we're a wrench in the wheel, where we're disrupting and disturbing the way they're doing business and how they're running the world?
Yeah, here and there. It's not a total collapse, but here and there, we're totally annoying them.
Let's take a look at a couple examples. Like, for example, here on YouTube, it's not so difficult for people to get shut down if you use certain words. If you speak a language that doesn't adhere to their policies, right? They can shut you down. Medical misinformation, right? And then you say, well, I don't give a fuck, then I'll just make a new one. But the people will get tired of resubscribing. It takes time to create a little bit of a following, and then you want to maintain that following, right? Maintain your status quo, right? But you're still under the governance of a platform that is not 100% free speech. That's true with Twitter. That's also true with Facebook or Instagram, any of these major platforms.
That's true.
And who created them? It was the central government. It was DARPA, NSA, CIA, who were very much involved with the creation of these, so-called, social media as we know it.
Yeah, including the Onion Network. The Navy created that.
Do you think if they really didn't want to know about what you, who you are, what your purchasing ability is, what you purchase, what kind of places you actually go on the internet, right? Even if you use Tor or VPN, it doesn't matter. If they really wanted to know, they can find out.
Yeah,
They can find. They probably know you better than you know yourself, better than your wife knows you, just based on your, which websites you go to or what you buy from Amazon.
Let's hope so. So they can give me exactly what I want. We can only hope they start advertising stuff I actually want.
And what is it that you want, sir?
What exactly want? Oh, I want leverage. I want to carve out a little part of multiverse myself to have some amalgam control. I want things to run how I want it.
That's surprising because essentially you said because you said that the system will procure for you what you want, and then you said, well, he asked you, what do you want from the system? And you said leverage. Well, that's the one thing the system won't actually give you, because it needs that to procure whatever it wants for you, and that's the thing is that, can you give somebody what they want while also removing their defenses, fulfilling one's desires while removing their defenses? Is that a fair trade? You know what I mean?
Well, I'm willing to negotiate with them. I read Chris Voss. So I'm willing to negotiate with them. So So they
You
know
have to
they
bring
know
something
that
to the
much know
table.
where to find me. They know where to find me.
Yeah, I mean, like, if you go to the negotiating table, right, and then you are dealing with a big giant corporation like YouTube, and you say, "Hey, I want you to give me leverage. I want you to allow me to say whatever the fuck I want, whenever I want, and then you don't have the power to shut me down." All right, we're going to write a contract for this, and we're going to use like a third party system, like the government is going to enforce this, and if you don't do, there's going to be penalties involved with this, et cetera, et cetera. So what are you bringing to the table that they're going to benefit from you?
Oh, I'll make sure that they don't get. I won't make trouble. I won't make trouble for them. So they pay me off.
And
I won't make trouble for them.
what kind of trouble can you make for them? I guess that would be the question. Like in order to be a threat,
No,
you have.
I don't think they want to know. I don't.
Of course they do, because because if you're bluffing, they're not going to give you anything, right?
Well,
but if you actually have something tangible for them, then they're like, yes, you could be a major threat to us, and we don't want you to undermine us, and it is definitely worth it for us to give you what you want.
No, if their data collection is good as they think it is, then they know what I can do to them. So
yeah, which is nothing, and they know. So
yes,
that's why you're not.
I hope they know it's nothing, because then they won't know what happens to them. That's great. I
see.
Yes, it is definitely nothing to worry about, and I didn't do it.
Okay.
So yeah, so now China's right. It is nothing. Don't worry about it. And I didn't do it. I didn't do a thing.
And I guess according to their way of looking at it, you're not going to do anything in the future against them, as far as they're concerned.
Yeah, let's go with that for now. When something happens, you know it's not me. But if you're not sure it's not me, you know what to do, because you already gathered the information.
All right. Sounds good.
Yep.
Well, I think Nachiketa did touch on some key issues that I have covered on this show in terms of the food production system, and it's linked to the world technological system in terms of the nitrogen, the use of nitrous. What they extract from ammonium nitrate, also used for the explosives in war. They siphoned off a lot of this ammonium nitrate to get the nitrogen by introducing ammonium nitrate to petroleum. You can create synthetic nitrogen. This is a process that was actually created by Fritz Haber, who invented the Zyklon B. He was a type of Nazi scientist, I guess, in terms of his profession. And he inadvertently created pesticides by creating this poison. He found that it actually didn't kill the humans, but it actually killed all the bugs and the weeds and all that stuff.
Yeah,
so
it's a delouser. They use it for lice. Zyklon B was not really created for humans, as we've been told.
Thing. Yeah, we can't get into that much because it relates to another topic that we can't cover.
Exactly, and that also supports my point of view about what you can and cannot talk about.
Yeah, and even though we've broached this topic many times on this show by touching on such relevant issues as esoteric Hitlerism and other occult issues that influenced our friend there to do his evil deeds that he committed. It was based on a racial teleology that was derived from the occult and the notions of British Israelism that was derived therein. But yeah, in terms of Fritz Haber and this use of synthetic nitrogen, part of the problem is that the synthetic nitrogen will leak into the water supply. And although this creates fertility year round through the synthetic nitrates implanted in the soil, replenishing the soil, because monoculture destroys the soil. If you plant the same strain in the ground, you know, the ground will not replenish nutrients, and the lack of aeration for the soil actually causes desertification in the soil unless you replenish it with nitrogen. Well, when you replenish it with synthetic nitrogen, the synthetic nitrogen seeps into the water table, and it creates dead zones in the water because of the algae blooms. So the problem is that the nitrogen that you put in the ground seeps into the water systems, and the water systems create algae blooms because the nitrogen sucks out the oxygen from the water, and this process of sucking out the nitrogen, I mean, replacing the nitrogen with the oxygen in the water creates an algae bloom and a massive die-off of the fish and the coral reefs. So you lose like 90% of the fucking marine life by employing this system there. Is it a huge loss? I mean, we don't know. I mean, I just showed a video on complex adaptive systems and how introducing 12 wolves into a forest changed the flow of the fucking river there in Yellowstone Park. So I'd say that extremely minute changes have extremely severe consequences if we're not careful, you know.
Yeah, there's a butterfly effect that goes on, and actually there are a lot of things that is like really beyond our ability to understand or calculate, because we are very limited in our ability to foresee. It's like the weather. It's not exact science, and then weather can be manipulated, and many other things are manipulated. And even nowadays, this fad of like buying an electric car because that is quote unquote environmental. There's a lot that goes into digging the lithium batteries up, and like charging them, and not to mention that they explode and can burn people alive, whatever. But I mean, like like they're like all these things are promoted, right? They are advertised as the way to go, and then you're doing good for the environment. And of course, I think we're at enough of a discernment now to understand that the quote unquote global warming is not really a thing, right? But that's another topic that's not really allowed to be talked about either, because we're not scientists according to their standards, and it's no different from giving medical advice. We're not historians, so we can't talk about history in a revisionist way, etc. So
yeah, I need an image of a man driving a Tesla car where it's just a skeleton driving the car, and the skeleton and the car are both on fire. That would be badass.
Yeah, I'll look for one. Sure, Teslas drive themselves into grandma, but they're much quieter, so it's good.
Yep.
Yeah, what you said about the lithium battery, of course, that is that's 100%. People think they're replacing anything when the lithium battery itself needs to be charged by what? Electricity. And what's electricity charged with? Oh yeah, petroleum and the same shit, cola, and the same shit that powers the car. If you would otherwise not use electricity, it's just the dumbest shit I've ever heard in my life. How that's going to be either environmentally sustainable or just any way more efficient than the system we have now. It's completely laughable to assume such a thing.
Yeah,
Once you work out
underfoot and built more nuclear power plants, then we'd probably be
yeah.
good.
Yeah, and it's like you said, Hank, the IG Farben, Bayer, they bought, Monsanto, so, and they also own, petrochemicals. So the same people who produce the petrochemicals produce the pharmaceuticals. And that's an important thing to note, is that they have a concerted interest with each other. And you see all of the diseases that are created by the food production system. In terms of, you have the introduction of wide scale introduction of corn and soy into the human diet. And in order to grow this corn and soy, you need massive use of pesticides. And of course, the corn and soy is not, the majority of it is not being fed to the humans. It's being fed to the animals.
Yeah,
So the animals, so the animals are eating this fucking corn and soy that's laden with pesticides. So whether you eat vegetables or meat, you are eating essentially soy, and this creates the soy boy phenomenon because the pesticides have endocrine disrupting chemicals, and of course glyphosate is a just a molecule different from DDT, and it still kills your sperm. In terms of it attacks your endocrine system and causes your it reverses your sexual kind of the chemicals there, and it causes the feminization of males and the malification of females as well.
It's an endocrine
Yeah,
disruptor,
which is
not
all
the soy
done
itself,
deliberately.
because if you
Yeah.
get pure soy, good soy to hamsters and gerbils, they become freaking monsters. But it's the ruined crops that's cheaper somehow. That will turn you to a soy boy, not just the soy.
Well, the soy will do it too because the soy has inorganic silicate in it, and that ups your body's production of estrogen because it behaves as a plastic when it's inside the body. Not even just given the chemicals that are there. The chemicals also alter your sexual hormones by disrupting your endocrine system. So I'm not and of course these changes have long-term effects, so they happen on a wide scale. Nobody who eats like one or two things is experiencing these things. So it's not to say that if you eat like one or two instances of food that you're going to become feminized all of a sudden. That's not what I'm claiming or stating here. I'm just saying that on a population-wide scale, it does have a notable impact. Because
Of
these
course it does.
yes,
But yeah, for your pet owners, I've given you a homework assignment. Read what's in your pet food. Read what's in your pet food. You do not want to eat that, and you probably don't want to feed it to your kitty or your doggy either.
I mean, just read what's in canned foods or any other type of food, though. Too. I mean, there's a lot of natural flavoring and corn syrup, right? And then obviously
Corn not that bad.
being well, it does come from corn, and as Machine Lives was saying, like vast. Where do you drink organic corn syrup? It's all full of pesticide and chemicals.
Yeah,
and
I'll tell you
vast
guys.
majority.
Yeah. I mean, the Franken food is off the chain. They have put fish genes in tomatoes. They have fucking. They have put plastic yoga
tomatoes will be red.
yoga mat material inside of Subway bread.
That's
They've
true.
put wood shavings inside of Velveeta cheese to fatten up the cheese.
They just put metal shavings into cereal to
Metal
increase the
shavings. Oh
Yeah,
yes, I've shown
cereal's
this many
trash.
times. Yeah, they put
Cereal's trash. I don't
reduced
recommend
iron. Oh yeah, reduced iron in cereal is rocks. You're eating rocks. The Fruity Pebbles, they're actual fucking pebbles that you're eating with Fred Flintstone there, folks. So
Yeah.
it's fucking
So I don't think
actual
eating rocks is that
rocks.
bad, but they were charging for it. I mean, birds eat rocks is fine.
Wait, what did you say?
Birds eat rocks.
Yeah, but humans should not eat rocks. If birds eat rocks, birds have a fundamentally different composition than humans. In terms of their, birds. I'm not a bird. Birds can eat poison berries that humans can't eat. Yeah. So I mean,
animals can digest a lot of things that humans are just incapable of being able to consume. Humans are definitely more delicate than. That's why we have to cook food. We're not wolves. We don't go out just eat raw moose that's been sitting there for a couple weeks.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, Liver King was lying. Let's call his ass out. Liver King was lying. He didn't eat the raw liver.
Well, liver is digestible, but yeah, go ahead, Match K2.
No, I'm just saying it's just that they're making a profit by feeding you and the animals that you consume poison. Like a lot of the pharmaceutical industry is also catered to the animals, with the growth hormones and the shots that they give them, you know. And these factory farming industry also want to cut corners as much as possible because they want to sell, because they get paid per poundage of something, right? So if they can just fatten an animal up in the shortest amount of time, that's to their advantage, right? And then they package it up, they put it into plastic bags and styrofoam cups and such. But on top of that, they also further the deception by adding I think it's carbon dioxide into the meat to make it look like it's like not old, to keep it like red,
Oh
like to
man,
make it look
that's
fresh.
disgusting. Yes. Well, yeah. Well,
You know,
we get like kind of like the halal meat from the butcher shop, so we don't have to experience these things. But yeah,
But
this is
well,
kind
that's
of
fine.
very
how
disgusting.
do you
Yeah.
expect them to keep the tomatoes red without the fish
Yeah.
gene to make it stay red? How,
Yeah. Definitely. Yeah. But
And why?
definitely don't. Yeah.
And why do they put fish genes into the tomatoes to make it last longer? Why do they do all these like GMO type stuff so they can produce more of it at a lower cost, but not necessarily to feed the poor? That's never really the intent, because they waste a lot of food though too. They deliberately throw away tons and tons of oranges to keep the orange prices, up, or tons and tons of other types of food just out into the ocean.
Yeah, they burn. They burn. I think it was they just burn shitloads of diamonds every year. They just throw them into the fucking
diamonds.
Yeah,
yes,
diamonds. They
and
just
also
melt.
corn.
Yeah, they just melt the shit out of them because it keeps the prices up. So like they find diamonds and just destroy them, or so I've heard.
Yes, that's true.
I'm not sure about that. I think they hoard them. As far as the diamond industry is concerned, like they collect as much diamonds as they possibly can, but they like put it into like a big safe, and they put it away, and they release a certain amount of diamonds every year to maintain that market. So it's an artificial scarcity that they're creating. But I'm not sure, because diamonds are very tough material. You can't just burn them or get rid of them.
Well,
You might be able to pulverize them. You might be able to pulverize them and turn them into fine powder that can be used for like abrasive material.
But diamonds are crystallized coal, so you can burn them, but and they release energy, but you need to start them on fire. You have to have a lot of heat to start with.
Yeah, but you know how diamonds are created? They're created with lots of heat and pressure.
Yeah, I wish
right?
I could verify this claim, but yeah, definitely. There was a kind of a whole thing of how the Rothschilds actually gained one of their fortune was by discovering a huge mine of diamonds. I think all the a lot of the diamonds
like
in
the
the world
De Beers, the is it the Oppenheimers?
they're kind of discovered and owned by a single family in the world, and that family is you guessed it, but yeah, it's an interesting chain of events that everybody gets a diamond. It's a symbol of marriage, really, going back to some of the topics we've discussed here. That's a symbol of family and marriage and all these things, and of lasting, everlasting love. And it's all owned by one family. It's kind of bizarre that this has become a international custom, or that one family was able to make this an international custom and then profit from it in a way that they will never lose value or money. I mean, it's just staggering. I mean, imagine one family owning the diamonds. That's pretty fucking powerful.
Yeah, and you can create diamonds and rubies and other gems in a laboratory these days. They have the ability to put things together. But like that's a entirely different topic that we probably don't need to get into too much. But it's all artificial scarcity, And all these things that we're experiencing is deliberate. They're feminizing men and making women more masculine. They've introduced the psychological operation of feminism, right? And so, they want to do, it's all divide and conquer tactics, right? And people fall into these ideas or ideologies, right? And then, they're distracted with one another about, hey, how to go about life, how to go about what is right and wrong. And this transgenderism is also like, okay, freedom of speech. So they're using the guise of freedom of speech to promote a kind of lifestyle that is not really beneficial to society. And a lot of people, they're messed up in the mentally, emotionally. Suicide rate for these type of people are multiple times higher than other people. So there's a lot that's going on in what we call quote unquote society.
Yeah. Personally, I don't get triggered when females wear pants. It doesn't. I don't think that's too. I'm not offended by it.
Okay.
But on that food is getting thrown out. Sometimes food banks like to chop those suppliers and just get that pick the food that's out of the garbage and just reuse it. And I strongly encourage that to prevent food waste. Because there's no reason to just throw out good food. And restaurants used to just give away food, but
what if that's illegal?
Yeah, some made laws, and I say, I say some laws are just so bad we should just ignore them. That's just my opinion.
Yeah, but that's not up to you. I mean, like, that's the thing. Like, there are a lot of laws that are just stupid.
Well, I break laws that are stupid. So
that's great. Yeah, but but if you get arrested and somebody says, hey, you broke this and this law, they have all the reasons to put you away, right? Because they own the system in that way.
No, because I'll see them in court and jury trial, they're all stupid. Then I just go away free, like I do with the traffic.
Yeah.
It's called jury nullification. Yes, jury nullification.
I guess it's dependent on the situation, dependent on like what they deem, what law is okay to break, or like you had a good excuse for it, or not.
Yeah.
So it's not always the case that you can just get away with anything, right?
No, you can't just slaughter a whole bunch of people because people don't really like people to get killed. So you're going to get put away. But if you give away food past sell bar day and just give away for free, you didn't sell it. Well, I didn't sell it. And it was just food. It wasn't just going to be thrown in the trash otherwise. So I just gave it away. It's that bad? I mean, free food. Either you're on risk, but you didn't sell it.
Yeah, but then what if the regulations and the license organizations come to you and say, hey, you are no longer able to operate this restaurant, because you broke these rules.
Then we need to talk to those organizations. We need to get them on the show and have a discussion with them and ask them what's wrong with giving away food that we can't sell to people. Someone who wants the food, they don't have the money to buy it. And what's so bad about that?
Well, they will tell you that it's not in the regulations. You don't get to decide what can be sold and not sold. They get to decide, and then once you discard the food.
I understand. I just want them to explain to me why we can't give away food we can't sell to people who don't have the money to buy the food.
Because it goes against policy. It goes against their rules that they've created.
Yeah,
that's
I understand that. But why I just want to know why they wrote those rules down. Why are those the rules?
Well, they just don't want you to harm society, because how do you know that food is consumable by people? Even if it's the homeless, they're still a human being. So some governing body needs to be there to regulate whether or not something is consumable or not, right?
Yeah, that's true. But if they didn't have the money to buy the food, we can destroy it away. What's the harm in just giving the food to the guy who can't buy food? He's willing to take the risk. Why is it so bad?
What if it's infected with some deadly poison that that could spread, like wildfire and cause a whole population to be hurt by that?
That's a different issue. That's to do with the supply chain.
Okay, but I mean, I'm just playing devil's advocate, Hank, and I think you understand where I'm coming from, because they can just say whatever the fuck they want, and if it's on the side of the government and regulations, you as an individual, you really don't have a say in the matter. That's what it comes down to.
That's what people assume, and we can go along with that. But I just asking questions. So I'm sure I have no say. I just want them to explain why they make what decision. I think that's not too. I don't think that's too scary. It's science. It's just trying to learn.
Mm-hmm. I got you. I understand.
But if the answer is if they don't have a rational answer to say, well, we don't like it this way, then it's irrational. If it's not rational, then it's irrational. Do you agree?
Well, but the thing is, as you and I both know, just because something is irrational, that doesn't necessarily mean it doesn't become law. I think we have already established there are things that are not logical or irrational that they have passed into law, right? Like the gun or firearms, regulations, as an example, right? So they will say, well, a certain amount of bullets is okay, like in a magazine, but one more bullet on top of that is definitely a no-no. So there are regulations about like how many bullets that you can put into a magazine that you can keep as a legal firearm, right? And if you have anything larger than that, then you're breaking the law.
Yeah, it's a good thing criminals always obey the law. Because someone just trying to commit a robbery or mass murder, they always follow the gun regulations. That's great.
Well, of course, that's what the definition of a criminal is that they don't follow rules and regulations, right? I mean, and that's why.
So they won't. So they won't make sure they may put too many bullets into a gun.
Well, they have no care. I mean, they can buy a magazine with a drum with 100 bullets in it, and that might break regulation, but they're not going to care, obviously. But that doesn't prevent citizens, because most people want to abide by rules and regulations, and if you're in a state where guns are illegal, you're not going to own a gun, like 99.9% of the time, because most people are not criminals, and they don't want to risk.
I won't say I own a gun. So
I'm not talking about you.
Yeah, I'm just saying, if I happen to be in a state where guns were legal, I would not say I own a gun, and you will not be able to find it.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And that might be the case for the most part, but I'm talking about the general population.
Yes. Yeah, if you happen to be in a place where guns are legal, make sure there's no findable guns on your property. So.
Okay, good advice. If you're doing something illegal, make sure you don't get caught.
Yes, of course by following the law.
Yeah. All right. Well, I appreciate the conversation. I don't know where the machine lines went, but I think I'm gonna get going.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was just around and listening to the conversation, I know you guys were having a interesting back and forth, so I just kind of let it run there. But yeah, definitely. It's a question. And these are the kind of like, well, it's ground level shit. That's kind of like how we've gotten into a lot of the questions here. This whole time. And I think you'll find some of the previous discussions very fascinating. Nachiketa, if you get a chance to listen, I highly recommend some of the discussions before you came on too. Definitely basic shit like what is technology, like what is a relationship, like what is power, like we went through like very fundamental issues, it seems, this time. You know so I think that ground level shit is important for people to just get on, because us, as people who maybe read a lot, maybe practice, have experience in different areas, different cultures, and we're trying to present our experience here to a variety of characters. So yeah, I think you will benefit from some of that, because Talcott was here. There's also another brother. There's lots of older people here, so I think that's why. Yeah, the discussion went good, but yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
no longer welcome over at Jack Talcott's place. So
What? That's absurd. How's that possible? I have a good rapport with
well,
him. I could get you back in there if you want. But yeah.
no, it's okay. I'm not saying that I need help to get me back on. It's just that we had
Did you get banned
imagined
now, or?
disagreement.
Oh,
I don't know if
imagine
I'm banned, but
imagine disagreement.
he made it very clear that I'm no longer really welcome there if I'm constantly there to
What?
disagree with his point of view. I was just
I
trying to
can't even
point out
imagine you guys
some of the
having a
fallacies.
disagreement like that.
Well, it's fine. I mean,
How's
like I
that
think
even
it's
possible? What was it about? I know you have to go soon, but I'm just so curious at this
no.
point. If you'll engage me,
Well,
like
from my
what?
perspective, like I didn't think, like Jack Talcott's like kind of like a model, right, where he wants to end wars and secrecy, right?
Right,
So,
yeah.
and my what I wanted to bring to the table is that, like, okay, I agree, let's end wars and secrecy and such. So my question is, how are we going to do that? Like, how do you even begin to go about ending wars and secrecy? And and
I
I
think
think
I
one of the
saw some
things
of
that,
this. Yeah.
what's that?
Yeah, I think I caught a little bit of this.
Yeah,
I
so
think
like for
he
me,
kind of said he doesn't need to know how.
Oh, so first of
well,
all, we send him all of our passwords so he can just check all of our accounts. Then when we install security cameras and make sure you go straight to his house so we don't have any
Yeah,
secrecy.
that's part of his thing. It's ending all secrets as well. But
Yeah.
yeah, go ahead, Nachiketo.
well, no, I mean, like, I think fundamentally we all agree that we want to make this world better, and we see that there's a lot of crap that's going on, and we want to call out things for what it is. I think the thing that the discrepancy between Jack and myself is that our world view of what we believe is going on, because, like, I think he's still coming from the idea that there's like democracy and people have a say, and UN and other government bodies, they really intend to do good, but they fuck up along the way just because they're incompetent, et cetera, et cetera. And my premise is that I believe that things are happening deliberately, and if things are going sideways, that they are deliberately made to go sideways. If wars are happening, it's not that these the core members of these governments want resolution. They want chaos, because both governments actually benefit from that chaos, because you need to protect, you need the boogeyman out there, you need a North Korea out there who could be a potential threat, so that it continues your arms deal and ability to make weapons, make profit, etc. So it's a big system that we're dealing with, and I just wanted to tell him that, hey, you have to understand that you're actually dealing with psychopaths who are very intelligent, right? And they don't really care about like lying to your face. They will not tell you the truth, and you have to like pry it out of them, or bring them into a corner where they can't just escape. But anyway, it was some imagined disagreement, I guess. But I'm a man of my word, and if I say I'm not going to go somewhere, I'm not going to go there. You know, if I feel that I'm not welcome anywhere, then I have no need to go there. If my views and my opinions are either not welcome or are not valuable, I just prefer not to waste my time. Period.
Well, I think that eventually, because I have a, as you may see, I had very or able to have very many intelligent disagreements with Talcott. But I think that he does feel discouraged in some sense, trying to find trying to find a kind of tailored solution that people are looking for. I think if for him it's enough if people believe in the general message at this point, and then moving forward, they kind of get the, at least if people can agree on the general premise, then they can collaborate on, solutions. Or in other words, if people agree to the principles and problems, only then can they start to develop some certain solutions and insights
Yeah.
into those solutions, of course. But
Yeah, like you were saying, that you have to lay down the foundations, and we have to understand that the foundations do exist the way we present them, and we make an agreement that these foundations are important in order to move on to the next thing, right? So to me, like I for me, and I'm not saying that this is the case, but at least in my mind, I try to make sense of things. I try to be logical, and I need to understand what all the moving pieces are. Um, what are all the moving pieces that are there, and I don't really care to talk about people specifically. Like if I have some disagreements with somebody, I don't have an issue with the disagreement, right? So I'm not necessarily attacking that individual, but I tend to attack the ideas that these people, or the opinions these people might have, right? And that's where discourse and discussions are had. Of course, no, not everybody's going to come to the same conclusions. It doesn't matter, but it's not that I have anything against against the individual. It's the ideas that these individuals have, right? So at the end of the day, we have to be we have to adhere to the words that we speak. Like these panels are kind of easygoing in the sense that people say whatever the fuck they want, and then they kind of behave in whatever way they want. But to be, honorable, let's just say, to be a man of one's word, we have to be careful of the words that we speak, but also adhere to the words that we speak. And unless we say, hey, look, I fucked up, or that's not really the way I meant it, there's got to be some clarity. Then people are just going to have to go in the direction that they're going. I mean, that's just the way I feel about it.
Yeah, and what about Benton? How's your relationship with Benton?
Oh, I'm okay with him. I mean, I never had issues with him. I don't think he has any issues with me. I don't really have.
I wonder why somebody said this.
What is this?
It says the fake dying homeless trucker bitch Benton is restreaming and talking shizzle.
I mean, look, like there are so many people on the internet who have never even gone on these panels. They have never shown their faces. They have never done any kind of a dialogue with anybody, and that's why I'm hardly in the chat. I'm not in the chat hardly with people at all. It's just because, like, I enjoy talking with real people. At least you guys put your faces out there, and then you put your beliefs out there, and that's fine. Like we can have a conversation. But
Yeah, I've so far been referred to as a conspiracy theorist, an anti-Semitic, a child and woman abuser, and also a somebody who supports terrorism, somebody who supports yeah, somebody who's a pseudo intellectual, somebody who cannot manage my emotions, who has a tumultuous emotional world, shouldn't be taken seriously in terms of his ideas. So these are
Oh, did you say any
all
compliments my way? Did I get any love yet?
no,
Maybe
no,
some
no.
of that is true, and maybe some of it is not true. It doesn't really matter at the end of the day because it's just about like how you view yourself. Like like
Yeah.
opinions of others is their business.
No, they
People, they're
didn't
all.
give me a love. I'm going to assume they agree with everything I say. Then.
Yeah.
It's okay. Like I don't mind if people don't agree with me. I mean, not I understand that
Yeah,
not
me
everybody's
either.
going to agree
Yeah.
with me.
Yeah, I
You
thought it
know,
was
like
funny. Yeah.
it's the way
Yeah,
of the
the other
world.
yeah, the other day Benton was doing a hit piece, like restreaming me and then talking, pausing the video as if everything I said was garbage, not even taking time to listen to what the fuck I was saying. And then I started writing in his chat and I started asking him what seems to be the problem, and immediately he just stopped.
So he
You
got
know,
spooked by your presence. Oh, that's kind of weak.
I guess.
Remember I came in the first time I argued with you for like 2 hours.
Yeah,
And he got spooked
yeah,
just by
exactly.
your presence.
Yeah, exactly. Hank gave me the full runaround the first time he met me. We started arguing about who's more powerful, Goku or Superman. It was insane.
Yeah, and everyone knows it's Superman because of
No,
how
it's
his
Goku.
story
It's
is.
Goku.
He overcomes
No.
everything.
Oh my
Goku
God,
dies.
we can't get into this again. Goku is
Yeah,
way more
not
powerful
today.
than Superman. Yeah.
Okay,
You know.
we'll probably have to plan a special event to debate that. So.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, my argument was reincarnation, and his argument was just indestructibility. But yeah, that
Yeah,
makes a lot of sense. Yeah, but yeah,
Superman's just designed to overcome everything. Goku's all about the fight, and he doesn't always win.
yeah. I unfortunately have to agree with these comments. The reason is because why are you why do you feel the need to critique me? I think that's
Well,
It's
I
only
mean,
because
like
you're wrong.
it's the metaverse. It's the metaverse. So if you put your content out there, anybody, not just Benton, but it
I'm
could be
inviting
somebody
it.
else,
Yeah.
and then they have their right to critique you in however which way. It's also your right to feel or any way about it. You don't have to
I know.
invest any emotions about like how
Yeah.
people think about you or how people talk about you, because like at the end of the day, if somebody's opinions do matter to you, yes, you're going to give more weight or gravitas towards the things they say. But if somebody doesn't matter at all, like, then it doesn't matter at all, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, but I need the thing is that it's free content, so I mean, in a sense, infamy is as good as fame, and if you want to paint me into a corner as a crazy person, well, more people are going to want to watch me flip out. So it's like you kind of added to my credence in another strange sort of way. So I just think that attention, any type of attention, is good attention in a sense. So if people want to attack me, because I'm not willing to join any communities online, I'm just willing to speak as the machine lies for my own fake organization, if you want to call it. It's not an organization, it's a one-man operation here, but really what it is that I encourage critiques, I encourage attacks, and you're right. Me putting my face and name and putting my ideas on my name, it's actually asking for it in a sense. Yes, I want the attacks. I want a certain amount critiquing, to come my way. But when it's only about on the surface level about my disposition, my inflection, my style of presentation, it's very little I could do with those. Like you said, the ideas, critique the ideas. I dare people to do that. That is really, you know, um, that's really
Yeah.
top level. As I said, real people, they deal with ideas. Some mediocre people, they deal with events, and then dullards, they talk about people. They talk about other people.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, again, it's, I think people do carry a certain amount of reputation with them, right? And people create histories with each other based on the conversations they've had. And, everybody is liable to make a mistake. I mean, like, nobody has the monopoly on the truth of anything, but the way we conduct ourselves one moment can be excusable, let's just say. But if there's a pattern that is created, that pattern shows more about somebody's character. I'm not saying anybody here or anybody anywhere else is a particular way, but people have different impressions by the way that they have conducted themselves with others, period. Right. And, if you want to be seen a particular way, then you have to change the way you conduct yourself. If you don't really give a fuck, then you don't give a fuck, like, people are going to critique you and not like you or like you for whatever reason, but that's their business at the end of the day.
Yeah, I think
There's nothing you can do about it.
Yeah, I think that's a safer route than pleading for validation. As one said, you rather ask for forgiveness than permission. You have to go with what you know. Don't ask why if you know it's wrong. Start a well-intentioned fight. See the lies fly out in defense. It's just.
Well, I think it's good to be honest with ourselves that we do seek some validation, but we do seek validation from people whom we have respect towards. If you don't have any respect towards somebody, you don't really care for, whether they like you or don't like you, because you don't respect them. You think they are quote unquote a dullard or a retard. It doesn't matter. You just don't like them. Maybe they are very intelligent, but you just don't care about their attitude. I don't know.
I respect dullards of all stripes, but I do not respect liars of any kind whatsoever. So like. But yeah, that is my respect.
And most people are on the same page. I think most people are have very similar values. Actually, like
I don't
who
know.
likes
I don't know if they
liars?
do. I've seen a lot of people tolerate very many lies, and I know that almost everyone that I love at the time now has lied to me. So I'd have tolerated their lies, but it has diminished my respect for them. I'm not saying I won't forgive a liar, but yeah, I don't see that as a general rule that people have. I think that people are willing to, um, you know, um, they're willing to tolerate lies, or at least it has to be the case in order to have the kind of world that we live in today. There's a certain amount of lying or a certain amount of ignoring, going on a large scale. I guess that is a type of, frustration. And I forgot exactly what train of thought I was on. I said I'll forgive. My respect will not diminish for one thing, but it will diminish for lying. I forget the other thing I said, but yeah, it was a fucking yeah. I'm like pooped on my
Well,
own. Yeah.
yeah, but okay, like so, like there are people who deliberately not lies, and they know that they're lying, right? And they want to sell you something that they know is bullshit, whatever it might be. Okay, there are people who go about doing that. There are a lot of people, as far as I'm concerned, who are unaware of themselves, and they're not really aware of the things that they're actually saying, or they didn't really actually mean it. So I try to skew, and maybe this is my weakness, to skew and give the benefit of the doubt. Usually, initially, but once you see the pattern that people tend to exaggerate, or exaggeration is a kind of a form of lies, or white lies is a lie though too, but they have different gravity towards me in terms of like I kind of understand the intentions this person is trying to convey. I understand like where they're coming from, so like I tend to try to be, I don't know, cordial in a conversation, that I don't necessarily assume. Once I have a clear idea that the person is lying to me, and they're deliberately lying to me, and they're trying to gaslight me, and I have a clear understanding, I can go about two ways. I can try to bring that out into the open, and people can make their own decisions about what is true and what is not. Or I just disengage, because I just feel like it's a kind of a waste of time. Because again, being as old as we are, like time, energy, and attention, these are the most valuable things that you have. Money can come and go. Money can come and go, but like you don't get to go back in time ever.
Yeah, and yeah, I mean, I'm willing to respect people. Well, the thing is that I respect that people don't know things. I don't count that as somebody who is a deceiver or a liar. I mean, I understand that to a certain extent people are useful idiots for deceivers. And that is the time where I'll lose respect for somebody who is actually uh you know dumb, in terms of people are, as they say, they're stuck on stupid, OD'd on Cupid, and definitely there is a kind of, I guess, to what extent will you blame the deceiver as much as you blame the useful idiot? Well, I think that they're on the same level to a certain extent. But where is
Well,
I
one's
think
definitely
people
more
allow.
dangerous than the other, right? Like the one who
Oh, of
deceives
course.
and deliberately deceives, and the people who are naive and they're duped. Like they're kind of like, it's the blind who's leading the blind type of deal, right? Like the
Of
blind
course,
who is
yeah.
leading the blind is more dangerous than the blind who is being led, because they're
Oh
just
yeah.
following.
I mean, to quote Jay Live, the you know, a blind man's deaf son will be the dumb father of a blind child. You know what I mean? You know, you know.
Yeah, yeah. So like, I just think it's to me, it's all kind of a part of the metaversal like practice, you can say, of like how we are uh, figuring out ways to communicate with one another, and figuring out like what it is we feel is important, like these topics, what is of interest to us, and a lot is revealed about each and every one of us by putting, and even in the peanut gallery of people, and the way they comment about stuff, the things that we like and dislike, these are all information to the individual, right? And then people do change. They don't really remain the same, and hopefully they change for the better. In the more positive, the way they conduct some standard that each individual must adhere to in order to progress in this world.
Yeah, I think people need intense set of standards. As I've seen in a samurai book, there's Hagakure. It says it begins by saying negligence is an extreme thing. you know, watching the small things as if they're huge problems, watching the big events as if they're tiny schmooze, in a way, it is a daily practice for people who are serious. As one writer said, I think it was a Buddhist writer named Taekwondo Soho in a work called Unfettered Mind. He said, if you pay attention to a leaf of a tree, you won't be able to see the tree, but you'll be able to analyze the texture of a single leaf. He said, if you want to see the tree, you cannot look at a single leaf. It's two levels to awareness, that each transmit information. It's all on what level you're looking at, but whatever you are looking at encompasses the whole scale of your awareness. And that is the thing. If you have a golf ball size imagination, you have a golf ball size awareness, you have a golf ball size view of the world, and that's all you're going to get out of it. And definitely, yeah.
Yep, I agree.
And it's all what you put into it. What you see is what you get, in a way, but in another sense, seeing is not believing. That's pure voyeurism. But you have to see things for what they are. The first step to seeing the matrix for what it is, I mean, the first step to waking up from the matrix is seeing it for what it is, but also the first step to blinding someone is opening their eyes. We have to balance ourselves.
Yeah, it's definitely there's a lot of dynamic things that's happening, especially in this metaversal universe as well. Like people want to, get to know each other, and they also want to share ideas and perspectives with one another. And like Gurdjieff was saying, like this reality becomes real when you become real first. You yourself as an individual and your perspective, you have to be real. You have to be authentic. If you want to see the authenticity of this world, you have to be that yourself. And that's no different from what you're saying about like being aware and being conscious of what you're looking at. You can see infinity in a grain of sand, as William Blake put it. You can see many things in things that we find mundane, or we don't really find any significance thereof. But these conversations, I think they are beneficial to the people who are involved, and including the people who are in the peanut gallery, or the people who even criticize. And steel does sharpen steel, in the sense that, hey, but when you
That's my
sharpen a
line.
sword too much, yeah, but when you sharpen a sword too much, it dulls though too, right? So you
Yeah.
have to find that balance.
Yeah, maybe that's the missing piece to that phrase I always employ. I always say steel sharpens steel. That's one of my shows on the Machine Lives. Did you know that was one of my shows?
I mean, no, I'm not.
Oh, that's funny. Yeah, that's funny. Yeah, so it's just synchronicity there, in the fact that you actually quoted one of the lines of I have a show called Steel Sharpens Steel. That's just clips
Yeah, I
of
think
me on other people's
I've
shows.
yeah, maybe I've seen that. I don't know, but like I've definitely heard it from somewhere, and it's not it's not like so unusual of a line, right? It's
Oh
like
no,
it's well
yeah.
known.
Yeah, I say that a lot. I say steel sharpens steel. It's a metaphor for technology, for efficiency, for the sake of efficiency. And that's what I had about the machine lies. It was a metaphor for thinking about thinking.
Mhm.
Two levels of analysis. One is the person, and the other is the form of mediation they use to communicate. And
Yeah, I just think that sharpening is good, but like too much sharpening does make a sword dull as well. So
that's
understanding
the
at what level of how sharp something is, and you're okay with that and maintaining that, I think that's the way to go. If that metaphor relates.
yeah, that's the infinity within a grain of sand. You could lose yourself. You could say, "Oh man, this grain of sand. If you move one grain of sand, you change the world. There's power in this grain of sand. This grain of sand is alive in this moment." But then if you say, "Oh, this grain of sand, this is it," well, then you're fucking crazy. You know what I mean, right? So then you're in the Edgar Allan Poe dream within a dream. Stuck in the loop, as they say. And it's useful to employ this. And I'll greet my friend with this. I said, "Take this kiss upon the brow, and in parting from you now, thus let me avow, you are not wrong who deem that my days have been a dream. Yet if hope has flown away in a night or in a day, in a vision or in none, is it therefore the less gone? All that we see or seem is but a dream within a dream. I stand amid the roar of a surf-tormented shore. I hold within my hand grains of the golden sand. How few, yet how they creep through my fingers to the deep. While I weep, oh God, can I not grasp them with a tighter clasp? Oh God, can I not save one from the pitiless wave? Is all that we see or seem but a dream within a dream?
Indeed.
That sounded MLK Jr.-ish.
Yeah, maybe if we had Hank read it, it'd sound more like MLK. It'd be like,
Yes, what do you need me to read?
do your MLK impression. Let's do MLK because you're the only black one here. So
I had a dream that all the little kids could drink from any water fountain they damn well please.
there we go. Amen to that, my friends.
We got to take back the water fountains.
You got to get that fluorine.
That fluorine and that chlorine.
That fluorinated hit.
Damn it, I forgot the periodic table. God damn it.
That little black kids and white kids will both be damaged by the same chemicals, petrochemicals, equally.
Yeah.
I know that's not funny, but
Yeah, Mitchell. Yeah, Mitchell's cool man. I wish Mitchell would have hopped on this panel. He said something crazy earlier, man. Mitchell dropped a bomb on in the chat when he defined technology, in a strange way relating to nature. Yeah, man. I gotta really rewatch the stream. Those discussions on the beginning of the stream, they're fascinating.
Thanks for having me on, Machine Lies, and it was good chatting with you guys, Hank, Neurojack. We didn't really get to talk that much, but I do need to get moving. So I'm going to start my day here. But you guys have a good evening, and we'll try to meet up again soon. Talk to you later.
Of course. Yeah,
Copy
of course.
that.
Have a blessed one, and you're welcome anytime. Reach out anytime you want to talk, or you feel like picking picking somebody's brain. I'm here for you, brother. Thank you so much for being here with me.
I appreciate that. Take care, guys.
Yeah,
Thanks. Bye.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. There goes our friend Nachikita from the Himalayas, chilling hard. Blessed man. Northern India, is that Himalayas? Yeah, man.
Himalayas in northern India and southern Nepal and stuff like that.
Yeah. Peace, brother, man. Yeah, man. you have a blessed night for sure. And definitely good discussions. Adding to the end of the show here, where I think I'll get into some. I know Neuro came back to cover some topics. Did you not? I know you had a list of material or something like that. Was that what's going on?
Yeah, I probably will have to save most of it for a different day, just because.
Oh yeah,
but,
don't worry.
But if you guys want a palate cleanser, I gave you a video you can play as like a clean slate. I just finished that video that I was working on. I did because I'll never get it perfect, so I just added a couple things, and you guys can do that as a palate cleanser. It's a little risque, but not too bad. But
where is this video?
You gave us the wrong link.
Yeah, I think you gave us the wrong link, Neuro. You gave us the link to the StreamYard.
Yeah, my bad. I'm like brushing kids' teeth and stuff like that. Hold on one second.
Oh man, yeah, it's all good. It's all good. No worries. Yeah, we'll play a song until Neuro gets that ready there. And we're having a little bit of palate cleansers here. Hopefully, I don't get popped for playing this fucking song.
Yeah.
But yeah.
I noticed that the drama people really don't like to come around while I'm here.
Well, that's not true because they were here last time. But yeah, I think
they
it's
didn't show up to do anything.
I think the reason they're not here is because this cat was doing an attack show on me again, talking shit about me, and I happened to be watching it because Talcott was featured on their show. Jack Talcott, the brother that was
the
here
day before the show, the day before.
Yeah, or something. What show the day before?
I mean, your show the day before. They're doing a tax stream.
Well, yeah. There was some type of attack stream going on, but yeah, there's multiple attack streams at this point. I don't have time to go over the attacks on the Machine Lives, but I have most of them saved, and on my computer, I've screen recorded most of the attacks. So I will go over them eventually, so don't worry, guys. We will bring the drama back in.
All right.
We're not. Oh, yeah. We're not gonna let attacks just sit there unattended to. We wouldn't want to do that. We have to address every single time somebody mentions our fucking name on the internet. We will talk about it.
Well, if
go ahead and
it's
say my name.
for me, make sure you save it because I want to know what I'm doing wrong so I can improve and meet their standards.
Guys.
Unless the standards are stupid, I'm not going to do any of it.
Yeah, you guys could get at me. You guys could get at Hank. Let us know what's wrong with us. We want to know because we're gonna talk about what you think is wrong with us.
Yes, yes. Tell us we're not gonna pay a shrink. So you're gonna tell us, or you're gonna shut up. It doesn't really matter.
Yes, but yeah, we'll let Neuro get to that link there, and then he sent it. Yep. Okay,
yeah, but take your time whenever you're ready.
For sure. We gonna have a little break here, guys. In terms of I gotta go to this and let me get this pop in here so you guys can get some. You guys can know where to find this video. You guys go ahead and check this video out, and we're gonna watch a couple videos. We're gonna do a little. And if you're just watching, we had a 7-hour long panel discussion. Multiple people were there. People came in. We talked about a variety of topics relating to the show. We covered, different things about economy, technology, world events, and politics, spirituality, different aspects. What is sin? We had a good panel discussion today. A kind of a rare event here. Sometimes people don't often join the panel, and do all that stuff. So then we end up presenting a lot of material that has a people have mixed levels of interest in the material we present, and part of the people are here for the drama aspect of it, and there's also a large portion that are hate watching the stream, trying to see if we'll address any topics. But yeah, so far a lot of people have talked about us, and we've only responded to it. And you know, we have the receipts for all those interactions. But yeah, yeah. Anyways, we'll come back to you guys soon after we premiere some content here from a brother Neuro Jack. But yeah, let me put this link up here so you guys can see. All right. Okay, you guys go ahead and subscribe to that channel. We're gonna get this out here so you guys can see more videos.
The children, the laughter, the times we've had, the life we share.
That show doesn't have any videos on it.
Wait, hold on, Hank. We gotta mute ourselves for this shit. But yeah, I'm gonna take us off
The
the screen.
Silverton Cavalier doesn't have any videos on it. Is that the right link?
Yeah. This is just a link for a video he's gonna release soon. So he's
Okay, I got you.
Yeah. So you guys go subscribe to this channel, and we'll figure out, you know, so you guys could figure out to get notifications or whatever when the content is released. But yeah, I'm gonna take us off the screen for now, Hank. All right. But yeah, we'll be back in a minute.
The children, the laughter, the times we've had, the life we share. For all that's been and all that's
Sitting at home with my dick on hard, so I got the black book for a freak to call. Picked up the telephone, then dialed the 7 digits. Said, yo, this Marquise, baby, are you down with it? I arrived at a house, knocked on the door, not having no idea of what the night had.
It's really not the ones that bred in the wild.
A freak without warning, not having appetite for sex. So
Actually, they can't breed in the wild. Population control is one of our security precautions. There's no unauthorized breeding.
in your mind while you're blowing my brain. I'm just like that man they call Georgie Clinton.
How do you know they can't breed?
Make them cry. I'm like a dog in heat. A freak without warning, not having appetite for sex. Cause me so on me.
We've engineered them.
And they disappeared off the face of the earth. No! Really? Okay, it's all right, Ingrid. I'm just telling a scary story, but it's not true.
It's not true.
Of course not. Strictly professional.
Not a good brain.
The distinction now would be what kind of universal God are you going to get, a parochial Judean one or a more philosophical abstract one? And it would be the promise of universal salvation, reserved once only for the Judeans, matched by this cosmic apocalypticism and eschatological fervor in which Yahweh would become a father to a sacrificed son for the salvation of both Jew and Gentile. That would set the stage for the next part of this epic story, the transition of Yahweh from a Judean God to simply God for billions and billions of human beings.
This video, I'm familiar with some of these accusations that have been made. It says far right magic. Like I know that because he's appeared on Red Ice as well. I don't know if you know who Red Ice are.
Oh yeah. Red Ice is another thing that's promoting obviously neo-paganism, in lieu of all of these things. The Henrik Palmgren fellow, and he's linked with No More News and these guys who started the GDL, Goyim Defense League. So it's very interesting what's happening. There's counter narratives being presented, and these counter narratives are obviously developed by informants. That's kind of what's happening there. I talk about the connections with Mitranovic, Dmitry Mitranovic, the Black Hand organization, Duganism, and also the ideas of G.I. Gurdjieff, and the fourth way theory of Eurasianism that was espoused by Gurdjieff in creating a Eurasian superstate.
Supporters are locked in a raucous counter-protest with Israeli loyalists in the downtown area. Earlier in the day, the Jewish community met at
زميلاتي يعني مساعدة الزائرات يعني لا يوصف أبدا تحذيراتنا بالتباعد الالتزام.
You know what I mean? I like my favorite part is the Lord. I like that. Sounds good. Because he's not just a Lord. This little backwater group of people, the ancient Israelites, they had their mountain god, Yahweh. And you know what? That's what people were saying back then in the Bible. They're like, well, their God's a God of the mountains, and our God's a God of the valleys. So then God had to defeat them in battle in the valleys to show that he's not just some mountain God.
I'm autistic. I agree with him.
He's about to make you an offer.
I just think a prostitute that does that is a very charitable person. But on the other end, I know that a lot of these strip clubs, are it's human trafficking. They put a smiley face on it. But
lots of
essentially
drugs,
what's happening.
lots of drugs flow through there, and then everything else comes from that major drug use.
Yeah, you can put a smiley face on. You can put a smiley face on human trafficking if you want to, but I think it's egregious.
You know what? We don't know who is and who isn't. I'm not gonna let you guys steal the joy from my life. You fucking.
A lot of people are worn out with war talk, so I think for the most part, if we just keep on keeping on, we'll be all right. But there's some people who are mentally ill, deranged, and they just really hate Muslims because their son or daughter died in Afghanistan or Iraq, you name it, and they just have a deep-seated hatefulness for Muslims instead of those who sent them to war, right? I often explained who hates Muslims more in an old video that I did, and right as Muslims and Christians were uniting and beating down the rainbow flag, and we're talking about traditional values, traditional gender roles. Now there's people trying to put wedges and break up the Christian and Muslim unity. Right? There's just so much that could be said that I want to say, but
Oh yeah. And I'm gonna play a song here. I'll be right back, guys. But yeah, we will all be right back. Me, Hank, Neurojack, and also all of these issues here that we're dealing with. But yeah, um, let me see what is going on here. Let me see if Benton is still in my chat. Benton, what's going on? See if this guy is still in the chat. Indeed, he is not in the chat.
No, he's not in his chat. He's not in your chat. He's in his chat, and he's editing audio right now. So
okay, because I know
he's
he was
not even
here
showing a
before.
picture anymore.
Because
He's just making a song, I guess.
Yeah, he said something about Mitchell. I don't know. Is Mitchell here? Mitchell, you're welcome to come on the panel too, my friend. If you're here, I don't know what you're talking about, Mitchell. But yeah, everybody is fine by me. EBT, CBO, TBE, and Benton, and all the little schmooze out there. You guys could have your little club, and you guys could talk to me about technology if you want, or whatever. You know, we could talk about other things too if you want. I really don't give a fuck. You know what I mean? But yeah, what is the deal with all y'all cats? You know, y'all want to hop on the panel, the P-anal, as Tommy calls it, Illuma Tommy. Where's he been at? He's been out here every time. This motherfucker just too good for us today. Too good. I guess he's becoming too popular. Is that the thing?
Hey Hank, can I ask you a question?
You just did. What's your next question?
Okay. What are your thoughts on Christian nationalism?
Christian nationalism. Which nation?
Bizom.
Which nation specifically? United States Christian nationalism? That can't work. The United States Christian nationalism can't work. They tried it a whole bunch of times. It just doesn't work.
That's a good answer. That's funny, JG. Why do you ask that? That's actually funny. You bring that up. Just comedy hour. No, my video. See, like my videos, they're very weird, but like it really covers the whole thing. Like it's my personal take is I think Christian nationalism is like a rebrand of all this other bullshit. That's why, and I think a lot of it relates to like the whole men versus women thing. And this is what I wanted to say earlier, but I didn't have a chance to jump on. But when you guys were talking about the men and women thing, you know, you guys make good points, and like what the Nachiketa guy was saying about people are rejecting. People want to reject this whole new version of stuff, but then they want to go back to traditionalism. But then you have these kind of like, I'll just say like the Andrew Wilson and the Rachel Wilsons who kind of say, well, yeah, well, here's how we're going to do that. And it's a noble endeavor, but I think, and that's kind of what I see Christians falling into, is they think that there's some like, you can have your progress and eat it too, or whatever. You know what I mean? It's like, they don't see that it's like, you can't really divorce one from the other. You know what I mean?
I like that. You could have your progress and eat it too, because it's like, yeah, that is essentially. I don't even know what. Why did the screen just change? Like, what just happened?
I think JG dropped out or something.
Oh yeah, that was JG. All right, yeah. So peace to JG. Happy you showed up here again, my friend, and bless you for watching as always. But JG be out here. From time to time. But yeah, man. We're just gonna let these little snakes hiss this week. They got a free one in. They got a freebie in. You know, yeah, good for you. You guys could go and celebrate. Well, they talk shit to tell me I'm too much of a bitch to come on panel. You're too much of a bitch to come on my fucking panel. Why should I contribute to your show where I'm not fucking respected?
Wait, what happened? I must have missed something.
Oh, this is this chalk body outline yesterday. Fucking peasant. You missed that, Neuro.
Yeah, I only caught a few minutes of the of when
Yeah.
Talcott was on, and then I saw like a few seconds here and there, but I didn't really see what.
Yeah, that entire show was about me. Let nobody fool you or mistake you that entire show was about me. It was a show carefully structured so that it wasn't about me. They kept mentioning my name over and over. This guy Toilet Bowl Earth brought up my name for no reason. When they're talking about Talcott and unions, they brought Talcott.
I saw that part. Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, they brought Talcott out there because they now moving from trolling my chat to Talcott's chat. And failing at it because they're asking him questions about being a hippie and a communist when Talcott supports sobriety and resource-based economy. These are two ostensibly different concepts than what they want to lump everything into. This one-dimensional way of thinking where everything is either communism or hippie shit or new age shit. It's like a plethora of different items. These are vastly different ideologies with different historical roots. You can't just lump them all in, especially if you want to deal intelligently with the attack that they're foisting upon your mind. You have to deal with them more. You have to be more parsimonious in the way you deal with the ideas, than to lump everything into this one-off category of hippie, new age, commie, Gnosticism. It's like that's very dull. Yeah, it's very fucking dull.
I'm actually very thankful in the long run for what has happened the past 3 weeks because I see like last night. I think if I had watched all that without having the experience that we just had, I wouldn't have caught how they do it under the guise of, oh, I'm just a dumb guy saying, well, you're a communist because you're saying all this stuff. But really, I think it's more sophisticated than that. Like I saw like the whole, they be nice and they try to draw him in and then they say, oh, let's talk about the union. And then he was actually not pro-union at the end of the day, but then they say, oh, well, you must be a communist because you support this other stuff. And it's, you know what I mean? It's like,
well, let's just put it this way. When you're in their chat and they're attacking you for reading books.
Oh,
How dare you read books?
No,
it's like okay, so yeah, let's promote stupidity and lack of analysis. Like
no, but what I'm saying, like it was really what I'm saying is like because we kind of inadvertently exposed what they're doing, like it was so obvious to me that it was like ridiculously sad. And like I said, I saw other people who portray themselves to be actually curious about certain subjects, and I just saw everyone just dogpiling on Talcott. And the thing is, like, he is easy to dogpile for people who aren't really listening to what he's saying. And even like
the thing is like he is and he isn't, because he's literally like, it's like fighting Majin Buu. It's like why would you? It's like you're not it's like fighting SpongeBob. It's like your punches aren't exactly landing here. You know what I mean?
But that's what I'm saying. Like it actually made Talcott look way better than what they even intended. But that's the thing is,
yeah,
like,
right. And it made them look like dumbasses trolling an old man, nothing better to do than this old, like, let's attack some fucking what we deem to be some worthless boomer who's actually achieved more in life than you probably ever will, because he's fought in a war, he's started a family, he started a union, And that's the topic you're discussing and dismissing all in one breath, as if you know something about it. It's like, well, you know, you look like a dumb fuck doing elderly abuse, like Paul Unslaved in that committee, and small brain, smooth brain nonsense.
But particularly
gimmicky shit. Yeah.
No, and like particularly when Rusty jumped on and he just started asking these questions. He's trying to pretend to be curious, but obviously he wasn't actually curious. And then
because in 5 seconds, this guy's such a retard. He can't press him on any serious issues, so he starts devolving into insults. So then Talcott just responds by going, "Well, you're just insulting what you don't understand." And then his brain just stopped working. This is what a fucking moron this fucking Rusty character is.
Oh,
Like, wow.
I see why they don't want to attack me, because they'll probably just take it as a compliment.
Oh well. The thing is that the reason why they're not gonna hop up here and have a discussion with any of us is because they think they're better. They think they're on a higher level because they have all these fake creds online.
Oh, so they think we're retarded, so they're afraid of punching down.
It's like, look, you have a functioning and watched YouTube channel. So do all those whores that do those ASMR videos.
It's not punching it down. Just spank us, Dad. We deserve it. Come on. You know you want to.
Well, wait, what happened?
I'm just telling them, you're not punching down. We're just not any retards. You just give us a little spank. You just educate us. You're not punching down. You're just disciplining us. So hop on.
No, but that's the whole thing, is like they're not actually interested in any of that. Like, to me, I think ours is, I'll say my suspicion at least is confirmed. Like, whatever they're doing is like, it's meant to discredit people who have actual critiques of what they're saying, or answers to what they're saying. They don't want to hear it, and so they just try to like make you look like a retard. And I don't think that's because only of a grift. I think there's some other purpose behind it, and I have my reasons for thinking so. But I mean, and when I saw Stephen David jump up there, and I didn't even really listen to what the dude said, but I listened to about 2 minutes of what he had to say, and it was just, that's the level of fucking discussion you're going to get, is not even on the same plane of this of reality or discussion or anything. It's like, and they think because they call themselves a Christian that it gives them permission to say and do whatever the fuck they want, and it's just absolutely ridiculous from my point of view. It just doesn't make any sense whatsoever.
So I'll still man them, assuming that God's omnipotent and omniscient and supports them. They do have license to do whatever they want. The problem is their God's not that strong, their God's not that smart, and I doubt he even supports them. So they won't be able to do anything.
Can you rephrase what you said? You're saying that God's not smart, or
wherever God they think they're worshiping is not as smart and as strong as they think he is. So that's why they have to take pot shots.
Personally, I think they're more Luciferians. That's my personal opinion. I don't think they're Christians in any truth of the words. I think
they have to take pot shots because their God's not as strong or as smart as they think he is.
Yeah, that's kind of the way I see it at this point. I mean, again, like, I'm sure they'll do some attack piece on me for saying that, but it's like, it's obvious that whatever they're doing is not open and honest or straightforward in any sense of the word that I understand it. So I don't know what it could be, but it's certainly not those things,
But yeah. Well, they can discipline me. I'll run into them eventually. They can come and discipline me, educate me, whatever they need to do.
Well, I don't think they're interested in doing any of that. I think what they're interested in doing is assassinating people's character, or otherwise making making it difficult to have any sort of grounding for what they're talking about. You know, I think they're just, I think they're Discordian, but in the worst possible sense, where like they don't have any like purpose behind. I don't think they have any true purpose of truth behind what they're doing. I think they're trying to intentionally obfuscate both their intentions and the subject matter that's being discussed.
Let me put it this way: they're not as blessed by the goddess as I am, and they know it.
Well, I see Jonathan in the chat. I mean, you were pretty active in the chat yesterday, Jonathan. So, I mean, aren't you friendly with those guys or something? I don't know, but yeah, I don't know. I see all these names and all these chats, and they always have different personalities in every chat, and sometimes they're reasonable, and other times they're having weird discussion. And I'm not making an accusation towards you, Jonathan. I don't know you. I'm just saying, like, it seemed, you know, people are very friendly in that chat, and then they come over here and they act friendly, and then they come over there. I mean, people just, and I'm not making a direct accusation to you. It's just, I don't know who's who or what's what, because, you know, I've just seen a lot of weird discussion the past couple weeks here, 3-4 weeks. And it's just, or longer, but it's just, I don't know what's really going on. But I think a lot of these chats and communities are full of people who are nothing like what they're presenting themselves to be. That's just kind of like pretty much what Nachiketa said, is like, if you're not up here on a panel talking and have displaying a pattern of behavior that's a little bit easier to read than words on a screen, then I kind of just don't even know if you're real at this point. Like, I don't, you know, I don't know. So you talk about God. So what's a universalist, what do you call it?
Unitarian Universalist.
Yeah. What does that mean? Because I know that that's what Jefferson supposedly was, but like you said, it's nothing to do with that now. So what does that mean?
It has everything to do with that now. So I think it was just a universalist. The Unitarians and Universalists fused recently, like I think like the 70s. Was it earlier than that? Right. They fused last century. So pretty much the Unitarians say there's one God, not the pagan Trinity thing, but they mean monad, Wuliad, the chaos, everything, the mind, everything lives in. Pretty much, that's what they mean by the one God, not Yahweh. That just pretty much mind, as in a monist sense. Then Universalists say that pretty much God will forgive everyone, right? Not send people to hell. So they fused recently because they're pretty much on the level with each other, and they have a whole lot of influence politically. I think like two centuries ago, I think they did Unitarians did, because they had control of multiple Ivy League universities.
Interesting. Yeah, I'm gonna have to look into that more, because I think there's probably something very deep going on with that, because you know, I was a fan of Jefferson, so I tried to understand a lot about the guy, and he's a very complicated person, to say the least. So I'm very curious about what that's about. I think there's probably something deeper underneath all that, for sure. Because I mean, I don't know, my thing with the whole looking at how the Christian thing has evolved, and like, you know, you have the Orthodox, and then you have the Catholics, and then you have the Protestants, and then you have the Baptist and the Universalist, and then you have just all these different offshoots of stuff, and it's a tangled mess. And I would be very curious, like, what the general political ideology of Universalists seems to be, because like, at least in my hometown, the ones that I saw are like extremely woke, but I don't really know if they have like a political view other than that. Like, that's the only thing I really saw that they seem to be interested in. But Like, I mean, as far as like the gays and LGBTQ and stuff like that, they seem to be very pro that, but I don't know much about like their political.
Yeah, they want to preserve the LGBT. They don't want to hurt them. Like what's that preacher's name?
Say that again. Sorry.
Yeah, they want to protect the LGBT, not destroy them. But I forgot that preacher's name from the church with like 3 people in it. For God's name. Pastor.
So would you say that it's basically like pantheism, meaning it doesn't matter what God or how many gods you believe in? It's
pretty much, yeah.
Okay, that makes sense. So it's kind of like paganism, but under the guise of Christian religion.
Yeah. It has a lot of cross with paganism.
That's very interesting. I didn't know that, but I guess I shouldn't be. Basically, it's saying like there's one creator God, and then it doesn't matter what other God you believe in. Essentially, something like that.
Yeah, there's some people with no gods, but most of the atheists are Abraham misotheists, anyways. Oh yeah, the pastor was thinking of Steven Anderson. They're not like Steven Anderson.
Oh, you don't like Steven Anderson?
Yeah, you don't like Steven Anderson. He's anti-LGBT. He wants to vote for the government to do something about them.
No, I like him as far as like, you know, he's very funny, and like I grew up as a Baptist, so like.
Oh yeah, he's funny. You know, he's funny. Like he's the Alex Jones funny. Alex Jones is more funny than he is, though. But
I think
I like. He's sometimes fun to watch.
Well, I think Steven Anderson, like, if you're going to be a Baptist, like in the traditional sense, like I think he kind of relatively well represents what that is, but I think also at the same time, like I think I don't know what his intentions are, but I think he's I don't know that he's necessarily actually intellectually very curious, which again, as a Christian, I can kind of respect that, I guess, to some degree, but at the same time it's kind of like, you know, like I think a lot of this stuff, I'm just kind of upset that a lot of things that are Christian are so dishonest, I guess. I mean, I know that it shouldn't be surprising, you know, but it seems that just so much of and that's my problem with like the whole community that I just came out of, is like I think people mean well in general, you know, but I think people, you know, they just want it's so easy to point the finger at everybody else for their problems, but you know, I just don't. I think that, you know, a big part of Christianity is like really taking a look at yourself and then looking at everything through that lens too. You know what I mean? Like kind of blame yourself before everyone else. And I see what Jonathan said there, and I there's something like that going on. I think it's probably a little bit more whatever. And you say you don't choose sides, but I mean, you know, and this is not like, I'm not trying to like judge you or something, but I just think that yeah, and I understand what you're saying, they're adaptable too. But my thing is like, you know, you say you don't choose sides, but at the end of the day, it's like, you know, your participation in such things does kind of reflect on you at some end of the day. And, you know, it's against my better judgment to continue to participate in some of this stuff in some ways. But at the same time, like, I think some of the topics are important enough that, you know, I think we should try to engage in it, because like I'm not tied to me being right, and these guys seem to like be really tied to like, oh, I'm correct, and I can't be wrong. It's like, I don't think that's the way you approach these kind of really important topics, in my opinion. So I think, you know, a lack of humility is a big problem that I see in a lot of these supposed truth-seeking people. You know, it's like they're so happy about the truth, but if it's inconvenient, then let's just dismiss it and you know, get rid of anyone who's inconveniently telling a truth that we don't want to have to take a look at. So I think that's, you know, by participating in that, you're kind of doing a disservice to what, you know, seeking, you know, some sort of grounding truth is. So I don't know. Not trying to like chastise you. I'm just saying like that's my point of view on the subject at this point. Like I will never participate with people who I have a deep suspicion that they're trying to obfuscate stuff.
Yeah, I understand. So sometimes I like to talk to them anyways because I learned troubleshooting in college. So usually I can just pull them apart and figure out what's going wrong with them. Because I learned troubleshooting and learned personality via MBTI, so I can usually pick them apart, figure out what their problem is, and hopefully resolve it for them, like a support call.
Yeah, sorry about that. My internet just seemed to die. Or usually it just dies at this time, you know, at like 3, 4 a.m. The internet just turns off. I think it's like something about the companies or some shit, or like I guess it's a low use hour as well. So I think they might be using that to save energy or something like that. You know, but yeah, I did have to unplug my fucking home system and then fucking redo the whole thing. I hate doing that shit. Gives me a fucking headache. Running around this motherfucker 4 a.m. Fucking resetting the internet shit. Yep. But yeah, thank you guys for holding it down. I don't remember what we were getting into because from my side I was deaf. So whatever you guys got into, you know, but I did hear this last part, you know, when I was putting these messages up on screen. But yeah, there's definitely interesting shit going down out here in terms of you know, and we're trying to you know, promote to a certain extent Christian values. By extension, I believe that a lot of the values that Christians share with Muslims as well, or it should be the case that all types of people share similar values. I know that me and Nachikita are not, especially from the same type of cultural background, vastly dissimilar. I know he might be, I think he's Korean, and then he lives in India. And I was born in Pakistan, you know, moved to America, you know, and of course I'm an American citizen, and my ideas about the world are shaped by being part of this country, by being a citizen of this country, by being educated in the public schools of America, in Michigan here, you know, in Detroit, Metro Detroit area, you know, we first lived in Taylor, Michigan. You know, now I live around the Detroit Dearborn area, you know, so there's lots of similarities or differences, you know, from where I live, and where, you know, many other people on this panel might have different experiences or backgrounds, and they might have different family experiences. But I feel like there are some skeletons in people's closet. You know, we're not really trying to, you know, really expose anybody's information that they don't want to get into topics. You know, we understand that what people might say on here can't be taken very seriously anyways, you know, because people are presenting a character, you know, and I gave some relevant ideas on this issue. Maybe recently I gave I went on you know, Twitter, you know, to explain some of these things to the masses, you know, and you know, I mean, I just quip these things, see if anything sticks. And of course, Twitter is a very dumbed down medium, you know, so you have to make things very simple for and accessible. And of course, the dumber of a statement you make on Twitter, the more views and attraction it will have. If you ask people the stupidest question, like, like what color underwear do you wear? You're fucking get like hundreds of hits. Some thought asked this question, but then it's like fucking it's like real issues. People don't want to engage with that. They find it repellent. But yeah. I put this thought. I said technology creates an extended prosthetic nervous system, a mediation of post-geological ends, and a foggy somatic detachment based on an externalization of ego. Limited hangouts and niche communities are being used and exploited to spy on people through social media platforms through the guise of decentralization. One must always remember that in the products of social media, the producer is also the consumer. While considering the dynamic of producer and consumer, it is not so much a quote unquote direct access to a platform, but a dual form of mediation where one recreates oneself as a brand and then sells it through their preferred medium. So, yeah.
Hey, the machine lies. It's only 10 hours till the Jeff's stream that we're supposed to make it to. So I don't know how much sleep you need, but probably cut this show off so we can at least you can have enough sleep before that.
No, I gotta go for another hour and a half. But if you gotta get some sleep, you have a blessed night. And thank you so much for joining the panel. I'll be back out here on what's the date? Saturday. If you gotta cut out, I do understand. It has been a while. But you gotta get out of here, Hank.
Yeah, I'm gonna go cut out because I have stuff to do before that. I need to fit it all
All
in.
right. All right, my brother. Well, thank you so much for joining the panel and enjoy your nap. And I'll be joining you in the sleep land soon.
Yeah, good talking with you, Hank. And it's always interesting for sure. And I'm glad you're here.
Yeah,
Okay,
come
thank
back on. Come back on Saturday. We'll have another discussion. If I don't see you on the Gen X Jeff stream tomorrow, yeah, man.
I think it's Wednesday. Well, it's today now because we streamed so long.
Yeah, yeah, today. That's right. Yeah, yeah. So if I don't see you there, I'll see you soon, my brother. Yep. Thank you so much.
See you soon.
Have a blessed night.
Yeah, and my rant wasn't really directed necessarily at Jonathan or Adaptable. It's just in general about like.
Yeah, and I mean, ultimately, I'm not gonna try to control what shows people are watching, but I did see some of the policing going on, in terms of they tried to tell Yellow Cake Maker to stop following me and type of stuff, saying, kind of trying to get people to pick sides, calling them traitors within an internet feud that they manufactured. So it's clear that they're trying to like take some of my followers for some reason. I don't care what show you guys watch on the internet, guys. If you guys want to watch any of these shows, I'm just commenting on what I see. I have no business attending to what entertains most people. Go watch Jim Bob if you want. Go watch The Crucible if you want. I'm just commenting on the news, the daily events. And yes, these are commentators. They make their views public. And from what I know, their views and opinions are fair game. They're published on the internet, just like mine are. It's just like we discussed with Nacho Kita earlier. Any of these views and opinions, they're fair game. So if you're willing to talk about me in public, I'm willing to comment on you in public about talking about me. It's not a big deal.
Yeah, and it's about the views in general, and and I'm also not telling people don't go.
That was the huge spin of the narrative. I can't get double-digit views. The views on my channel have been in double digits or whatever. Does that mean like more than 10? Like, yeah, of course, more than fucking 10 people are gonna watch the show. I have fucking 700 subscribers or whatever. You know, I mean, that's retarded to say that my show doesn't go into double digits. And just what kind of claim is that? You know, 7 people are watching Trad Culture, 7 people are watching Gen X Jeff, 7 people are watching Cascadian Anarch, and they're having brilliant fucking conversations. You know what I mean? What does it matter how many people are watching you? Do you really care about that? Look, man, style is what you do when no one is watching. You know what I mean?
No,
You know,
I was enjoying our conversations when it was like 10 people or less watching. I mean, that was
exactly,
the best.
yeah, exactly. We were having these conversations when there was 19 people in the audience, there was 10 people in the audience. Me and Neurojack were having exactly the same conversation. I've been here for fucking you know, hours today. You know, I've reached like whatever, like 50 viewers at one point, and this guy had like 70 people watching his show. You have 6,000 subscribers and 70 people are watching your fucking show. Like you're a fucking scrub. Like, how are you gonna brag about your numbers? Like, that is fucking amazing. Like, that's hilarious. Like,
Well, and I'll also qualify like my rant. My rant was mostly about the fact, you know, the thing that I find more disturbing than anything about what I saw yesterday was the fact that, you know, although yes, they were chastising Yellow Cake Maker, the way that they were going about it, they tried to do everything in like this like gay reasonableness. Oh, I'm just trying to be reasonable. I'm not trying to attack Machine Lies. He did that. You know, it's like this stupid fucking gay justification for everything. It's like, you know, they're trying to walk it back. And again, like I get it, you
yeah,
know.
they say, oh well, I'm not trying to. I want I want Machine Lies to do better, and it's like, well, nothing you've said is you know, leaves me any way to improve anything. You know, like there's legitimate criticisms offered at me all night tonight. I don't know if you guys watched this panel. You know, nearly every statement I made was countered to some extent by something someone said. I didn't jump out of my fucking chair or leap out of my fucking skin when that happened and go, oh, you know, but these motherfuckers cannot stand legitimate criticism when you have family and shit to deal with. It's like, yes, but also it's like, you know, I get like whoop it up and talk shit and all that stuff, but like, you know, eventually, you know, it's like, it's like, it's not fucking so much like funny as it is just like duplicitous, like fucking actions. Like, let's just fucking, you know, have no grounds for criticism, yet fucking, you know, lash out. It's almost like sensitivity and glass house, you know, rock throwing to a certain extent. So then, you know, I mean, the bubble has to fucking burst that this is a grift. And I don't care if you're making $2 on Super Chat and fucking YouTube is gonna take you know, a third of that too. Look, you have a PayPal account, you have a Cash App, you have all these other methods that people can donate to you. How dumb do you think I am that you think that the Super Chats is all the money you're making off of a fucking live stream when you have PayPal, Cash App, and all of these other links and Patreon, and you're selling fucking shirts and all this type of shit? How are you going to tell me that this is not a complete total grift when you're not covering any fucking material? And that's the thing, is like, if you understand things about philosophy, history, theology, you can actually take a bite out of these people's ass because you actually know the foundations behind the things they're speaking on. So you can expose people, then you can like figure out what the fuck is going on. You could like use that shit. You could look at the fucking pissed on breadcrumbs, the fucking limited hangouts. You can expose things for what the fuck they are. But if you don't have a basic understanding, you know, of, you know, just psychology, reason, logic, philosophy, or history, Like, well, just what the fuck are you doing? You know, you know, you, it's showtime. You know, put the monkey on the stage. You know, when it's
Well,
showtime.
and the thing is, like, I'm pretty sure both you and I are, actually challenging not only other people's views, but our own. And, you're challenging other Muslims and I'm challenging other Christians to, you know, be very cautious about whose side they take in some of these conflicts. And, from the big ones like this new Israel thing versus, and also like, your local church, your local friends and family, because a lot of people's motivations are not so straightforward. And of course, uh, my opinion is that it makes sense why they don't want to dig into certain things, because it might reveal a little bit about perhaps their motives aren't as quite as straightforward as uh, entertainment. And I think it's I always make the argument about like Colbert, for example. Like I thought Colbert was an actual conservative for the first few years of him doing the Colbert Report back on Comedy Central, and I thought he did a great critique of the right as a right leaning commentator. I thought, I mean, and I think it's because his writers were just amazing, at that time. But as time progressed, it became like a full-on propaganda uh, operation. And if you watch the show now, it's so overtly bad that it's like, to me, it almost seems bad on purpose. It seems, and I find it weird, like that. People criticize someone like um, Matt McKinley from Quantum of Conscious, which I think you can do, but listen to what he says and actually critique the ideas on the grounds in which he's doing them, rather than assassinating his character or something. You know what I mean? Like, they assassinate his character rather than like actually address the ideas. And I think it's, say what you want about Insanity Machine, but he both does a funny critique of Quantum of Conscious and also critiques his ideas. So at least he's doing that much. Like, at least it's a little bit more transparent of what his motives are or something. And instead of like, okay, well, let's just drag this dude through the mud and make him seem like a glowy or something. It's like, well, some feds also tell the truth too. So just calling someone a fed doesn't mean that they're not telling the truth. So it's like,
Oh yeah,
relevant.
we watched some characters online, and yeah, definitely if they come back in our chat, we have relentless material. I know we kind of uh trolled EBT last time, and it was what it was. This character is nefarious, looks like a gold prospector from Appalachia, and definitely slug like behavior of this man. And molasses motion was disturbing my conscience. Fence sitting, egregious fence sitting, to new levels of fence sitting. Like Humpty Dumpty sat on the motherfucking wall. Oh, he did, and I was like, oh shit, like so I just had to troll the brother, because it's like, look, man, you enjoy a good troll. You enjoy a good troll or two, don't you, friend? But the thing is that he gets all fucking butthurt about it, and goes on another show and starts talking about it. It's just like, it's so fucking, it's like, look, you took a hit at me, I took a hit back at you, and the shit's recorded so everybody can measure the hits. But no, you got to take another little swipe at me now. The shit is fucking petty. It's like, that's fine, that's fine. But it's like, dude, like, this is fake internet kerfuffles. That's why I just talked for 7 hours with people about just philosophy, psychology, history, and theology and shit like that. Because fuck all of you cocksuckers. Like, like, you guys are, you don't give people the respect, grown men, the fucking respect, They look eye to eye with a fucking grown man, and you talk like a little bitch, and you act like a little bitch. So you get treated like a little bitch. It just is what it is. You know what I mean? I'm sorry, but if you can't take a little criticism, but you're welcome to dish out all the fucking shit. It's like, man, look, man,
Well, but I think you're being, I know that you're not really being charitable, but I think you're being too charitable, because I think obviously like they have very little interest in the topics, and that's kind of like become so apparent. That's what I'm not like
Well,
chastising.
I think it's amenable to because it's like eventually people will have to get behind, because there's nothing else to do. So there's no other game in town, so they will eventually have to come back and talk about some serious ideas, at the fucking round table, and when they do choose to do that, the thing is that it's not about charitability if it's just like you're gonna have to face the truth, and if you do it right now with a smile on your face and a little bit of humility, well, it's better than doing it later looking like a complete fucking ass but losing in style. You know what I mean? And that's really what we're dealing with. Laugh now, cry later type of shit. Unfortunately, you can laugh, but I'll be laughing all the way to the bank, if you know what I mean. I'm saying, and
Yeah, sorry, I was in another screen. I was looking at the notes I wrote earlier. Okay. So if you want, I'll just go through some of these notes with you.
Before you do that, I have a little thing for everyone. And it's gonna be this. It's just a 2-minute, analysis of my situation and what I think that you guys should do in a similar situation, and how I'm doing in this situation. It says, "He who rules men lives in confusion. He who is ruled by men lives in sorrow. Yao therefore desired neither to influence others nor be influenced by them. The way to get clear of confusion and free of sorrow is to live with Tao in the land of the great void. If a man is crossing a river and an empty boat collides with his own skiff, even though he be a bad-tempered man, he will not become very angry. But if he sees a man in the boat, he will shout at him to steer clear. If the shout is not heard, he will shout again and yet again and begin cursing. And all because there is somebody in the boat. Yet if the boat were empty, he would not be shouting and not angry. If you can empty your own boat, crossing the river of the world, no one will oppose you. No one will seek to harm you. The straight tree is the first to be cut down. The spring of clear water is the first to be drained dry. If you wish to improve your wisdom and shame the ignorant, to cultivate your character and outshine others, a light will shine around you, as if you had been swallowed, as if you had swallowed the sun and the moon. You will not avoid calamity this way. A wise man has said, he who is content with himself has done a worthless work. Achievement is the beginning of failure. Fame is the beginning of disgrace. Who can free himself from achievement and from fame? Descend and be lost amid the masses of men? He will flow like the Tao, unseen. He will go about like life itself, with no name, no home, simple as he, without distinction. To all appearance, he is a fool. His steps leave no trace. He has no power. He achieves nothing, has no reputation. Since he judges no one judges him. He is the perfect man. His boat is motherfucking empty. That's from Shang Tzu. Empty your boat while crossing the river of the world. Anyways, go ahead, brother Neuro.
Was that that's not from the Tao Te Ching, but right?
From Shang Tzu. It's a separate text. Yeah.
Oh, that's the guy who came after him, right?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes, correct.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's the one that real Chinese people had recommended to me. They said, don't read the Tao Te Ching or Confucius. Read this dude.
Yeah, Shang Tzu is a lot more palatable. He's a better writer than either of those guys. So yeah, he's definitely much more poetic, and his explanations are a lot more robust. Yeah, he kind of uses real life examples, poetry, mythical beings. He bring and then applying the principles of Lao Tzu to a much greater form of an analysis and contemplation. But yeah,
It reminded me of the Bible. That reminded me of. It reminded me of Christianity.
there's some similarities there. There's some notions there, like violence begets violence, and knowing your own ignorance and things like that are also there in the Christian tradition. That can be applied. Yeah.
Yeah, and especially like you talk about, being the fool, and also the achievement is the first step of failure or something like that.
Yeah. Sounds like a Christian teaching. Yeah, for sure. The kind of self-effacement that Paul uses, raised to be lowered, essentially.
Yeah, and I meant to bring some of this up earlier, but I've been extremely busy, and I'm kind of been distracted, so I apologize. But so I wanted to bring this to the panel, but this is maybe preparation for a future thing. But when you hear something like limited ends and unlimited means, what do you what's your impression of someone who would say such a thing?
Well, I think the first thing that strikes me is Pythagoras. And I'll tell you why. If I could just get out my copy of Pythagoras here, and it has a lot to do with binary code as well. But if I could just find out where I put this here, I will then go ahead and read some of these thoughts by Pythagoras, who talks about limiteds and unlimiteds in terms of math. He presents them in a form of analysis that relates back to thought itself, but also, but it says here, man, if I could find this, and I need to kind of get a type of a different glasses here to read this. But yeah, a lot of this is about Pythagoras. But yeah, Pythagoras and also Pythagoras posited two principles, but added something peculiar to themselves. Not that the limited and the unlimited are distinct natures like fire or earth or something similar, but the unlimited itself and the one itself are the substance of what they are predicated of. This is why they call number and the substance of all things. Yeah, so he thought these two principles, limiteds and unlimiteds, basically you can derive every single principle in the universe from these two principles, a 0 and a 1, essentially, on and off switch which is also what they use to create this wonderful template that we use to communicate. The programming language is binary code. And yeah, that was a summation. And that's what takes it to that's where they get the notion of the matrix from, actually, with the zeros and ones flashing, But yeah, and I kind of talked about that earlier with Talcott too. The complexification of means. But yeah, I think of those two concepts when I think of that. But yeah, where are you getting this concept from, Neuro? Limited ends and unlimited means, was it?
Yeah, sorry, I was still dealing with a kid who's refusing to go to sleep. So yeah,
Damn.
actually I got that because something you were talking about reminded me of Charles Haywood, the Orthodox Christian guy. And that seems to be something that he added into
we
the
gotta
book.
we're gonna do a huge analysis of Charles Haywood and Reza Giorgiani. So you guys stay tuned for that. Yeah.
Well, but that's the reason I bring that up. I don't know if it makes sense to bring that up first, but I took a bunch of notes and I kind of got them out of order, somewhat on purpose and somewhat not on purpose. But yeah, I was thinking about that because, the fact that a Christian would write something like,
Yeah. Yeah, they have a
or something.
Yeah,
I
they
just
have a
don't know how that works.
Yeah, they have a sort of a well, I think it's there within the Platonic, synthesis, and that's kind of what the thoughts are. And I was going to present another little tidbit, which is the Protagoras, which states that man is the measure of all things. And you see this on the other side of the equation. So on the one side, you have numbers and abstract reason with Plato, and on the other side, you have empiricism, science, and these things with Aristotle. And in that, you have man's judgment or mind or perception. With Plato, you have conception, but with Aristotle, you have perception being a primary thing. Whereas Plato thought perception only points to something greater. Aristotle thought that is the whole thing because it's related to mind.
Yeah, and I'm jumping around a little bit, but I do think this is an important point. Somebody brought up earlier, and it's so, a lot of the early conversation that you guys were having lines up with the research I've been doing independently the past week or couple weeks here, which is limited because I've been busy. But somebody mentioned something about Dionysus being something very similar to what Jesus is portrayed as, and I think you guys started to get into that.
Oh yeah, that was way earlier in the conversation. Somebody had made the assertion, and I had just quickly challenged that assertion. Just not challenged it directly, but challenged it indirectly via the acceptable range of where historical critiques can be applied to that situation, according to most scholars today.
And I think I did hear some of your response to that, and you're basically saying something along the lines of like it's how and actually a lot of the conversation had a lot of this overtone an undertone as well, where it's like, how much veracity do you give someone who's quote unquote an official historian, right? Or, because, and that seems to be the thing with the mythicists, is like, because I do think, I mean, honestly, I understand why people might say that they've embedded Dionysian cult stuff into Christianity. And I definitely think that some of your book alludes to the fact that perhaps it is possible that that has been done. Maybe not overtly, but perhaps. And again, I'm not like trying to like say that that's what your work is about. But what I'm saying is, to me, I understand why someone might think that that holds water. But like you said, it's really hard to define a lot of this stuff because we don't really know.
Yeah, well, there is three things that poison the well from the very beginning, and those are, to name them very quickly, Neoplatonism, a sort of offset of paganism, which is in the Dionysian tradition that's also coming from Plato. So you can just lump that into one, because the Dionysian influence is via Plato and his Orphic Pythagoreanism, especially in the Timaeus. But then you have more influences in terms of, you have the influence of Zoroastrianism, that lasts several centuries, because there's close proximity to Persia as well, since the time of ancient Greece, where part of Greece was essentially a vassal state of the Persian Empire, so you have this instance there. So you have one, actually, yeah. So these three streams I'm mentioning, one is the Neoplatonism and the Orphic Pythagoreanism. The second is the Zoroastrian influence, that's seen in the Nag Hammadi text and other places, and the legitimacy of those is also can be put under scrutiny as well, obviously. But then the third influence is that of the Hellenized Jews. And of course, the Hellenized Jews, especially those that were in places like Alexandria, exercised a important influence on the early development of Christianity, because the Jewish elite society was closely linked with the various developments there, such as the instances where Philo and his family, Josephus and his family, Herod and his family, all were interlinked within the Roman elite. So Jews and the Roman elite were interlinked at the time. So there is a considerable crossover there. Josephus, who we derive the history of the Jews from, he was a slave of Flavius. That's why he's called Flavius Josephus, because he was Flavian's slave. And this is the same person who was responsible for the destruction of the second temple, supposedly. But yeah, so this is exactly what's going on. And of course, the destruction in the second temple is supposed to be prophesied by Jesus Christ in the Gospels. So all of these are highly relevant instances. They're highly relevant to the development of early Christianity. And that's why, two books. I mean, if you want to talk about Western civilization, you have to read two books, and one is the Dialogues of Plato, and the second is the Bible. Just get a copy of the Bible and just read it front to back. And of course, there's better and worse versions of translations. At the outset, you shouldn't worry about that. You should just go find a copy of the Bible that you can understand and read it front to back, and take some notes if you can, or something like that, and then go over the Dialogues of Plato. And these books are so widely available that you can go and click on YouTube videos that will read the entire fucking thing to you. They're published on nearly every medium. So I mean, definitely my studies began by studying these two books. I think they have vast range of influence. But yeah, anyways.
Yeah, I think I'll do that, and then after that, I'll go read the Timaeus and see if that puts together some. Because I found it funny. Like I wish I had that that clip of Jay Dyer saying, "Oh yeah," and he wrote the Timaeus. Well, we're not going to talk about that. So it's like I found that very interesting. That's what I'm saying is like I don't want to assume malice, but like I just see all these little comments that people like him make where. And Alex Jones, who we talked about recently as well, like, they make these little side comments where they're basically telling you, yeah, if you're really curious, go look at this, but I'm not going to talk about that. It's like, well, why wouldn't you talk about it? It's like, they kind of do tell you, like, they kind of do drop hints, I have to say, like, it's kind of what I've noticed is like, for whatever reason, a lot of these people do let certain things slip. And I really hope I can find that Alex Jones clip where he and Steve Pachinek were talking about Luciferianism, because when I talked about the limited means and you talked about Pythagoras and you described what Pythagoras believes, it sounded a lot like Luciferianism or Promethean or whatever. Like I don't know if those are technically related, but that's what came to mind when you were describing all that. And I don't know if that's, for...
Oh my God. That goes right into the next topic of discussion. I was just about to read the Protagoras of Plato, where he describes the creation myth of the Greeks using Prometheus and Epimetheus. I don't know if you guys are familiar with Epimetheus, but yeah, he's not. He's been forlorn. Let's just put it that way. But yeah, I will be right back to read some of that, because I have to go to the bathroom. But yeah, I have been sitting here for a long time. But yeah, thank you for joining us, everyone. And I'm sure Neuro will stick around to hear some of this Prometheus, huh, Neuro?
Yes, sir. I'm here.
For sure. And we got Neuro's kid. Neuro's kid, man. He's a lot of energy in this guy, geez. It's
yeah, he's like he reminds me of myself. Like, just whatever he's supposed to do, he's just gonna fight it.
Yeah, that is a warrior in the making, a Jedi, a young Jedi, for sure. A lot of energy in that little guy, but yeah, bless him. And yes, go to sleep, sir. but yeah,
more or less there, so it should be okay.
Bless his heart. And yeah, we will be right back, guys. After this song, and after I use the bathroom here, I'll read some Prometheus. Not Prometheus. It's obviously Prometheus didn't write text, or not. He's a mythical character, but he is talked about in the Protagoras, a work of Plato, in which I explained that one of Protagoras' great quotes is that man is the measure of all things. Relates back to a quote by Marx, where he said the root of man is man himself. And of course, our teacher, our great teacher, Henrik Skolmowski, said, well, if you believe that doesn't give you very deep roots. And yeah, I think he was right. But yeah, we'll be right back, guys. I hope you guys are having a blessed morning. It's 5:35 a.m. here on the East Coast, Detroit, Michigan. We're reporting live here. And, thank you for joining us on the Machine Lies. And we will return just shortly here to bring you guys a reading from Plato. Thank you, guys.
immaculate deception. You got poverty, religion, racism, politics, and economics that keep the preoccupied mind spinning. Oblivion, evangelical righteous nation building by eugenic DNA, epic weapon sequence in the DOD operation Dark Winter. Unknowingly investing trillion in most subtle forms of murder. New American century, lunatic, neocon lounging poolside for Olive Martini at the Plaza Bilderberger. Sitting next to nanotechnology, the Damon over child, the nuclear winter. With reptiles and bikinis that don't walk on by, they slimmer. You better zip up the Dalai Lama North Face, put on an Elmo mittens. Play close attention, there's no difference between Bush and Clinton. Check the arrogant cowboy Texas demeanor. White House was straight stonewall, fuck a congressional subpoena. We will bitch smack the media. Lord Cheney, rule over Dark Warrior. With CIA orcs brought down the two towers. Who up on COT shadow government at Raven Rock, where the only legislative branch running is executive power.
Connection listeners, we're talking about continuity of government. We're talking about the shadow government, which is up and running in a bunker.
Our in-depth look at Washington's secret shadow government. Bush has activated for the first time long-standing plans to ensure survival of federal rule.
Continuity of government. The notion that we have a shadow government.
We're talking about the shadow government, which is up and running. We're talking about COG, as they call it in Washington.
We still don't know very much about who's in the shadow government and what they're doing. I think that the Bush administration is going to have to eventually give us a lot of information to clear the air here. And the notion that we have a shadow government, that there's some urgency about having a shadow government.
It's actually a shadow government operating right now.
Is finished, master. Is my music really on some apocalyptic, dark and gloomy shit? On my part of some now freedom music? Your perception to this rhyme reflecting your influence. The most dangerous person in the world is someone who don't do shit. You think I'm fearless, confused, or just blind? To safely actually continue to perpetuate itself in the mind. I hopeless victim of revolutionary soldier, you decide. Then ask yourself why am I so rebellious and out of hand? When a country would spend hundreds of billion to kill 500,000 to kill one man. Am I really the rebel against society for now world view of illusion? Knowing full well to put off world globalization, billions I have to die to subvert the authority of the Constitution. And how much of this silly, goofy, wacky conspiracy theory is really hype when all of the media world is controlled by select few programming status quo lies. Home of the freedom, ignorant, hypocritical, and buck wild. American politics is more confusing than a racist and an illegitimate black love child. I bet you want me to rhyme by alcoholic beverages, pimping girls. When I own in liquor, I'm talking about is Molotov cocktails. When in my country, people of color make up 62% of the incarceration rate, to form the largest prison population in the world. While you sect claiming born again Christianity, murdering preemptively, showing up to rally the troops in a homo flight suit and plastic stunt turkey. Believe you can't hurt me or do me none. I'm down with God, y'all, and I ain't afraid of no one. And this is world decrees, imperial letters of protection, warning you about privatization and depopulation and federalization and deregulation and globalization. Request this on your favorite radio station. Request this on your favorite radio station. Request this on your favorite radio station. And I bet you it won't get nary rotation.
I want to quickly share what for me has been a hugely positive habit, and that's speaking to
What's going on? And I think I got fucking taco sauce in my beard. So yeah, I missed fucking Taco Tuesday earlier. Eating a fucking soggy fucking taco shell now. Yeah.
Well, that's what happens. You
That's
do
what
it.
happens.
You do it overnight. You know what this is starting to remind me of? Like if you continue this way, it reminds me of Coast to Coast AM. You know, like we should take over that spot. You know.
Yeah, we got like some coast to coast AM vibes going out here. Except for we don't but like the only person it'd be coast to coast AM if there was an open panel and then the only person actually covering conspiracies was just me. Like, what the fuck? You know.
No, but
yeah.
I love listening to those like old like 90s recordings of that shit. It's just like it's so it because it shows to me
Yeah.
it's like people are really hungry for that shit. People waited
Oh
for
yeah.
hours to get on that show.
Yeah. Yeah, those shows are really great to listen to, and you just saw that just 20 years ago people were almost 10% smarter than they are today, and you wonder just what happened. It's fascinating. That in itself is fascinating.
Yeah,
You know,
people were very cordial and smart and intelligent and
professional, like
very
yeah.
very much so. It just reminds me of like being a young kid listening to like adults have like actual fucking real conversation.
Yeah, now what do we have? Even the Orthodox Christians are a counterculture. Death to the world. Yeah, man. It's like, oh
It's
god.
really you bring that up because like that's really been in the back of my mind the past couple of days of like what is that all about, dude?
Let's go ahead and play this fucking the Lord of cringe and fucking corn over here is this fucking death to the world shit. Let's go ahead and give this its proper due of just disrespect. Because this is, come on, guys. I mean, this is really, really low.
Is
We'll
this
start with yeah.
is this that video I sent you?
Well, yeah, we're gonna play that one too, but we're gonna start with um with Kyle.
Oh, I've never watched him before. I hear his name all the time, but I've never watched him before. So this would be a
Yeah.
first.
Oh my God, this is just the ultimate kind of cringe. But yeah, I think it fits into the themes of this show. Gothic futurism. How about that? We're gonna crawl into this whole. Yeah.
That sounds like a great book, Gothic Futurism, and how I want my progress and eat it too. That sounds like a
good. Written by Paul Unslaved in Chalk Body Outline. Because yeah, they said he said he wanted to write a book with him when I was when they were doing a hate campaign against me. They actually told each other that they won't want to write a book together. And yeah, I think that'll be the perfect name for it. you know but yeah.
let's see this douchebag. I've heard his name so much. I'm curious to see what he's all about.
Yeah, it's a little douchey, I have to admit.
Death to the
world.
To be dead to this world and live for the other. Not because this world is inherently evil. This world is inherently good. Creation in itself is good, but it is our fallen desires that lead us into pride, into gluttony, into
So then why don't say death to your desire? Why would it be death to the world? Like the world we're living in, that the creation is good? Like what the fuck? Like I think you're mincing like energies and terms and casting fucking spells on shit. Like ultimately this world is a ball of shit. It's gonna be rolled up like a fucking carpet, but you don't have to fucking say it's worthless. That's not what the fuck we're saying. Obviously. He's pointing to the desires. What what about the world is bad? You said it's good. The creation is good.
Yeah, and to me, it strikes me as hilarious because like I go to the Orthodox priest that I know, and he's like, humans are here to be stewards of creation, not destroy it and damn it to hell. It's like, and I guess they try to argue that they're saying the same thing, but I think saying death to the world doesn't really convey anything like what I understand Orthodox Christianity to be about. It just seems very strange to me. But
yeah, it's like we don't deal with the world, so why would we talk about the world? And B, we don't deal with death. We deal with everlasting life. So like it's a concatenation of two terms that just shouldn't be on display. You shouldn't put on display to have a moral compass about life. And then You know, similar to the term or concatenation toilet bowl earth, that the earth is garbage. It's just toilet bowl. You know, it's just it's like, you know, it's useless. And it's like, no, you're made of the fucking clay of the fucking earth. You know, and if you don't realize that, you're just a bitch ass motherfucker. I mean, that's all there is to it. But yeah, oh well, you know.
Lust, into sloth. We end up being a slave to those sins. Literally a slave to our impulses. A slave to the world. That is no freedom. But that's a
Wait, if you're a slave to your own impulses, how are you a slave to the world? You know, it's not the world that's enslaving you. Creation is good. You know, you're enslaving your fucking self by your own desires. You know, it's what the fuck, like.
freedom that we're sold. You know, maybe when you reject the world at first, you know, in the 90s, it was you become a punk rocker. Oh, I reject authority. I reject the world. I'm just going to smoke weed, dude. I'm just going to do LSD. I'm just going to be promiscuous. Oh, this degenerate form of nihilism. And even nowadays, with the red pill, you wake up, the world is a lie. But what is the last true rebellion? That is orthodoxy. Orthodoxy is the only thing that rejects everything, all of the evil in the world.
It's the only thing that rejects everything. What? I don't follow that one. They don't reject.
I hate to say this, but this seems like pure KGB propaganda to me personally.
Orthodoxy is the only thing that rejects everything. No, it doesn't reject authority, and that's square one of rejecting shit. Like, what the fuck? Like,
yeah, this is some weird gothic KGB propaganda, in my opinion. I mean, I've never seen this guy before, but like just the 30 seconds I think.
Yeah, the format of it, yeah, is bizarre, and yeah, I mean,
I make my videos on purpose to be propagandized, but I leave it open ended enough where you're not really sure of like what my message is, you know. So it's, you know, because it's really meant for me and like maybe one or two other people. So, you know, but this is like really this is just to me, and I mean, he looks like he's 18 years old and he's talking about he understands like the secrets of the universe or something. I just find that kind of odd.
yeah, that is about the long and short of it, is it not? I mean, you know, it's like, look, go tug on your priest robe and go learn something. You know, why are you spreading this propaganda? It's a good question. You're not authorized to speak on the behalf of your priests, yet you're promoting magazines and counterculture. I don't know. I just find the situation, and you know, and I get the sentiment. You know, you do have to fight fire with fire, and they are producing lots of glossy cultural propaganda, and you know, that's part of the reason why we're here. You know, but
oh yeah, no, and that's the thing is like I'm partial to propaganda. I don't think I personally I don't think propaganda is a negative thing in and of itself, but I also think like, you know, as a
right, but yeah. Wait, what'd you say, Neuro? You got cut off there.
Oh, sorry. I was just saying. I just think as a Christian, you should be very careful what you are promoting. You know what I mean? Like you have to be extremely and like, you know, how and what purpose and all. I mean, there's a lot to, you know. There's levels of shit you have to take into consideration, and I think you probably need a priest to really, you know, guide you.
That's why. Yeah, that's why it's oxymoronic to promote rebellion, you know, which is conventionally standing against authority, to promote a form of authority. You know, it's like, you know.
Well, like even just what he's just that little thing he says right there, do prostrations. You know, I think just talking to a lay person and saying, "Oh, you should just go prostrate before the mural in the Orthodox Church," having no understanding of it. And like I understand that, you know, Orthodox Christians seem to believe that the very act of going into liturgy is, you know, spiritual healing. I understand that, but just, you know, doing what do you call it, subliminal messaging about, you know, Orthodox procedure when you're trying to convince someone that your version of orthodoxy is correct. I just find it's irresponsible personally. Like, I think that's kind of very bizarre to me personally.
Yeah.
It's like hypno porn or something, or I don't know.
It's getting a little, yeah, it gets worse. Yeah, but yeah, we basically summarized it for you guys already. But here's what's going on.
All together is because we realize that we are part of the problem. We constantly sin, and it's about admitting that fact.
Okay, see, we are the problem. The common enemy of humanity is man. That's by Alexander King, who wrote the Club of Rome report. How does this message disagree with that? Just wondering.
Well, and that's the thing is, like, there is truth in it in a sense, but that's why I'm saying is, like, to me, it's like it's wildly irresponsible to just drop truth like that without serious context. Like
Right.
like for example, like what Talcott's saying about in wars and secrecy, like. And the reason he's reluctant to give such a precise answer of how we do that is because it is individual choices that are going to make that possible. See what I'm saying? It's like there is a subtleness there, but that's why I'm saying to watch this guy just say, "Oh, see, it's all men's fault." It's like, yeah, but you need to really contextualize what you mean by that, because what you mean by that and what a serious Christian would probably mean by that, I don't think is probably the same thing if I had to guess. I mean, I could be wrong, but I don't know.
I don't think we'll ever get through this video because it's so bad. We have to keep pausing it. But yeah.
Go ahead. Like, I've literally never done that before, but I'm like 62 seconds in, and like I got a pretty bad feeling about what
I know. Yeah, it's like fuck. It's like I don't even remember it being this bad when I first watched it. This is crazy. But yeah. Yeah. Again, we're just trying to trigger everyone again. It just is what it is.
No, I would literally love to debate with like DPH or Posh or Bob or
They're
any.
not gonna debate us. I've already ran that. The guy. I have a tape of him publicly agreeing that he'll debate me. I'll release it like later this week. But yeah, I mean, it's just fascinating. They literally agreed to it and then didn't do it. But yeah, so yeah.
Yeah, and not like a angry debate. Like, I literally just want people to kind of like flesh this out, because I keep seeing this like death to the world Orthodox thing, and like my experience of trying to understand Orthodox theology does not really line up at all. So I'm like really kind of confused. Like, where is this coming from? Like, doesn't really seem to be lining up with what I've tried to understand, at least. I don't know. It just seems kind of. I mean, I have my suspicions of what it is, but I don't want to. I really don't want to assume that. Maybe young Kyle here doesn't really know what he's involved in. I mean, I don't know.
Based Kyle. Oh shit.
And being against the religion of the future, which is all about pride, the religion of the Antichrist, and not living in fear. That is what it means to be orthodoxy, and death to the world, because we know this world is fleeting. This world is temporary. We have eternity.
The world is the general name for all the passions. When we wish to call the passions by a common name, we call them the world. But when we wish to distinguish them by their special names, we call them passions. The passions are the following: love of riches, desire for possessions, bodily pleasure from which comes sexual passion, love of honor which gives rise to envy, lust for power, arrogance and pride of position, the craving to adorn oneself with luxurious clothes and vain ornaments, the itch for human glory which is a source of rancor and resentment, and physical fear. Where these passions cease to be active, there the world is dead. Someone has said of the saints that while alive they were dead, for though living in the flesh, they did not live for the flesh. See for which of these passions you are alive. Then you will know how far you are alive to the world.
Holy fuck, I'm a little bit too blowed for that whole segment there. But yeah, I get it, brother. You know, I mean, no disagreements with what this man is saying here. You know, but yeah, I mean, I'm glad he at least contextualized it there. But
Well, I don't know. I mean, like saying that sex is bad in and of itself. Like
oh yeah, yeah,
I don't
I think that might be going too far. Yeah, yeah, of
no, you
course.
know, like that's the thing is like they're making sex a sin or something. It's like
Hu-
that's
Human nature, you know, linking human nature with sin. I think that's a raw deal, because then you're excusing it in some sense. It's a perfect cover for what you're doing. You know.
yeah, exactly. Like to me, and that's what I'm saying. Like it's just that's what I'm saying is like you know, maybe they don't mean that, but you know that's what I'm saying. It's like it's very careless to just throw this out
It
there.
can work that way. It's important to note that it can work that way. You know, that's all I'm saying. You know, and this applies to Muslims too. You know, Muslims will say, "Oh, this is just the way things are," you know, and whatever. This is just destiny, and what the fuck are we gonna do about it? And it's like, yeah, but you're also supposed to enjoin good and forbid evil, and you know, do all these things. You know, so relying on or resting on the fact that it's just human nature that's accomplishing all these things. Well, you know, we have a spirit that can rise above the human nature, you know, or do you not believe that, you know? And that's kind of the thing, is that, you know, they don't really have that much faith, or they haven't taken the leap of faith, you know, that is necessary in order to believe, you know, in anything greater than themselves, or a lack of themselves, or whatever that is, you know. But that essentially creates a bootstrapping problem. You know, if man is the measure of all things, then how does he check himself? You know, as they say, check yourself before you wreck yourself. Of course, Ice Cube is talking about the precautionary principle in ethics, or is he?
I love that white guy impression you got there. Well, you know, Ice Cube was talking about. You're still in my bit. No, I'm just...
Oh yeah, I can politic.
I did my dissertation in Harvard about the political implications of Ice Cube's. You know, growing up, my stepfather was really into body count with Ice Cube. You know, so he's
Oh yeah, that's badass. Yeah, I like that
yeah.
shit. Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't listened to too much of it, but I did a little bit, and I was like, "Damn, this motherfucker was not playing around."
Yes. Ice Cube, if you've never heard the albums The Predator, you know, and other Ice Cube albums, you know, definitely Lethal Injection, a very poignant title as well, for an album, you know, that Ice Cube released, some of the greatest rap albums, you know, political in nature, really. You know, he's one of the top rappers on political issues. If you guys didn't know, Ice Cube, you know, is actually very, very talented, very underrated, you know, person. You hear Dr. Dre and Easy
sorry.
E. Yeah, their lyrics are written by somebody else.
I got Ice Cube and Ice T mixed up. Ice T did the body count. My bad, but you know.
Oh yeah, yeah,
Yes.
yeah. But Ice Cube has a lot of cop
Yeah.
killing records, political stuff too.
I think they both. I think they both did quite a lot of that, actually. Yeah. So.
Yeah.
I think Ice T was like, you know, very much. Yeah. Sorry, I don't want to interrupt from this video. If you want to continue watching, but yeah.
Yeah, this video sucks ass.
Yeah.
So-
Well, it's very similar to the other one I sent you, which you know you don't need
Yeah.
to play 30 seconds of that one either because it's the same shit. It's like this like weird propaganda stuff. There's 3 videos on the channel. Each one has more than 1,000 views and it has 500 subscribers. And I'm like, how the fuck is this channel grown with 3 videos under its count and under like a month or something? It's kind of strange.
And this is exactly what you would expect from this type of thing, because see, look, he's got 17.9K subscribers and his video has 17K views. So that actually makes sense. I mean, this chalk body outline views don't make any sense. How do you have 6K subscribers and and you only have 1,000 people that watched your video. That doesn't even fucking make sense. You know what I mean?
Oh well, this other channel is like a brand new channel, but it puts out like propaganda, like Orthodox propaganda, like this. But it has like literally three videos and no face on it, and it's like just some weird channel that just gets all these views or whatever. But it doesn't even matter. It's just kind of strange to me that it's like all this stuff seems to be popping up, and I don't know. I really don't want to attack Ortho Bros as a individual. Like even I don't even think Toilet Bowl Earth is really aware of what's really going. I think he's just kind of like willfully ignorant of what he's being indoctrinated into. I don't think he really comprehends what's going on or doesn't want to, or I don't know. And again, I'm not trying to like stir the pot. Like that's just literally what I think is going on. And I think it's kind of representative of a lot of these guys. Like they don't really understand a lot of the implications if they just take these concepts, uncontextualize, and run with them. You know what I mean? Like that's just kind of the opinion that I've come to. Right or wrong, that's kind of my concern. Like I think that people shouldn't just dive headfirst into this stuff and just trust that because somebody calls himself a Christian that they're being forthright with whatever their goal is. So yeah, that's just kind of my take on it.
Yeah, no doubt. People who claim to be part of a sect online, I mean, that much should be obvious. I mean, you have to know people if they walk in the shoes of the life they live, or whatever, or anything that they claim to say. I guess it doesn't even matter if they follow those ideas or live by them, because these are complex concepts that don't really apply to people's everyday lives, rather than haphazardly, try to apply these concepts to somebody's daily life. Why not go and spend some time with them, or try to improve their condition? And if you're not willing to do that, then what business do you have with any of these ideas and situations? Now, we invite the brother here, Kyle, to come and discuss with us any of these concepts and ideas that he would like to. But in our experience, we have seen that it usually devolves into insults, that you don't know what you're talking about, and that you don't have the energy or the presentation level to deal with the topics that are being presented, rather than just have a honest discussion, man to man, and just lay all of our beliefs on the table. Okay, and then say, it's fine. No, they'll go insult you, run away, making a fucking attack video about you, and then say, no, I'm just trying to improve you and trying to work with you. It's like, well, no, you had an opportunity to do that, but you stole fizzy lifting drinks. You get nothing. You lose. Good day, sir.
I love that scene. That's like one of the best scenes in any of those old movies. I think it's Gene Wilder is a wild man, dude. I think he was probably a scary dude in real life. Yeah, that's a that's a good description. No, I mean, I think it's funny. Like I watched some of the comments in some of these discords after I kind of disappeared, and I saw people saying, "Oh, why is Neurojack hanging out with TML? He's a Muslim, blah, blah, blah." And it's like, well, he doesn't obfuscate what his goals or intentions or beliefs are. I can't really say the same for a lot of other people who claim to be a Christian. So, it's like I'll take someone who's being forthright with their intention rather than someone who's unwilling to engage publicly or privately in a discussion about what's really at play, or at the very least mock you for doing that yourself. Like I don't I kind of get nervous around people who do that, like maybe that's my problem, but that's just kind of my attitude. It's like have a very difficult time, putting myself around people that are, actively trying to prevent you from engaging in such endeavors. I just don't. I really have a problem with that. Personally.
Yeah, and there is a whether or not these various groups want to admit this, there is a groupthink going on between their members and the different assets and the various themes that we are covering here on this channel. And yeah, it just seems like they are embedded within these very or members of their group are embedded within these very same groups and organizations. And then when you ask some questions about it, they don't want to answer the questions about it, or they claim then that you're actually paranoid, that these groups are then benign, and that you have derangement syndrome for asking a few questions about these things. And that seems to me to be cultish fucking behavior. And then tell everybody to disassociate with you because you made several claims about certain individuals who are public figures.
Or in my case, just ask questions like, this doesn't make sense. How come this isn't clarified? And then people start acting weird around you. It's like, well, I mean, we're talking about extremely serious topics, and like I, especially when you're doing it in a friendly manner, like really, I've been nothing but friendly to all these people. So the fact that people are kind of like, and again, I don't think most of the people are like that, but a few people seem to act extremely weird towards me very suddenly, and I just found it like, okay, like I'm not your enemy. Like I'm trying to, I mean, I made it no secret that I at one time found the alt right appealing, and then when I saw that they took all the goodwill of a lot of good people and they just kind of signed their name to something that was irredeemable. And this will I don't know how much longer you want to go, but I want to kind of at least open this topic maybe for next time. But like for example, like with the whole Hamas thing, so like now they've done this Hamas thing, whatever the truth of that is, but then they've tied all this woke stuff to that, and so now all these woke people are like, oh yeah, I'm just going to sign on with what these guys are doing. And then it puts all these you know uh neo right wing alt right people now where they have to choose between, do I join with the Muslims or do I join with the Jews who I say that I don't like? So it's like I'm just kind of curious how that's going to play out, because now they I think it's actually genius whoever's behind this whole psyop.
Yeah,
it's kind of put this wedge, but I think it's a serious divide for both Christians, the right wing, the left wing. I think it actually completely fractured in 2 days the entire movement that was gaining
spectrum,
steam.
Definitely fascinating developments in the Middle East, and I'm sure that as we go on we'll be taking lots of screenshots. And if you guys aren't doing that, taking screenshots and of the material and the ways that the propaganda is being released to us, you'll see that a lot of these news stories right now that they're presenting, they'll be eating their words in just a few months. You can predict that. I'll put your fucking money on it as we speak. So if you guys aren't, looking at what they're saying now and trying to screenshot and stuff, I mean, you could bet the narrative is going to change 180 fucking degrees in the near future. That's just how these things work. And yeah, it's exactly right. They've been running this whole you saw it in the news with Kanye West. They gave a whole lengthy story about anti-Semitism. They used one of the world's most popular artists in order to pull this hoax on people. And then to divide the right, divide the left, in terms of culture, you had the black community talking about whether or not Jews were responsible for their suffering. Many people were claiming in the black community that their suffering was worse than that of the Jews during the diaspora, while Jews were claiming that their suffering was the worst of all time. It was victimhood Olympics on the left hand. And then on the right hand side, there was a crazy type of battle of whether one should support the free speech of Kanye West or support the Jews, who are a ancient people and also a part of the Judeo-Christian synthesis, which you saw espoused by people on this panel earlier. I tried to press them on the issue again. It went nowhere. The response was, if you don't understand what Judeo-Christian is, then we should just talk about the weather. Well, you know.
Well, and this came up on Gen X Jeff's stream today too, and you know, I wasn't trying to be provocative whatsoever, but
Oh
unfortunately,
yeah, me either.
yeah. But these topics get there regardless if you want them to or not, because I think a lot of people just have to use an orthodox word, supposedly presuppositions that you know, if you challenge them, then they seem like you're trying to be provocative. But the reality is, I think that, you know, a lot of the things that people take for granted are actually extremely radical ideas. Like, let's just say, you know, the Zionism thing, right? Like, people just take it for granted that, you know, if you know that it's justifiable. But the thing is, and this is what I tried to say on Gen X Jeff, is like, well, if you take that as justifiable, then you have to also kind of, you know, re-examine Mean Mr. Mustache, and well, was he also justifiable? Because by the same logic, you can say, well, he had right to claim the Sudeten land because those people owned it, and then you could say, well, Russia has a right to claim the Crimea. You see, like, you open the door on such subjects, and suddenly, you know, people can justify a lot of things because you're basically saying, well, if I have the will and the power, I can do it. So it's like we're back to Luciferianism, you know, and people don't want to admit that, but that's the reality. So, you know, it's and again, like, I actually genuinely, for the first time in my life, I am sympathetic towards the Jewish people, not because I love Jews or something, but I do understand that, you know, it's like a situation that most Jews aren't really fully aware of what they're involved in either. You know, I personally, that's my personal opinion. They don't really understand the overarching narrative that they're playing a role in. That's my personal opinion. I don't think the average Jew really knows what they're doing. And I think a lot of these also, like, right wing, you know, neo alt right people also, like, they think, oh, it's all the Jews people. It's like, it's such a blanket statement that it's almost like a red herring to the extreme, and it's almost like a joke that you're playing on yourself and you don't want to admit it, you know. And I know that's like an esoteric way of putting it, but it's so incredibly frustrating. Just like you were talking about the Goyim Defense League and all this stuff, it's like, it's so obviously, you know, like a triple double cross or whatever you want to call it. You know, it's like, obviously there's so many agendas at play, and you know, they have like a trap for everyone, you know, and everyone's falling into different traps, but it all plays into the same narrative. And it's kind of disgusting how obvious it is to me, you know. And when I try to explain it to people, they misconstrue what you're saying. Like, when you're genuinely trying to warn people, hey, there's a big fucking bear trap, you might not want to take that next step, and they're like, fuck you, and then they step, and then they get hurt, and then they're like, well, don't take the next step because there's a landmine, and they're like, fuck you, and they do it anyways. It's like, well, at a certain point, you just got to back away and be like, okay, well, I don't know what to do, because you're just going to continue blowing yourself up, you know, for whatever reason. So, and obviously, I feel bad for the Muslims as well, because I think right now, like I said, they're doing this thing where a lot of Christians and Americans in general are going to be given this supposed choice. And actually, I don't know I don't know which way they're going to play it. I actually don't think America supports Israel. I don't think the support that America has for Israel is as secure as people like to think that it is. I think that that's part of a bigger. I think that whole Israel thing is a part of a much larger narrative, and I can't back that up or prove that, but that's just kind of my hunch that I'm operating on. Like, I think there's a much larger play that probably plays into something what you were talking about, like the fourth way or the Duganism thing. Like, I think there's some other. I think when Americans think that it's Israel doing this to us, or it's the Jews doing it to us, I think that's a component of what's going on, but I think it's a much larger chessboard, and we're just looking at like one square on the chessboard. That's my hunch that I have no proof for, but I'm just curious what your thought on that is.
Yeah, it definitely seems like, well, as one scholar put it, he said that there was a Pax Romana, that was the rule of the Roman Empire that ended with the Pax Europa, that ended with the Pax Britannica, that ended with the Pax Americana, and now we may be experiencing the Pax Israel, Pax Judea. you know,
Well, what do you mean? What do you mean by that? I mean, I think I know what you mean, but
I mean a world rule in which Israel will become the ruling power of the world, replacing America, China, and Russia. And I think that it's certainly possible. If it was possible for Britain to do it and be a island, a small island in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean, then why is it not possible for Israel, the crossroads of civilization? And this is something like this is predicted in the Bible and the Quran. So, what? Well, these are two main documents. These are the documents and religions that are at issue in the conflict, whether we like to admit it or not. It's not a cultural issue. It's not a political issue. It's a conflict that has been staged on a world stage between Jews, Christians, and Muslims. Why are they dividing things that way? Within the media, those people who run the media. I'm not pointing any fingers. I'm just telling you guys that the media has a staged narrative, and there is a certain growth in terms of technology that's coming out of Israel. Israel is a new hub of technological progress. They do cutting edge research in technology, cybersecurity, genetic research, all sorts of things, 3D printing meat and things like that. These are things that are coming out of Israel. Some of the apps that we use on our phones and some of the headquarters of some of the world's biggest tech companies are in Tel Aviv, and also in Moscow. So Tel Aviv, Moscow, and New York, they are interlinked within a triangle of trade and collusion and influence. And they're the economic and technological hubs of the world civilization that's at hand. And I'm just pointing out that there may be a flow to things, and it seems like the flow is moving increasingly towards the direction of Israel becoming a large power in the world. And that's just my summation of things. I think that it will eclipse America in terms of its power, and it's pulled the strings of American foreign policy for many years. So I think it's only right.
And I've never heard it put in those terms, but based on my very basic understanding of the current state of what people refer to as Judaism, and if people are wondering why I'm speaking carefully, it's not to be careful, it's actually to be precise. Their version of a quote unquote religion seems to be mostly a political theory blended in with theology.
Oh yeah, and that's something I discuss in the book that I wrote too. Is the theopolitical nature of both Islam and Judaism versus that of Christianity. That's why the concatenation of Christian nationalism seems interesting because, all the way up to Thomas Aquinas, he said the rule of the church and the rule of the state should be kept in two separate but equal spheres. So the church as a political organization, well, it is and it isn't.
Well, it certainly doesn't seem that it was ever intended to be such a thing in Christianity, and
Yeah.
The fact that people are seeming to want to dissolve that separation, and people, that's why I find it curious that all these Orthodox Christians are like, what's the British term, chomping at the bit to get rid of the church versus state thing. It's like, well, is liberalism the problem really, or is it really just like a collection of individuals who are kind of not able to discern truth or reality or their own religion or their position in the world? I think for me, it's the latter. Personally, I don't think it's, the form of government isn't the primary problem. For me, I mean, that's my personal opinion. And I'm not going to try to qualify because it'll take too long, but I think that's kind of my problem with the whole, I think, Christian nationalism thing overall is just like, it's like you're looking for a pragmatic view to a theological question. And
yeah,
and I don't know enough about Islam to critique it, but what I do know of Judaism is, that's kind of my thing when I say I feel bad for Jews. I think a lot of Jews also, at least the intelligent ones that I've seen, they do have some suspicion around, like, why is it that everything that we're taught is geared towards a political aim rather than a spiritual aim? And I think that's why you see so many Jews looking in Buddhism and even Christianity these days to try to find some other route, because they're not finding it in the current version of Judaism, right? And again, like I'm just, this is all just my bullshit assumptions. I don't really have any proof or thing to back up what I'm saying. This is just what I'm seeing and what I'm noticing, and I don't know where it fits in, but and I wonder if part of this is not what I kind of suspect, and I can't prove this either, but what I suspect is whoever is running this operation under the guise of being Jews, I think, trying to grab power. I think that the power base, they may be balancing, like, maybe we're not going to use the West, we're going to switch to the East. Therefore, the Russian oligarchy and, perhaps China to some degree might support our aims because we have technology as both a carrot and a stick to hold over people. And I think that's kind of what you're saying, is like the technology is facilitating a level of control that was never possible before. And so they don't need numbers or large armies, because they now have infrastructure and a monetary and a technological system that, like you were saying earlier, they don't need to give you any leverage, because they basically hold all the leverage with having control of that system. So, I don't know if it's true what you're saying, but it certainly seems to line up, like, based on what I know about technology and where it's coming out of. Like, even Silicon Valley is, primarily bare minimum financed by what people call Jews. So, it is certainly in the realm of possibility that there are thinking along those terms. And, I have to say that, like, if that is what's going on, I respect the level of tenacity and strategy that they've employed, because it is very genius, because they're basically selling it. They're basically marketing it to people to make them think it's their idea. I mean, that's, to me, that's the genius part of what they're doing. But I don't know. That's just my bullshit take that I can't back up at all. But that's just kind of what I think is my take on what you said.
Yeah, and I wonder if I have a clip of oh yeah, well, obviously I have many clips of myself explaining technology. Yeah, I'll have to play one of those before I end this broadcast. But yeah, it is coming to a close here because it's 9 hours and 35 minutes. I have to end this before it gets to 10 hours. So yeah, well, I guess we'll just finish watching this video. We'll do our little concluding thoughts, and then we'll make a very brief announcement on where we're gonna go with the next stream we do. So yeah, so but yeah, I'll try to play a video of me explaining technology. Hopefully it doesn't get too long here, but yeah, we'll try to finish off this video. We don't want to keep you guys on with this fucking video. But yeah, we'll just finish this off here. But yeah, thank you for being here, Neuro. We'll definitely continue these discussions very soon.
Yeah, and I'll go ahead and jump off and let you finish out, because I have a feeling that I have a hard time controlling interjecting and
No, it's okay. That's okay. You stay for this video. We're just gonna watch this video. Will you
right.
give a little concluding thought?
All right, cool. All right, cool.
Yeah, it's all good.
World, and how far you are dead to it. Saint Isaac the Syrian.
Get so caught up in the moment and think, oh, I just need this sin in this current second. But if we think in the grand scheme of eternity, those sins do not matter. Instead of fearing about the things in the world, putting our hope in the world, we can put our hope in God, because the fear of God is the beginning of wisdom. All of the saints, you read the earliest saints, they did not have easy lives. They lived in a very evil and pagan world, yet they had no fear whatsoever. They would go into the pagan temple and destroy their idols, and yes, they would get tortured and beheaded, but they didn't care, because the fear of the Lord is what came first. And because of that, they had nothing to fear. And in rejecting the world and all of its ugliness, we come to beauty. We come to God and ultimate goodness. And one of the things I love about Orthodoxy is the Orthodox aesthetic.
The fucking aesthetics really do.
That's a very, very lame reason to follow a religion, or a calling.
Well, and also, like, I don't remember Jesus going into pagan temples and destroying the temple and saying, "Fuck you guys, I'm gonna take over this temple for me." It's like, I think he would.
And then being like, look at this picture of me. It fucking looks badass, don't you think?
Yeah, I must have missed that part, man.
Replace it with this picture of me. Yeah.
I gotta interrupt one more time. I apologize. I had this thought about this today too. Like, my favorite picture of Jesus is Jesus smiling, and like I just noticed like everyone else likes like the dying Jesus and all. Like, I don't know, man. That's just
why are they with cats? I don't.
That must be an Egyptian magic thing or something. I don't know.
Crazy.
No, but like my favorite pictures of Jesus are like those like ones where Jesus is like dancing with kids and smiling. Like, I don't understand this whole like death cult Jesus thing. I don't personally. I've never really understood that, but I don't know.
Yeah.
And just real quick, and please continue. I'll try to shut up. What is the Jesus of Islam like general attitude? Like, for me, like when I go into a Catholic church and you just see like the very realistic Jesus hanging on a cross statue thing. Like I just always found that
Yeah, we don't do that with
strange.
Jesus. Yeah, we don't do that with Jesus. You know, first of all, you don't portray the prophets or anybody like that. That the portrayal of a prophet or somebody like that, that itself can be misconstrued as idols. So we just don't. So they just don't show Jesus. They don't like draw Jesus. They don't draw the Prophet Muhammad. They don't draw Mary. They consider such an act to be sacrilege. You know, yeah.
Okay, interesting. And you know, although I don't know much about it,
Yeah,
I
not because not because you're defacing or dishonoring those people, but because you're turning an image of someone into an idol, and that image is an image of man himself or whatever. You know, it could be misconstrued as somebody else. You know, like some girl stopped me when I was at the gas station in Detroit, and she had a lip piercing, and she goes, damn, you sexy, you look like Jesus. And I'm like, I'm like, I didn't know what to think. Like I'm like, does that mean like I'm like, you know, does that mean you want to fuck Jesus? Like this is so odd, you know. But yeah.
yeah, well, and I kind of get it, even though I again I don't know enough about Islam to really comment, but I do think it is interesting because kind of what my critique of these guys is like, and also the Catholic Church as well.
They said don't put verses of the Quran on the wall. You know, because like people might be smoking and drinking in that room, and just the Quran is just there on the wall. So they say don't even put that shit on the wall. Like don't even write that shit. Like read the Quran. You know, write it in a book and preserve that book in a hidden place. Really, you know.
Yeah, and I think what it is also like you don't want, you know, you can call it an idol, but I also see it as like you don't want it to be misconstrued and propagandized as well, right? Like it's,
yeah,
you know, kind of like that's kind of my critique of what I see here. It's like they're kind of propagandizing Jesus or something. It's kind of
yeah, yeah, for real.
When the Sex Pistols said there is no future, like in punk rock, there really is no future. There's no future.
What the?
I don't,
and that's a really depressing.
I don't think that's what Johnny Rotten meant by this.
Good Lord.
Thing to be living for.
Oh shit! Did you see that picture of Nietzsche and then who has killed God? Weird. Damn.
Yeah, again, misconstruing what Nietzsche actually said, but in my opinion, but yeah.
Very strange. Yeah. Well, he said the Jews invented Christianity to enslave people. But yeah, that's his basic theory.
This is Death to the World. It's so punk. The text and images are cut out and pasted by hand onto each page, like patches on a denim jacket. But Death to the World is not a punk magazine. It's Christian Orthodox.
Oh, and I just another thing.
Yeah,
I
we're
really,
done with that. Yeah, we gotta go. You guys get the picture.
No, because they pick that horrible picture of Nietzsche at the end of his life too. Like that's fucked up, man. Like I hate that picture.
Oh yeah. That picture is taken by his sister, and he was in a fit of madness. She made him do his mustache like that. You know, and he's constantly made fun of for that picture. So yeah, it is interesting that you know, that picture is actually used to slander Nietzsche. He was in a fit of syphilitic madness, and his sister, who then gave his writings to the Nazi party as propaganda works, you know, against the Jews and all that stuff, where Nietzsche actually is not anti-Semitic in any capacity. He says the Old Testament God is much more commendable than the New Testament God because he's a lot more ruthless. He concludes that they must be two different gods. And finally, he concludes that the Jews have become masters of the human race because of their power and knowledge and all of these things. He's not seeing it as a bad thing especially. He's not seeing power as a bad thing ultimately, and he's commending the Jews for their shrewdness and their ability to become a minority class and yet conquer the people without assimilating into their culture. He sees it as something that also the Brahmins in India accomplished. No, but
Yeah.
he but he calls Paul the Chandala of Rome. Anyways, but yeah, go ahead.
Oh no, I was just gonna say, like, I think that's a very astute way of looking at it. I mean, it's hard to deny the truth in what he's saying. I mean, that's why I think it's funny. Like all these, neo-Nazi people, they're like, "Oh, I hate the Jews. The Jews are this." Like you're making them into the Ubermensch, and then you're complaining about it. Like, don't you understand that you're, it's kind of like, that's why I'm saying it's like a sick joke that these people are playing on themselves by, like, they're both commending them for being smarter and better than them at the same time saying, well, they're subhuman at the same. It's like this. It's really strange. The more I think about it, because I think even Mean Mr. Mustache had a very healthy respect for Jews. I don't think he necessarily, quote
Oh
unquote.
well, we saw that in their little OTO thing where they have the swastika next to the Jewish star. That's really what they believe. They believe that the swastika and the Jewish star were two sides of the same coin, Atlantis and Shambhala, as I showed on this broadcast earlier. But yeah, they definitely understand that the Jews have a important role to play on the world stage of events, and that's why because he thought that those Jews in Israel were like some sort of false Jews and that he was the real Jew, so to speak. And that's what British Israelism really amounts to. And of course, it was hijacked by the Bohemian sect, But yeah, we'll get more into that next time. We got to go this time. But yeah, you guys have a blessed night. Thank you for Neuro for sticking around to the very end here, and joining this discussion. And yeah, we definitely are going to start on these issues next time. The reason we didn't get into it today is because we had a very an awesome panel discussion. I opened up the panel and I'm here to discuss these issues. So, I have to be there for the people who want to talk about any of these issues or bring them to the discussion because I have to, make room for these discussions as well. The normal content on the channel is just video lectures of myself explaining some of these main ideas. And I'm going to chop up some of this material as well that we present in the live streams, especially when I take the solo route here and lay down some of the main concepts. Look out for that soon. Look out for more content soon. We're releasing on the Steel Sharpens Steel show. We're going to be releasing more call-ins from the Crucible, probably our last round of call-ins there, and then we're going to go into another discussion on the recent YouTube drama that we're dealing with. We're going to do some critiques of and some reactions to critiques and reactions of us and lots of insults being thrown. But yeah, you guys have a blessed night from me and Neuro. And thank you for joining us here on The Machine Lies, where we talk to you about the lies of the machine on the machine that's lying to you right now. And I hope you have clarity to see through the lies, my friends. What about you, Neuro? You got a little parting remark?
No, that pretty much sums it up. I mean, I really thought the panel was very good today, and although it seemed like I guess a digression, actually, I don't think it was at all. I think most of the stuff that the panel was talking about is extremely relevant, including all the women and divorce and all that kind of shit. I mean, I think it's all related to the tech. It's all related to the theology. It's all related to all the shit that we cover. So I think it's I thought it was one of the better shows actually.
Oh yeah.
While so yeah, I think it's I think the digressions are very important, extremely important.
Oh yeah. Yeah, as we've seen, every digression here has been extremely useful. But yeah, thank you for joining us, friends, and you guys have a blessed night from us here, and we'll definitely be here on Saturday for you guys. We may be moving this live stream to Wednesday, the one on Tuesday to Wednesday, and I'll announce that again on Saturday. But you guys have a blessed night from us, yeah, take care, guys.
Good night.
No cats acting like cobras. I can see through your pussy clock auras. Acting like y'all have something left for us. Y'all live in some fake imitation, living personas. Falling, disintegrate, deceased inside your comas. Smell the blood and the aroma, sedated personas. Seeking our freedom from these devils who think they own us. I burn y'all cats like no chumper. Y'all cats been sleepwalking on so much like I was junkless. Sufi pack the greenness concha. My word is sound, and sound power is my mantra. I want ya just to listen for a moment. It's just speaking to this microphone, and I don't want to point.
And I know we said we'd read Protagoras, and we'll start with that next time, friends. So next time we'll start by reading from Protagoras about Prometheus. Anyways, have a blessed night, everyone. I'm gonna stay here jamming with y'all for a minute, and then I'll end my show appropriately.
Yeah. Darkness, red rum like the flavor of blood. Darkness, yeah, red rum like the flavor of motherfucking blood. What up, instrumentals? Darkness, let's fucking go. Yeah, red rum like the flavor of blood. My whole life I felt sunk in an ocean of drums. Blood pouring out my lungs from the bullet holes. I was clipped by my own duns. Vengeance was mine. Paranoia was eating my mind. Angels laughed at me, bathed me in light. While I suffered, shit was trife. No, shit was pure strife. Third eye blind, couldn't see the shadows past my cries. Suffering in pure torment. The heavens scorned me with their lips. Tartarus opened. A dark hand took me in. Taught me the ways of black magic. Showed me angels in heaven gambling, playing chess. Pawns shaped like a Benz. Pawns shaped like broads, all tens. Deception amongst God's children. I had enough of it. Shook hands with the angel of death. Trained amongst the demons. Wasted no breath. Sipped red rum and went to war. These are war stories from the devil's son. Darkness, yeah.
He seemed to have demons of his own that he struggled to contain.
horror stories from the devil, son. These are horror stories that I can't get from just anyone. I've really seen death look into dead eyes. I've really seen wigs split. Street mercenary, every punch is a hit. Sinister rhymes for sinister minds. Y'all too focused on the light. I'm focused on my third eye. Got a scope that leaves your third eye wide. I saw my soul die. Hell soldiers cured me from my own demise. Rose up, conquered, and executed the spies. The general of legions the angels went to war with. The rebellion only lasted seconds. My preparations made me 10 times more dangerous, 10 times more ferocious. The seven-headed dragon held the pit of hell. Angels from heaven fell, wings snipped, sipped on red rum, watched their pawns slip, no longer in control. The watchers watched their kingdom split. This is how we pillaged heaven for its trip. Darkness, yeah, darkness, red rum, yeah.
Brothers and sisters, I don't know what this world is coming to.
What's this world coming to? Aiming at you. What's this world coming to? Walking at you. What's this world coming to? Nah, I don't like you. What's this world coming to? Fuck you. You caught a hole in your head cause you stole bread. Fuck a reverend, you ain't going to heaven, kid, your soul's dead. I'll put a Mac 11 to your brethren, fuck what you said. Buck in the lead, eruption of red. Clapped in your bedroom, you're artificial like Max Headroom. You'll end up with scarred tissue over a superficial issue. No one will miss you, your existence was seen as sacrificial. Your life was not beneficial to anyone, you were just seen as a bitch, Duke. Attacked at night by a gay parasite. Kill a transvestite, hermaphrodite, another day in paradise. My appetite for destruction makes me fuck guns at your function and fuck nuns. Please no interruption. Some herb dead at a wreck site for running a red light. Now you're some blurb on a disturbing urban website. Body cooked to death like an egg white. In the flames, your brain and flesh burn like I'm looking through an infrared light. What's this world coming to? Aiming at you. What's this world coming to? Fucking at you. What's this world coming to? Nah, I don't like you. What's this world coming to? Fuck you. Insult the cops and catch multiple shots. Fuck at the cops and returning. The government gives you voltage and watts. When will it stop? 2 shots in your noodle. The heat spray's brutal. 1 in your cheek and a slug in your beach by Dre. 8 in the torso and abdomen, some Curtis shit. Murderous shit and courteous. Disperse shots in your vertebrae quick. 3 hit your left hand. Another hit your armpit. We're trying to make sure you end up inside a dark pit. A tar pit. Something similar to a mob hit. Cause what you spit is garbage. You saturate the market for that. You should end up with decapitated carcass. Sever you like garnish. Retire you like Kevin Garnett. With your bonnet scarlet, no running. We walk away impressed, amused with our gunning while your fan refuses to talk to the press. Fuck the gat at your fucking team. Bloody, 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 everybody scream. What's this world coming to? Aiming at you. What's this world coming to? Fucking at you. What's this world coming to? Nah, I don't like you. What's this world coming to? Fuck you.